She was a corporate spy, maneuvering through infrared security webs daily to steal trade secrets. One last mission, and she'd be financially free. I was just trying to steal something, and I blew myself up, and got transported to another world. And I've become this universally despised ugly woman, about to be married off to a fearsome prince. How will she charm everyone and clear her name? Wan Ruoli stared in surprise. Her target was a powder compact. It was too easy. Getting it this easily made her uneasy. Sure enough, the compact sprang open, revealing a small, glittering object. She stared. 2 seconds later, she heard, self-destruct sequence initiated. In a panic, Ruoli shoved the compact into her chest. Then, a massive explosion sent her flying. When she woke up again, she was hanging from a red cloth, looking like she'd committed suicide. Ruoli struggled, and the cloth ripped, sending her tumbling. Disoriented, Ruoli stared at her strange clothes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Before she could figure it out, the door burst open, and a group of people stormed in. The woman in charge pointed at Ruoli. The prince's carriage is at the door. You're getting married, whether you like it or not. Ruoli was dumbfounded. Is this a play? Or did I time travel? Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into her mind. This body's original owner was also named Wan Ruoli, but she was born with a face covered in birthmarks. Despised and bullied by everyone, only her mother offered warmth, but even she suffered scorn and abuse from Ruoli's father because of her daughter's ugly appearance, eventually dying from the mistreatment. Now, they were forcing her to marry a dying prince. Seeing Ruoli's resistance, they ordered their men to tie her up and take her to the prince's mansion. They didn't know the person before them wasn't the same. Before transmigrating, Wan Ruoli was a skilled fighter. Taking down this group was no problem. Within moments, they were at her feet. Impatient, the woman in charge ordered, Wan Ruoli, you wretched, short-lived, ugly girl. Tie her up. Beat her half to death if you have to. Ruoli's temper flared. Grabbing a candlestick, she declared, I'd rather die than marry. She brandished the candlestick. Come at me. I can take on 10 of you. Just when Ruoli thought she'd succeeded, an old woman appeared, striking her hard from behind. When she woke up again, she was in a wedding bed, draped in red. A strange man stood beside her. This was her husband, the prince. Before she could process this, the prince eagerly climbed on top of her, ready to consummate the marriage. Ruoli kicked out. Even with her professional fighting skills, she was no match for this man. Despite her experience, Ruoli flipped him over and grabbed the red bed curtains, trying to tie him up. But reality hit again. Instead, the prince tied her up tightly. Ruoli panicked, worried about her virginity. The prince, surprised by the rumored ugly girl's fighting skills and strange words, found her intriguing. He laid her on the bed, wanting to investigate further. But Ruoli had already freed her hands. She kicked again, but missed the prince. Instead, he pulled off her shoes and effortlessly pinned her down. Ruoli instantly felt weak. Just as she thought she was done for, a dart flew in from outside. The prince swiftly dodged, and Ruoli instinctively caught it. What is this thing? The prince was surprised by the assassination attempt. They are impatient, aren't they? But he was even more surprised by his bride. Catching a dart barehanded. Is this really the useless Wan Ruoli from the Wan family? Head investigated her. She was supposed to be an ordinary, sheltered young woman. When did she learn martial arts? Suddenly, the small object from the compact jumped out, startling Ruoli. What's going on? Relax, it's just my escape pod. You blew me up, sending us both to this time. Remember to thank me for teaching you how to fight. And thank me again, I'm about to save your life. Otherwise, we're both stuck here. The prince, bewildered, muttered, what is she talking about? Ruoli realized only she could see the small object. At this moment, she didn't have time to think. The assassins outside could attack again at any time. The two of them looked at the red curtains and, at the same time, blew out the candles, their faces close as if about to kiss. Ruoli blushed, quickly stepping back. Stay away. The small object whispered an escape plan to Ruoli. Moments later, Ruoli told the prince to take off his clothes. Strange. She wouldn't let me touch her before, and now she's asking me to undress. Gathering her courage, Ruoli explained she wanted to wear the prince's clothes and lure the assassins away. In their current situation, the prince wasn't suitable to go out. He was an easy target. Look, the assassins can't see clearly inside. If they used tear gas or poison smoke, we're both dead. The prince stared at Ruoli, astonished by her resourcefulness. A sheltered young woman with such cunning. As if on cue, perhaps because of Ruoli's words, the assassins released poison smoke into the room. Ruoli reacted quickly, using her outer robe to contain the smoke. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Please. As the prince undressed, he teased her, amused by her sudden urgency. With the prince's clothes, Ruoli pulled out her high-tech makeup compact. The small object instantly projected various cosmetics. In moments, she transformed herself into the prince, exiting the room to confront the assassins. She was immediately met with a volley of darts. With surprising agility, she dodged the attack. An assassin jumped out, brazenly attacking the prince within the mansion. Ruoli remained calm, shouting, "Seize the assassin." The assassin heard a female voice and saw the prince's guards approaching. Realizing the trap, it was too late. The guards quickly subdued him. With Ruoli's help, the prince escaped unharmed, and the assassin was captured. But the prince was curious how Ruoli managed to look exactly like him. Ruoli, a bit embarrassed, replied, "It's a girl's magic trick." Women's secrets, to ancient eyes, instantly changing into another person's face, must have seemed like sorcery. Don't be so dramatic. It's just one of the 4 great Asian mystic arts. Makeup. The prince was baffled by Wan Ruoli. But such things are commonplace in the Imperial family. Now that we've caught the assassin, I'll go and deal with him. We'll talk later. You'll have to sleep alone tonight. Ruoli was delighted. Such a big bed all to myself. Wonderful. Suddenly, she stopped the prince. As a reward, divorce me. The prince stared, incredulous at her absurd request. Aren't you afraid of being divorced on your wedding night, and becoming a disgrace? But for this, world's Wan Ruoli, she was already disgraced. Divorce me, and you can find a more beautiful, more useful wife. For the transmigrated Ruoli, this life of confinement and subservience was unbearable. She craved freedom. The prince, disagreeing, turned to leave angrily. As long as you're my princess, you'll serve the prince's mansion. Now, get some rest. What will it take for you to divorce me? The prince ignored her, closing the door behind him. Exhausted, Ruoli decided to sleep. Sleep is important. The small object scoffed. I've never met anyone so relaxed. Don't sleep. You just arrived. This place has an emperor. They kill people like it's nothing. Ruoli was too tired to care. Good night. Keep watch. I still don't know what to call you, she mumbled. The small object spun. Idiot. You stole me. Shouldn't you know that much? Call me system. Shiji, stop it. Wan Ruoli couldn't stop laughing, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Shiji, I shouldn't laugh. The little thing felt embarrassed by her laughter. Rude. I'm leaving. Wan Ruoli thus spent her first night in this world. The next day, Wan Ruoli was sound asleep, when she was awakened by a commotion outside her door. She saw several gaudily dressed maidservants surrounding an older woman. Disdaining the hard-working, food-serving, and chamber-pot emptying old woman, the maidservants took advantage of their youth to bully and scold her in the courtyard. Even worse, they poured the water meant for the princess consort all over her. Wan Ruoli witnessed the whole scene. Some of the water even splashed onto her. The moment the maids saw the princess consort, they froze. Wan Ruoli, furious, shouted, "Keep it down. I'll call the property manager." No, wait, you are the property staff. It's only my second day here. I haven't fully adjusted yet. Though inherently kind, Wan Ruoli was moved by the old woman lying on the cold ground, drenched in water. Deeply empathetic, she gently asked, "Can you get up?" The old woman was fortunate enough to be personally helped up by the princess consort, and even received Wan Ruoli's support, who scolded the maids for their actions. The maids quickly knelt and begged for forgiveness. They had been specifically assigned to attend to Wan Ruoli's daily needs. Wan Ruoli, angered by their bullying, declared, "You've ruined my first impression of you. Get out of my sight." At this moment, the prince, Zun Yao, arrived, leaning on a crutch, coughing occasionally, appearing frail and sickly. Wan Ruoli wanted to give him an Oscar. He'd been perfectly fine last night, yet now he looked incredibly weak. Feigning weakness, the prince spoke haltingly, "I have important matters to attend to today." "Why are you here, idling about? Shouldn't you be preparing for the Imperial summons?" Wan Ruoli was dissatisfied. "Are you going out? You're also in casual clothes, Prince." Zun Yao didn't understand what she meant by casual clothes. Assuming the princess consort was not quite right in the mind, he simply told her, "The emperor has summoned us. Since I am unwell, you shall go to offer our thanks." He then turned to leave. However, Wan Ruoli, having just transmigrated, was completely clueless that she needed to enter the palace on the second day of her marriage. "What am I supposed to do there? You haven't explained anything." "Don't go." But the prince, cold and indifferent, didn't turn back. Wan Ruoli, turning back to the old woman, asked, "What's your name?" The old woman respectfully replied, "My name is Qiao Jiyu." Qiao Jiyu was frightened into a cold sweat as Wan Ruoli, the princess consort, draped her own clothes over the servant and whispered a secret message to her. Then, Wan Ruoli's expression changed as she snapped at the maids, "You don't need to come back tomorrow." Qiao Jiyu was inwardly surprised. She had heard that the eldest daughter of the Wan family was unruly and arrogant. Unexpectedly, she was not only elegant, but also stood up for a servant. Truly a peculiar person. Wan Ruoli, thinking about her upcoming meeting with the emperor, suddenly remembered the original owner's wicked younger sister, now an imperial concubine. An uneasy feeling arose. This palace visit did not bode well. Soon, Wan Ruoli, formally dressed, was ready to enter the palace, a thin veil covering her face. Seeing the woman beside the emperor, Wan Ruoli knew this was her younger sister, the one who had hit her with a vase, the one who had replaced her in the marriage to the emperor. Immediately, she knelt, "Wife of Prince Zun Yao, Wan Ruoli, greets your majesty." "Thank you for your grace." The emperor, recently ascended to the throne, was a volatile man, prone to fits of rage. He scoffed, "What grace is there for you to thank me for?" Wan Ruoli calmly replied, "May your majesty and the prince enjoy happiness." The emperor was taken aback by her response. Then he burst into laughter. "Well said. With a wife like you, my brother will never be bored." Her sister, however, was not one to be outdone. She walked down with feigned kindness. "Sister, how are you? I was betrothed to the emperor by the late emperor and now, as a concubine, it's inconvenient for me to leave the palace. So, I asked His Majesty to summon you." She couldn't help but flaunt her status. Wan Ruoli, however, didn't care about the stolen concubine position. She only cared about one thing. "Can I get up now?" Her sister smirked. "So disrespectful even before His Majesty. This will be interesting." The emperor, intrigued, also smirked. He found this amusing and granted her permission to rise. Her sister, however, wasn't satisfied with this outcome. She wanted the emperor to witness Wan Ruoli's scarred face. Feigning sisterly affection, she moved to examine her sister's face. The emperor knew what she was up to. He said sternly, "Princess consort, why do you wear a veil? Are you afraid to show your true face?" Trouble was brewing. Her sister reached out to tear off Wan Ruoli's veil. Wan Ruoli instinctively backed away. "This wicked woman wants to humiliate me by revealing my scars. I'm not afraid." She clenched her fists, ready to punch her sister's lights out. Xie quickly intervened. "Don't do it. Attacking the emperor's concubine in front of him is a death sentence. Don't." "Xie, I have my own way. Watch me." Xie took out makeup and quickly began applying it to Wan Ruoli's face, skillfully concealing the scars and revealing a face that left her sister speechless. Her sister stared in disbelief. "What's going on? How did she suddenly become so beautiful?" Her sister stammered incredulously, You were supposed to be ugly. How is this possible? How is it not possible? I just know a little about makeup. Besides, it's basic courtesy for a lady to wear makeup on formal occasions. Don't you know that?" Her sister ground her teeth. "What are you talking about? You're just an ugly." The emperor interrupted her outburst, but not to help her. Brother, tell me, are you still able to partake in marital relations? Are you still able to perform your husbandly duties with the princess consort? Bring the bedsheets from the prince's mansion. Let's see if, after all these years of illness, my brother is still capable. Someone, go fetch them. The eunuch quickly obeyed. Wan Ruoli hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Shiji sighed inwardly. We might be transmigrating again. This wasn't enough to make Wan Ruoli understand. You're a modern woman. You've seen historical dramas, haven't you? The Emperor is testing you. If there's no blood on those sheets, we're dead. Now, Wan Ruoli finally understood. Panic set in. Blood? There definitely isn't any. The Emperor, with a cruel smile, turned to Wan Ruoli. Princess consort, you have deceived your husband. Do you know your crime? Wan Ruoli, bewildered, innocently replied. How have I deceived my husband? Shiji facepalmed. We're doomed. He fainted from despair. Meanwhile, sister, now gloating, feigned concern. Sister, quickly kneel. Listen to me. Now is your chance to prove your innocence. Wan Ruoli was still confused, unsure how to prove her innocence. I guess I'll kneel. Her sister, pretending to be kind, pulled Wan Ruoli's hand, acting sisterly. I'm doing this for your own good. In reality, she was framing her, claiming she had illicit relations with the mansion guards and was no longer pure. Wan Ruoli looked at her innocently. I don't know anything about that. What are you talking about? Her sister's acting was Oscar-worthy, successfully deceiving the Emperor into believing Wan Ruoli was having affairs. Disgusted, the Emperor said, there's no need for further explanation. Since the princess consort has no defense, this matter is settled. For the sake of the royal bloodline, you shall be spared death. However, as he spoke, a eunuch presented a cup of poisoned wine, clearly prepared in advance. First the bedsheets, now poisoned wine. Panicked, she whispered to Shiji, can you conjure a gun? But Shiji had fainted. Besides Wan Ruoli, no one could see him. The Emperor saw Wan Ruoli's hesitation. He ordered the guards to force her to drink the poison. Wan Ruoli refused to open her mouth. Just as they were struggling, a voice came from outside. The Prince, Zun Yao, arrived slowly, leaning on his crutch. Zun Yao greets your majesty. He still appeared frail, each word spoken with effort. Wan Ruoli finally learned her husband's name. Was he here to save her? The prince always appeared weak in public, even struggling to kneel. Your Majesty, I have brought what you requested from the mansion. The Emperor, feigning politeness, said, my servants could have retrieved it. Inwardly, he was eager to see her punished. Although he knew the prince's condition, he acted indifferent. Princess consort, her sister smirked. Today is your day of reckoning. The Emperor solemnly began to speak, making it seem as if Wan Ruoli's life hung in the balance. The prince, aware of the danger, calmly requested the Emperor to examine the evidence before making a judgment. The eunuch unfolded the bedsheet before the Emperor. Wan Ruoli was shocked. How could they so casually examine a newlywed couple's bedsheet? Weren't they embarrassed? The bloodstain on the sheet rendered the Emperor and Wan Ruoli speechless. Wan Ruoli was even more baffled. Where did the blood come from? Her sister shrieked, Your Majesty, this is impossible. They didn't consummate their marriage last night. She immediately realized her slip-up and covered her mouth. How could an imperial concubine know the intimate details of the prince's mansion? The implications were clear. The Emperor was displeased, but with this evidence, he couldn't convict Wan Ruoli. The prince's timely arrival had saved her. Her sister glared at Wan Ruoli. The woman actually had a backup plan. Wan Ruoli gave her a victorious smile. After all, anger shortens one's lifespan. Suddenly, she noticed the prince trembling beside her. What's wrong? She asked. The answer came from the Emperor, who rushed to support the prince. Years ago, on the battlefield, my brother injured his knee. Has been unable to walk since. Please, he said, feigning concern, take good care of him, princess consort. The prince had come not only to save Wan Ruoli, but also to confess his own supposed transgression. I have come to ask your Majesty for punishment. This unexpected turn of events surprised the emperor. "Brother, what transgression have you committed?" The king's manor was attacked. Qin apprehended the assassin, who absurdly claimed the emperor benefited from the attack. Such treasonous slander cannot be tolerated. I executed him on the spot. However, it is my failing that I haven't uncovered the conspiracy behind it. The emperor, though outwardly furious and condemning the assassin, secretly wished to flay Qin alive. Wan Ruoli silently applauded the king's boldness. Daring to kill someone connected to the emperor was a demonstration of defiance. However, she didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. The emperor couldn't openly move against the king, but he could use Wan Ruoli to deal with him. The emperor lifted Wan Ruoli's chin. "Royal sister, do you know? Your sister-in-law was renowned for her beauty in the capital, yet now she appears plain. Are you deliberately deceiving me?" Wan Ruoli trembled, petrified. This was absurd. How could this be considered a crime? Unexpectedly, the king lied for her. "My wife has looked like this since entering the manor. I know nothing of her past and wouldn't believe baseless rumors." The emperor suddenly burst into laughter. The king always presented himself as frail and spoke haltingly. Yet just now, he spoke a whole sentence without pause. Was his illness real or feigned? The emperor released his grip and turned to leave, telling the couple to return and rest. Leaving the palace, Wan Ruoli looked at the king's back. He dared to investigate the Imperial tutor's family, Hes ruthless. "I'd better run away quickly." Shiji immediately agreed with both hands. "Your leaving is good for everyone. Didn't you notice the emperor wants to use the king against you?" Wan Ruoli considered this and grabbed the king's sleeve. "Thank you for lying for me and saving me." The king, pleased by her gratitude, smiled. "But, could you please consider my earlier proposal of leaving? Continuing like this is dangerous for both of us." The king's current mood was like having candy snatched away right after unwrapping it. He turned back angrily. "I only divorce, I don't allow leaving." Returning to their room, the king immediately grabbed Ruoli's hands and pinned her against the wall. "Unreasonable woman, from today onwards, you're not allowed to leave this courtyard without my permission." As a free-spirited, modern woman, how could she be confined? "What if I die? Can I be carried out then?" "Life and death in this manner are decided by me, Ruoli." Even angrier, Ruoli retorted, "The emperor and imperial consort already dislike me. Wouldn't it be easier for you if we separated? Keeping me will only hinder your plans, won't it?" The king already found Ruoli a noble lady, strange, like a changed person. He certainly wouldn't let her leave now. He arranged for guards around the clock. Finally, he slammed the door shut, emphasizing his decision. Ruoli lay on the bed, pondering how to survive in this world. Then Qiao Jiu brought in some exquisite food for her dinner. Seeing Qiao Jiu, Ruoli had a new idea and grabbed his clothes. "I'm sorry, my transformation ability can only be used once a day. Don't mess around." Her hopes dashed, Ruoli was frustrated. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shiji, curled up, replied cutely, "I was designed for painting and disguise. Transforming someone completely consumes a lot of energy, and requires careful observation of the target. I can transform more frequently, but the effect isn't guaranteed." Ruoli realized the hasty transformation this morning must have used a lot of Shiji's energy, but she didn't care anymore. For freedom, for survival, she set her sights on Qiao Jiu. Staring intently at Qiao Jiu made him uncomfortable. Finally, Ruoli's overly sweet smile creeped Qiao Jiu out even more. As expected, she knocked him unconscious with a single chop. Then, Shiji painstakingly transformed Ruoli into Qiao Gus's likeness. To avoid implicating Qiao Jiu, she had to knock him out. Then, under the cover of darkness, Ruoli, disguised as Qiao Jiu, appeared on the manor's roof. Using her exceptional parkour skills, she observed the manor's layout, searching for an exit. Perhaps because she was too hasty, or the tiles were too brittle. A tile suddenly cracked and fell onto the manor grounds. This alerted the manor guards. Two of them broke out in cold sweat and froze, pretending to be statues. However, since when were there statues on the roof? The guards weren't fools. They yelled, "Catch the assassin!" Seeing that playing statue wouldn't work, Ruoli, in a panic, stepped on a loose tile and fell off the roof. Luckily, there was a pool below. Ruoli emerged, gasping. "Where am I?" She slowly opened her eyes. and saw the king, bare-chested, with 8-pack abs. He looked at her with amusement, wondering what she was up to now. Ruoli's makeup wasn't waterproof, revealing her true face. The king grabbed her. Realizing he was bathing, Ruoli blushed. "Don't come closer." She covered her face, and retreated further into the pool. Knowing her makeup was ruined, she didn't dare open her eyes. "You tricked me." I'm so embarrassed. The king was curious what trick she was playing now. Ruoli was too embarrassed to speak, only stammering in her awkwardness. Suddenly, the king covered her mouth. "We are husband and wife, there's no need for modesty. Stop shouting or the guards will come in." He pulled her closer. Ruoli, flustered, cried, "Put some clothes on." Just then, the guards' voices came from the doorway. To protect Ruoli, the king pushed her underwater. Ruoli held her breath, and saw things she shouldn't have. The guards entered. "My lord, we heard commotion outside. Did an assassin enter here?" The king, now dressed, glared at them. "Get out. Don't you know I'm bathing?" The guards hastily retreated. Unable to hold her breath any longer, Ruoli surfaced, gasping for air. The king stared intently. "Barely an hour, and you're climbing walls disguised as a servant girl. Are you the assassin?" Ruoli, flustered, demanded, "Stop staring. Give me a towel." The king, though unsure what a towel was, understood her intent. He gave her something similar. Ruoli, slightly relieved, thought, although he saw me exposed, I also saw him. He even gave me a towel, quite gently. She tried again. "I can't stay here. Let's just separate. Me leaving benefits us both. It's fine if we don't get divorced. It's okay to split the drama into dramas. It'll be good for both of us if I leave." The king didn't understand. How could a woman survive without a husband or family? The world is vast, but there's no true freedom anywhere. However, seeing Ruoli's persistence, the king relented. He'd let her leave, let her chase her freedom. When she hit rock bottom, she'd come crawling back. Ruoli, overjoyed, "I'm leaving then." "Thank you." She climbed onto the roof and disappeared, leaving the king with the scattered roof tiles. Finally free to leave without his permission, she felt no joy, only guilt towards the king. Unbeknownst to her, danger lurked close behind. As Ruoli ran, she noticed she was being followed. Turning around, she saw 3 men in black. Ruoli became wary. "Why are you following me? Never seen a beautiful woman before." The 3 men ignored her, studying a portrait and discussing among themselves. "Strange, they look identical, but she has no birthmark. Are you the infamous Wang Fei of the king's manor?" Hearing this, Ruoli knew they were after her. She threw a random punch, preparing to escape over the rooftops. But the men reacted quickly, grabbing her clothes, preventing her escape. Resigned, Ruoli fought back fiercely. "Come on then. I won't go down easily." Ruoli fought like a seasoned warrior, pummeling the men in black. The men were stunned. This woman was too strong. By now, Ruoli had knocked down several men, her hair disheveled. She wanted to keep fighting, but forgot her current body was that of a delicate noblewoman. Fighting 2 men was already her limit. Seeing another man approaching, she decided to run. Suddenly, a speeding carriage appeared. Thinking it was connected to the men in black, she braced for impact. But then she saw a familiar face. Migu swiftly pulled her onto the carriage. Ruoli, embarrassed, apologized. "I knocked you unconscious earlier, I'm so sorry. And now you saved me, thank you so much." Migu chuckled, telling her not to worry. He had also left the king's manor, regained his freedom, and was returning to his hometown. Ruoli asked, "How could the king be so heartless to kick you out?" Migu explained the king had been lenient. In this era of imperial power, Qiao Jiu could have been executed. The king, despite his eccentric personality, was kind at heart. Ruoli felt a pang of sadness. Life was cheap in this era, taken so easily. Qiao Jiu, seeing Ruoli had nowhere to go, invited her to stay at his place temporarily. Touched, Ruoli was grateful someone was willing to take her in. Shiji, the little spirit fox, found it suspicious. Meeting on the road, then a sudden invitation, it felt too coincidental. Ruoli glared at Shiji. "Make up your mind. You said not to bother people, now you're suspicious. Also, look at Qiao Jiu, he clearly looks like a good person." Ruoli gratefully accepted Kiaoga's offer. I have nowhere to go, so I'll impose on you for a while. Thank you. Ji sighed. So naive and trusting. My warnings are wasted on her. Arriving at Kiaoga's house, Ruoli asked, do you live alone? Kiao Jiu returned to the prince's mansion as a servant. Unmarried, her parents had long passed, leaving her only this house. Ruoli gave the sorted clothes to Kiao Jiu, who accepted them gratefully, not minding the dilapidated state of the room. After putting away the clothes, Ruoli fetched a broom, bucket, and cloth, intending to help Kiao Jiu clean. Kiao Jiu stopped her. You were a high and mighty princess. How can you do such menial work? Ruoli smiled. Don't stand on ceremony. I'm not a princess anymore. She then began sweeping. Kiao Jiu sighed. You're a strange noble, just like the prince. Ruoli retorted, what's wrong with me? I'm much more likable than those cold-faced types. Ali was wandering the streets, uncertain who had captured her earlier. Now, he had left the mansion. Though life outside was tough, he had to rely on himself. Nan only realized after a while that she hadn't heard Kiaoga's voice. Suddenly, Kiaoga's cries came from outside. A group of black-clad men had surrounded her. Li, you bastards! Picking on a woman. How brave! One of the men lunged at Ruoli with a blade. Years of combat training weren't for nothing. Ruoli kicked the attacker to the ground. She boldly threatened the men, protecting Kiao Jiu. I'll take your lives. Ji, sweating profusely, yelled, stop showing off. Run for your life. Ruoli urged Kiao Jiu to flee. These men aren't the same as the ones on the street. They mean business. Go. I'm so sorry, Kiao Jiu apologized as she ran. While Ruoli was analyzing the situation, another man attacked her from behind, slashing her with a poisoned blade. The attacker looked at the fallen Ruoli with satisfaction. The poison on this blade will finish her off. Ruoli, struggling with the pain, tried to get up but found herself paralyzed. She had been poisoned. Kiao Jiu, seizing the opportunity, ran to get help. Ruoli never imagined she'd sacrifice herself for a stranger in this world. The sensation of falling felt familiar. Was it her memory or the original Ruoli's, collapsing time and again, never rescued? These memories of the original owner filled Ruoli with despair. This time, however, someone was coming to save her. The prince rushed in, dispatching the attackers. He lifted the injured Ruoli. Weakly, she said, you came to save me. The prince didn't reply, carrying her quickly back to the mansion. At the mansion's pool, the prince dismissed the servants. He needed the pool to detoxify Ruoli. The poison she'd been hit with was a specialty from the 6th month of the Deep Palace. To detoxify her, the prince started removing Ruoli's clothes. Though weak, Ruoli grasped his hand. What are you doing? The prince sighed, pulling her into an embrace. Detoxifying you. The poison, falling well, causes chills and pain. Only hot medicinal liquid applied to the skin can draw it out. Otherwise, you'll die within the hour. The blade that cut you was coated with it. Ruoli was curious. How do you know all this? In my youth, I studied poisons. Royal bloodlines, it's common practice. To eliminate rivals, any method is used. In the prince's warm embrace, Ruoli drifted off to sleep. The next day, Ruoli awoke in bed. I'm not dead. The prince, seeing her awake, replied, because your fate isn't sealed. Ruoli noticed him sitting by her bedside, then remembered the pool and her changed clothes. Did you see everything? She blurted. The prince replied nonchalantly, isn't that normal between husband and wife? Unable to argue, Ruoli blushed and changed the subject. Were you here all night? The prince feigned annoyance. I was afraid you'd run again. The servants can't keep you contained. He was actually worried, but wouldn't admit it. Ruoli then asked, why did you save me? Her eyes twinkled. Don't tell me you're falling for me. The prince turned away, feigning indifference. Impossible. I need your ability to change appearances. In the Eastern Sheng Kingdom, everyone pursued status and wealth. Ruoli felt a pang of disappointment, scolding herself for thinking anyone would care about her life in this world. Her spirits plummeted. Suddenly, the prince spoke softly. You must have suffered a lot. If Kiao Jiu risked coming to the mansion for help, you must have earned it. He then left, telling Ruoli to stay put. At the door, he resumed his sickly demeanor, ordering the servants to care for her, and saying he'd return later. Ruoli was confused by his shifting behavior. Xie advised, instead of guessing, figure out how to repay the favor. Ruoli agreed. Qiao Jiu arrived with tea. Ruoli asked her to find writing materials. After last night, she knew she needed to regain her fighting prowess. She created a rigorous training plan to return her weak body to peak condition. The current exercise equipment was insufficient. She asked Qiao Jiu about the barbell and parallel bars she had requested. Qiao Jiu smiled. "They'll be ready tomorrow." Ruoli gave Qiao Jiu a thumbs up. This efficiency was impressive. Unseen, someone observed her every move. A while later, the prince arrived, finding Ruoli happily occupied. He sighed, resigned himself to her antics. "I've told everyone you have wind sickness, to avoid visitors and gossip. What are you doing now? Don't cause more trouble." Ruoli showed him her custom-designed poker cards. "Well, play next time." The prince was slightly intrigued. Ruoli seized the moment. "I need your help." The prince sighed. "What is it?" Ruoli seriously requested people with appearance problems. She wanted to hold a beauty makeover event to boost the prince's reputation and gain favor. The prince agreed. Ruoli set out, equipped with staff and resources, to organize a grand beauty makeover event. Stepping out of the carriage, Ruoli greeted the crowd. "Good afternoon, everyone. I've missed you all." Her modern slang surprised the crowd. "This princess is so strange." Qiao Jiu then announced, "The princess has mastered cosmetic techniques and wishes to share her knowledge. Starting today, anyone whose appearance has caused hardship can seek help from the princess. She will treat 100 people daily." The crowd, hopeful for a miracle, surged forward. With her makeup kit and Xiaoji's assistance, Ruoli had everything she needed. Transformations wouldn't be difficult. The first woman had a good figure, but a large birthmark marred her face. A simple task for Ruoli. She called for 10 more people. Xiaoji was exasperated. "She's trying to work me to death." Ruoli skillfully concealed the birthmark. Small eyes transformed with double eyelid tape, contouring slimming the face. Ruoli explained each step as she worked. With Ruoli and Xiaoji's efforts, the results were better than surgery. The transformed individuals marveled at their new appearances, their confidence boosted. Xiaoji called for a break. "This 100-person makeover is crazy. She didn't even consult me." Ruoli soothed Xiaoji. "I just want to help those who, like me, have suffered because of their appearance." Meanwhile, in the palace, Ruoli's sister, now a concubine, was furious. The masked man before her was the infamous assassin, Qing Jun. He was unaware of the price Ruoli had paid for her survival. "She's still alive after the strongest poison. And you dare ask for payment?" Qing Jun chuckled. "My mistake. I'll try again." "Your Majesty," someone intervened and detoxified her. "I'll go again." The concubine, still angry, decided to tease Wan Fei, who had spoken out of turn. Wan Fei slapped Qing Jun's hand. "Get out, you murderous dog." Qing Jun wasn't bothered. Such a woman wasn't worth his attention. He laughed and left the palace, heading for Ruoli. At the beauty event, a wealthy man arrived. Xiaoji was the first to sense something amiss. Ruoli also felt a murderous aura. The man removed his mask, revealing a scarred face. Xiaoji yelled, "This face is fake." Ruoli instantly went on guard. Suddenly, arrows rained down. Xiaoji yelled, "Take cover." Ruoli flipped a table for protection. Just then, a masked man dressed in white, wielding a tonfa and a katana, appeared and deflected the nameless flying dart. Soon, word reached the capital that the situation had been resolved, though the perpetrator hadn't been caught. The mysterious man and a group of white horses had vanished. In truth, this man was the prince. Ruoli exclaimed, "So handsome. My white-armored Prince Charming." With everything seemingly calm, Ruoli crawled out from under the table. The prince picked up the broken sword left on the ground. His suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the nameless sword. Looking at the mask, Ruoli was filled with questions. "Who are the nameless? And who are you?" Ruoli then noticed her white-armored prince's bleeding fingers. She started to approach him, but the prince rode off on his white horse. Ruoli chased after him, calling, "Wait. Who are you? Why did you save me?" But she received no answer. Ruoli returned to her quarters in the prince's estate, feeling unsettled. She also scolded Xiaoji, forbidding him from leaving the estate again. Ruoli pleaded, "Your Highness, don't be so hasty. See, I'm not even injured." Knowing the dangers of the nameless, the prince firmly insisted Ruoli remain within the estate without his permission. Ruoli suddenly noticed a bandage on the prince's index finger, identical to the wound on her white-armored savior. A suspicion arose. "When did you get hurt?" she asked urgently. The prince, reverting to his aloof demeanor, replied, "What's it to you?" The tender moment was instantly shattered. Annoyed, Ruoli pushed the prince out the door. "You can leave now." She slammed the door shut. "Good night." "Bye." "Don't let me hold you up." Sitting on her bed, Ruoli suddenly felt something strange. It was hard, beneath her. Just as she was about to investigate, a pair of hands embraced her. "Greetings, my lady. I am Qing-jun of the Nameless. It's an honor." Hearing this, Ruoli, realizing it was her assassin, was terrified. She wanted to scream for help, but found herself unable to make a sound. Ruoli's inability to move or speak was due to the existence of martial arts in this world. Qing-jun had immobilized her with a pressure point technique. Ruoli panicked internally. This world treats killing like a game. And there's martial arts. How am I supposed to survive this? My little Xiaji. Xiaji, despite his fear, stood bravely beside Ruoli, drawing his unimpressive-looking knife. Qing-jun teased Ruoli, "I've been longing to see you since our encounter today. I simply couldn't resist visiting, my lady." Ruoli wanted to retort, but being silenced by the pressure point, could only blink furiously. Qing-jun, realizing this, released the hold. Ruoli, now able to move, exploded. "Untie me completely." "Silencing me, what kind of hero are you? And are you crazy?" Assaulting the prince's wife, Qing-jun remained unfazed and unimpressed by the mention of the powerless prince. He casually picked up a nearby comb and began carving. He found Ruoli far more interesting than the prince. Interesting, interesting. Interesting how? Ruoli panicked inwardly. "Don't tell me he's going to." Seeing the neatly arranged combs, Ruoli noted, "He's definitely got OCD. My lady, your frantic thoughts are amusing. I have urgent matters to attend to." Qing-jun reached into his robes, presumably for his knife, intending to kill her. Ruoli, misled by his appearance and words, thought he was about to assault her. "Wait!" she cried. Qing-jun's knife was already half drawn. Hearing Ruoli, he paused. Ruoli quickly said, "You seem different from those other incompetent fools. A professional killer, right? You don't really want to kill me, do you? Let's be honest, it's all about the thrill and the money. Name your price, my lady, you are interesting. How do you know I'm not here to ahem or kill? The price I demand, I'm afraid you can't afford." Facing death, Ruoli thought, whatever the price, I'll stall. "Just say it. How much will it take to spare me?" Qing-jun scoffed, "This dilapidated estate cannot even afford a high price. The empress in the palace has promised me invaluable protection." Ruoli instantly understood. "So you don't actually need money, do you?" Slightly surprised, Qing-jun admitted, "My lady is indeed clever." Hope ignited within Ruoli. "You saw my makeup skills today, how I can change someone's appearance. Wouldn't that qualify as invaluable protection?" Qing-jun played with a silver needle, unimpressed. "Mere child's play. I can do that too." Knowing she had piqued his interest, Ruoli pressed further. "Yours is too crude. Mine is much more practical. Anyone can use it, and your killer instinct truly impressive. Why don't you untie me, and I'll demonstrate." Qing-jun observed Ruoli, his interest waning. Ruoli tearfully pleaded, "I promise I won't move. Besides, wouldn't it be easier to just kill me now?" This flattered Qing-jun, who chuckled and untied her. Ruoli discreetly signaled Xiaji for her makeup kit. Xiaji quickly produced the necessary items. Ruoli immediately began applying the disguise, transforming herself into Qing-jun. For added effect, Ruoli even blindfolded herself. With a change of clothes, it would be hard to tell them apart. Reaching the crucial moment, Ruoli hid the powder puff behind her back. "Want to learn? Come closer, and I'll tell you the secret." Ruoli stepped forward and threw the powder into Qing-jun's eyes. This was her moment. She believed that as long as he couldn't see, she could escape. Qing-jun instinctively tried to grab Ruoli, but blinded, he missed. His attack swung wide. Ruoli seized the opportunity, and dove into the tunnel she had previously dug. When Qing-jun's vision cleared, Ruoli was gone, leaving only the gaping tunnel beneath the bed. Qingjun chuckled, finding Ruoli even more intriguing than other women. He didn't pursue, but left the estate with a smirk. Meanwhile, the prince sneezed, likely due to the open window. He went to close it and spotted the disguised Nameless on the roof. Seeing the Nameless attire, the prince grabbed his sword. What is he plotting? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ruoli might be in danger. The prince rushed to Ruoli's room, calling her name. The room was in disarray. The prince's heart lurched. He frantically searched, and discovered the tunnel under the bed. When did she dig this? A noise from the tunnel put the prince on high alert. He drew his sword. Ruoli, just emerging from the tunnel, was startled by the prince's presence. Seeing Ruoli, the prince rushed to her side, checking for injuries. Are you all right? Ruoli blushed at his concern. Before she could speak, the prince gripped her hands, demanding, why did you dig a tunnel? Were you trying to escape? Why did you come back? Ruoli retorted, why are you shouting? We need to deal with the assassin. Suddenly, the prince embraced her tightly, like a lost treasure found. Forgetting his facade, he confessed, I just don't want you to get hurt anymore. Ruoli froze, overwhelmed. Having never been in love, she wasn't sure what to make of this confession. The prince had intended to reveal his love, but Ruoli, inexperienced in romance, didn't fully grasp his meaning. Embarrassed by the embrace, she pushed him away. The prince gazed at her longingly. What's wrong? Taking her silence as rejection, the prince's heartbroken expression made Ruoli's heart race. Excuse me, but your heartbeat seems a bit fast. Xiaji's sudden interruption snapped Ruoli back to reality. Blushing furiously, she told Xiaji to shut up. The prince gently stroked Ruoli's smudged cheek, a result of her escape from the Nameless. He regretted his confession. The dangers surrounding her were too great. He didn't want to involve her. Resuming his aloof persona, he decided to keep his feelings hidden. He turned and left. Ruoli was left confused. What was that about? Xiaji shrewdly observed, have you never been in love before? Mind your own business. Ruoli snapped, embarrassed by Xiaji's insight, but the prince's words and embrace lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, in the palace, Consort Wan danced seductively for the emperor. But, despite Consort Wan's efforts and the music played by the other consorts, the emperor remained unmoved. Annoyed, he snapped, enough of this vulgar display. He beckoned Consort Wan closer. She was elated, mistaking his gesture for favor, but the emperor pinched her cheek disdainfully. Why are you so different? You, he threw her aside, laughing cruelly. Stolen goods are always more tempting. The next morning, Ruoli dressed beautifully and hummed a tune as she went to see the prince. Qiao Jiyu had advised her to follow her heart. Since she couldn't deny her feelings for the prince, she decided to accept his affections. So, Ruoli eagerly sought him out. Xiaji simply thought, love makes women lose all sense of propriety. Ruoli lamented her fate, contemplating love only after marriage. She hesitated outside the prince's door. Just as she was about to knock, she heard the sound of something breaking inside. Worried, Ruoli hesitated for a moment before resolutely pushing open the door, ready to check on him. She stepped inside. My lord, are you all right? The prince was startled, clearly not expecting Ruoli's arrival. Anyone who entered this room now was meant to be silenced. At this moment, numerous influential figures were gathered in his room, discussing a momentous plan to overthrow the dynasty. To prevent Ruoli from being harmed, the prince, ignoring the others' glares, snapped, You flighty woman. What are you doing here? It was obvious, things weren't looking good. The men in the room had murderous intent towards Ruoli. This matter was of grave importance. If the princess consort were to hear, the prince hurried Ruoli out, insisting to the others that she was mad and wouldn't understand their discussion even if she heard it. Hey, why are you only sending me away? Who are they? Ruoli asked. Pushing her out the door, the prince warned her to leave immediately. The situation was dire. Ruoli understood. They were plotting something secretive and feared she'd be silenced for overhearing. His calling her mad was actually a way to protect her. Ruoli was right. The prince truly wanted to protect her from these dangerous affairs, hence his pretense of her madness. The prince had fallen for Ruoli. But he feared the potential failure of their plot, which would certainly result in his death. Such emotional turmoil would only bring her sorrow. He chose to bear the burden alone. Inside the room, the discussion continued. The Dongsheng kingdom, under the emperor's rule, was notorious for its harsh decrees. A date for the uprising was set. The date was set for the emperor's wedding day. Ruoli leaned against the city wall, lost in thought. Xiaji, unable to watch any longer, interjected, "Why haven't you gone inside? It's almost dark, Ruoli." Ruoli was still struggling to understand the prince's intentions. One moment he confesses, the next he calls me crazy. He avoids me, yet he seems to be involved in something dangerous. Xiaji sternly warned Ruoli, "Don't forget how dangerous this world is. Even when in love, you need to protect yourself." Determined to stop overthinking, Ruoli decided to talk to the prince, to have a mature conversation, and clear things up. Having made up her mind, she went to find him. A woman's intuition alerted her to impending danger, but it was too late. A dark figure ambushed and knocked her unconscious from behind. When Ruoli awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar bed. Sitting up and touching her still aching head, she wondered, "Have I transmigrated again?" Just then, someone pushed open the door and entered. To Ruoli's shock, it was the emperor, his eyes fixed on Ruoli with undisguised lust. "Welcome, sister-in-law. Make yourself comfortable." The emperor struck Ruoli as dangerous. Frightened and furious, she demanded, "Why have you brought me here?" The emperor of Dongsheng was truly audacious, harboring lewd intentions towards his own sister-in-law, and daring to act on them. Ruoli struggled to escape. "Is there some misunderstanding, Your Majesty? Please listen to me. I haven't done anything consort Wan accused me of." Xiaji urgently warned Ruoli not to provoke this volatile emperor, lest she face dire consequences. Ruoli obediently knelt, hoping to appease him. But she was dealing with an emperor without scruples. He pulled her up and declared his intention to make her his imperial concubine. Even a drama wouldn't dare portray such a scene. Xiaji exclaimed in shock. Ruoli recoiled, but the emperor, unyielding, pointed at her. "I mean what I say." Hiding in the shadows, the scheming consort Wan was seething with rage. Why does she, this little vixen, deserve the emperor's favor when I, after all my efforts, cannot? But Ruoli was not interested. The emperor's attitude disgusted her. "I am your sister-in-law. This is inappropriate. Besides, I am neither beautiful nor talented. Your Majesty, please spare me." The emperor forcibly pulled Ruoli closer. His authority was absolute. As emperor, any woman he desired was his to take. The prince was still discussing the rebellion. One wrong move could cost them their lives. Every detail had to be meticulously planned. At that moment, the guard assigned to protect Ruoli arrived to report. "Princess consort has been taken to the palace. I failed to protect her. I await your punishment, my lord." Learning of Ruoli's capture, the prince was deeply worried, knowing the emperor's true nature, but they were on the verge of rebellion. Venturing into the palace now was a dangerous distraction. His advisors urged him not to intervene. The ministers suspected the princess consort's capture was a ploy to restrain the prince. They vehemently opposed a rescue attempt. Understanding the implications, the prince didn't punish the guard, but took responsibility for the situation. His advisors urgently pleaded with him to abandon Ruoli and prioritize their grand plan. They feared the emperor's imminent action, suspecting he had caught wind of their plot. "Indecision will be our downfall tonight." They were using their lives to pressure the prince to abandon Ruoli. The argument intensified. One even suggested the prince immediately divorce Ruoli to sever ties. "Then how the emperor deals with her will be no concern of yours, my lord." The prince calmly responded, "What did you say?" "That woman." Seeing the prince's reaction and realizing Ruoli's importance to him, the advisors retreated. The prince paused in contemplation. The long-planned rebellion was crucial, but so was Ruoli. He refused to jeopardize everyone's lives for his own sake. He made his decision. He would rescue the princess consort. If, at the appointed time, he hadn't appeared at the palace gates, they were to hold back. But if they saw him at the gates, they were to launch the attack immediately. Ignoring their pleas, he flew out. Showing a sliver of decency, the emperor had Ruoli's hands and feet bound and placed her in a specially prepared room. Ruoli inwardly cursed. In this era, the emperor's word was law. How infuriating. Refusing to be a damsel in distress, Ruoli gnawed at the ropes binding her wrists with all her might. After a tremendous struggle, she finally broke free. This is ancient times, she thought. In the modern era, this would be bigamy, kidnapping, a whole list of offenses. Besides, did he ask for my consent? Did he ask the prince? This lunatic emperor. Enraged, Ruoli began working on the ropes binding her ankles. Suddenly, Zyaga's voice appeared. What if he did ask? If the prince abandoned you for his grand scheme, it'd be understandable. Before Ruoli could dwell on her sadness, the door burst open. It was the lascivious emperor, eager to consummate their union. Xiaji quickly disappeared. Ruoli, equally horrified, frantically worked at the ropes. Before she could finish, the emperor grabbed her waistband. His predatory gaze sent shivers down Ruoli's spine. They tugged at the waistband, which was already tearing. If you don't let go, I will. The emperor, confused, didn't understand. Ruoli abruptly released her grip. They had been maintaining a precarious balance. With Ruoli's release, the balance shifted, the force rebounding, and nearly sending the emperor tumbling. He was barely caught by his attendants. Someone secure her. The Empress of Dongsheng arrived, her dignified appearance masking a cruel and ruthless nature. The Empress appearance was orchestrated by Consort Wan, who, unwilling to let the Emperor favor Ruoli and thus lose her own position, had summoned the Empress. Feigning concern, she asked the Emperor what was happening. The Emperor, ignoring her, glared at Ruoli on the bed. Consort Wan approached triumphantly. Your Majesty, this is my elder sister, Wan Ruoli. Sister, you haven't greeted Her Majesty. Ruoli, now free from her ankle restraints and fuming, simply stared at their performance. Wan Fei knelt dramatically. Your Majesty, my sister has always been lacking in manners. Even now, in your presence, she remains disrespectful. You are the ruler of the inner palace. The mother of all. Please advise her on proper conduct. His Majesty intends to elevate the prince's consort to the position of imperial concubine. The Emperor, unable to bear the charade any longer, snapped at the conniving Wan Fei. Silence. The Empress helped Wan Fei up, advising the Emperor against rash actions. Why not let me take both sisters to Kuning Palace to rest and talk? Perhaps by tomorrow, they will have a change of heart. The inner palace politics were complex. Gaining Ruoli's willing cooperation would be preferable. The Emperor, after a moment of consideration, agreed and turned to leave. Observing the Emperor's deference to the Empress, Ruoli realized she was a force to be reckoned with. She then followed the Empress to Kuning Palace. The Empress maintained a pleasant facade, masking her malicious intent. Now that everyone is here, she said, bring it in. Ruoli was curious. What could it be? Soon, palace maids brought in what the Empress had prepared. The Empress picked up the presented item, a sharp hairpin. Without hesitation, she lunged at Ruoli, drawing blood, which dripped onto Ruoli's hand. Her true colors revealed, the Empress berated Ruoli, you shameless hussy. How dare you try to seduce the Emperor? The Empress, however, hadn't deeply wounded Ruoli, but merely scratched her face. Ruoli touched her cheek. How dare you scratch my face? You're going down. As she prepared to retaliate, a loud crash interrupted. Someone had kicked through the Kuning Palace window. The palace maid screamed, assassin. The intruder was the prince, in his alternate identity as the white-armored prince, who had saved Ruoli multiple times. He swept Ruoli into his arms and vanished from Kuning Palace with lightning speed. Carried away from the palace, Ruoli exclaimed in astonishment, you're the white-armored prince. Ruoli was truly fortunate. Whenever danger arose, he always appeared to save her. Having openly defied the Empress, their escape would not be easy. Guards surrounded them, one even managing to pierce the prince's mask. Ruoli felt a surge of worry. Be careful. The prince, holding her tightly, effortlessly fought them off, finding a secluded spot to hide Ruoli. Stay here. Don't move. I'll deal with them and come back for you. He turned and flew away. Ruoli still didn't know his name, despite calling out to him several times. She shouted after him, don't just fly off like that every time. Tell me your name. Xiaji excitedly pulled at Ruoli's face, causing her wounds to sting. Xiaji immediately took out a brush to treat Ruoli's wounds, comforting her, normal wounds heal quickly. They won't scar. Xiaji was startled by the appearance of the sealed Emperor and Empress, but continued to comfort Ruoli, it's all right now, don't be afraid. Ruoli, touched, gently scratched Xiaji's nose. You're injured yourself, yet you're still comforting me. Thank you. Suddenly, a sound from nearby caught Ruoli's attention. Xiaji was overjoyed, thinking their white-armored prince had returned. In her mind, he was a hero, a symbol of safety. Ruoli cautiously parted the grass to see what it was. It turned out, they were at the cold palace, the place everyone in the palace avoided. Driven by curiosity, Ruoli was about to enter when she heard someone behind her call out, "Mother." It startled both Xiaji and Ruoli. The already eerie atmosphere of the cold palace made the sudden voice even more unsettling. However, seeing the tearful, cute little boy who called out "Mother," her fear vanished, replaced by bewilderment. Ruoli repeatedly denied, "I'm not your mother. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little boy cried inconsolably, "Mother, I only have you. Don't you want me anymore?" Ruoli was flustered. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm really not your mother." Ruoli relented. She had to calm the boy down first, lest they attract unwanted attention. She thought, this child, dressed in rags and seemingly unattended, had managed to survive in the cold palace. He must be exceptionally resilient. The boy noticed Ruoli's injuries and asked with concern, "Mother, how did your face get hurt? Does it hurt?" "Mother, you need to bandage your wounds." Ruoli sighed. "You're so pitiful yourself, yet you're worried about me. All right, I'll be your mother for now and take care of you." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of menacing men in black appeared. Ruoli shielded the boy and retreated. She asked Xiaji to look after the child while she dealt with them. "Stay back." She charged at the men in black, releasing the pent-up frustration of the past few days. However, despite her improved strength, her body was still weak and couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. She was clearly struggling. Just as she was about to collapse, her white-armored prince appeared again, dispatching the remaining attackers with a single stroke. Relieved, the boy ran to Ruoli. "Mother, are you all right?" The prince was stunned. "What's going on? I was just gone for a bit, and now you have a child." "Don't ask. Let's just say I just picked him up. I don't even know his name." She gently stroked the boy's head. "What's your name?" The boy obediently replied, "Mother, I don't have a name." Ruoli picked up the boy. Seeing him alone in the desolate cold palace, she felt pity and decided to adopt him. The prince cautioned her, "Think this through. This child's origins are unknown. Are you sure about taking him with you?" Ruoli was resolute. "I want to take him home. We were strangers, yet you saved me several times. He's just a child, how can I abandon him?" Back at his mansion, the prince was troubled. That woman is reckless. Bringing someone of unknown origin back to the mansion. Even if it's a child, she shouldn't be so careless. It's worrisome. To make matters worse, Shinfu reported that because the prince had rescued Ruoli, they missed a crucial opportunity, and many were dissatisfied. The prince roared, "I made the arrangements. Who dares to be dissatisfied?" Ruoli returned to the mansion with the boy, fuming. The emperor and empress of this era are truly despicable. Her agitation caused her wounds to bleed again. The boy gently touched her face. "Mother, your face is bleeding. Don't smile." Ruoli quickly wiped the blood away. "Don't worry, Mother's fine." She playfully pinched the boy's cheek. "From now on, I'm your mother. I'll protect you." Qiao Jiyu was at the door, asking if Ruoli was all right. She had been worried sick when Ruoli disappeared. Ruoli invited Qiao Jiyu in. She considered Qiao Jiyu a friend, not a servant. The boy nervously clutched Ruoli's clothes. "Mother, I'm scared." Ruoli assumed he was shy and didn't think much of it. She opened the door. As Qiao Jiyu began to speak, the boy suddenly shouted, "Mother, run." He had clearly suffered trauma, and had a conditioned response. He quickly hid under the blankets, trembling. "Momo's coming. Hide." Seeing the boy's unusual behavior, Ruoli comforted him. "It's okay. Momo is Mother's friend. He's a good person." Judging by the boy's fear, he must have suffered greatly in the palace. The women of the harem were truly hateful. The boy looked up with teary eyes. "Really? Don't let those bad people trick you, Mother." Ruoli hugged the boy, empathizing deeply. Having grown up without a mother, she knew the hardships. "Don't be afraid. From now on, I'm your mother." The boy stopped crying, snuggling into Ruoli's embrace. "Mother, you have me now. You're not alone anymore." Qiao Jiyu approached, presenting medicine the prince had specifically prepared for Ruoli. Ruoli was curious. How did he know I was injured? Qiao Jiyu stammered, unsure how to answer. Distracted, Ruoli didn't press further, instead asking if the boy was injured. The boy obediently pulled up his sleeve, revealing a shocking number of scars for someone so young. Tears streamed down Ruoli's face as she saw his scars. Who could be so cruel to a child? It doesn't hurt. They are all healed. Don't cry, mother. Your face hurts more. Despite his suffering, he was incredibly considerate, making Ruoli's heart ache. Ruoli wiped away her tears, determined to be a good mother. She applied ointment to the boy's scars and cleaned him up. The boy's playful nature returned, revealing the child he should be. Seeing the boy happy, Ruoli felt relieved. Much better. The boy hugged Ruoli, feeling warmth in his heart. I have a mother now. It feels so good. He secretly vowed to protect her. Kiao Jiu observed the boy, a thought crossing her mind. He looks just like the prince when he was young. Ruoli decided to take the boy to meet the prince. Since they were at the mansion, it was proper to introduce him. Upon seeing the prince, the boy called out, "Father." Ruoli was stunned. Don't you remember? This is your father. The boy smiled brightly. Mother's husband is naturally my father. The clever boy had noticed the resemblance between the prince and the man who rescued them. Since this was his mother's husband and the master of the mansion, he wanted to win his favor for his mother's happiness. He cheerfully called out "Father," and rushed towards the prince, only to be stopped by the prince, who looked at Ruoli suspiciously. This child's origins are unknown. You brought him back just like that. Ruoli suggested the prince give the boy a name, so he would no longer be of unknown origin. The prince, wanting to conceal his identity as the white-armored prince, pretended not to know the boy lacked a name. He studied the boy's features, and an idea struck him. Let's call him Xiao Xiao. The boy was overjoyed. Father likes mother, right? He's not angry that mother brought back a stranger, and even gave Xiao Xiao a name. Thank you, father. The prince stood up, feigning indifference. Don't call me father. Xiao Xiao cheerfully replied, okay, father. The prince secretly enjoyed being called father and let it go. Ruoli watched, the two of them, amused. It seemed the prince had accepted Xiao Xiao, which pleased her. Suddenly, a group of maids approached. The prince immediately feigned illness. The maids rushed to his side. In front of the maids, the prince announced Xiao Xiao's status. The princess consort will be responsible for this child. Any issues concerning him will be her responsibility. If anything happens to this child, you will be held accountable. He then spoke to Xiao Xiao privately. As for your education, I will spare you for now, considering your young age and hardships. Just stay at the mansion and be a good companion to your mother. Ruoli watched from afar, curious about their private conversation. Xiao Xiao would be the catalyst for the prince and Ruoli's growing affection. He earnestly pleaded, can Xiao Xiao sleep with mother and father tonight? It's always been my dream. Ruoli blushed, flustered by Xiao Xiao's request. She and the prince had never slept together, their marriage only in name. She shyly glanced at the prince, apologizing. Don't mind him, your highness. The prince, inwardly delighted, maintained a calm facade. All right, Xiao Xiao's request isn't unreasonable. Yay. I can sleep with father and mother. Xiao Xiao happily hugged the prince. Ruoli watched their interaction, amused. People in this era are surprisingly receptive to becoming fathers. The prince suddenly asked seriously, how is your wound? With Shiji's advanced technology, Ruoli was confident. It's fine. It'll be healed in a couple of days. Night fell. Ruoli was putting Xiao Xiao to bed, filled with maternal warmth. Though she grew up without parents, she was optimistic and resilient. Now, she was pouring that missing parental love onto Xiao Xiao. But Xiao Xiao, wise beyond his years, hadn't forgotten his role as a catalyst. Mother, where's father? Isn't he sleeping with us? Ruoli blushed, slightly embarrassed. Your father's probably busy. You go to sleep first. Don't wait for him. Unbeknownst to her, the prince was already at the door. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, cheerfully greeting the prince. Father, you're here to sleep with mother and me. Ruoli was taken aback. She hadn't expected the prince to actually come. She thought he was just joking with Xiao Xiao. The prince responded to Xiao Xiao seriously. He took out a box of ointment. This promotes wound healing and prevents scarring. Try it, Ruoli. Shiji immediately appeared, analyzing the ointment's ingredients. These are all very precious medicinal ingredients. Let Ruoli use them without worry. They are good for her wounds. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao has already become a master matchmaker. Daddy, mommy is hurt. Shouldn't you help her apply the medicine? The prince was inwardly delighted. This son is good. I must give him a chicken leg later. I thought I could apply it myself. No need, I can do it myself. The prince didn't want to disappoint Xiao Xiao's kindness. Holding the medicine, he said, let me. He gently dabbed a bit of the ointment on Ruoli's face. The prince's movements were very gentle. Suddenly, the cool sensation of the ointment interrupted Ruoli's love-struck gaze. The prince immediately loosened his hand and softly asked, did I hurt you? Ruoli quickly said no. Her heart was beating uncontrollably fast. Oh my God, such a gentle prince. Who can resist this? Xiao Xiao quickly chimed in, Daddy, blow on it. Mommy must be in pain. You have to blow on it for her. The prince couldn't help but complain inwardly, am I really following a child's instructions? Shouldn't I rebel? But his body acted honestly. He leaned close to Ruoli's face and gently blew on her wound. The silence allowed them to hear each other's heartbeats. Xiao Xiao cheered happily, yay. Daddy blew on it. Mommy's pain has flown away. Ruoli grumbled inwardly, this child not becoming a cupid is such a waste. Ruoli quickly coaxed Xiao Xiao to sleep. Xiao Xiao obediently closed his eyes. However, this little schemer wanted to sleep with Daddy and Mommy together. But he strategically positioned himself on the very edge of the bed. Ruoli was surprised and asked, Xiao Xiao, why are you sleeping on the inside? Don't you want to sleep between Daddy and Mommy? Xiao Xiao pretended to be asleep and didn't respond. The prince understood Xiao Xiao's intentions and said softly, forget it, let him be. Ruoli inwardly complained, this little guy is too clever. He understands everything. But what could she do? Sleep like this, of course. Having promised Xiao Xiao, Ruoli faced Xiao Xiao the entire time. Her shoulder became numb. She really wanted to change positions. Finally, she turned over and discovered the prince was asleep. This was her first time sharing a bed with a man, especially such a handsome and powerful prince. It made her heart race and she couldn't take her eyes off him. The prince suddenly opened his eyes and leaned closer. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Ruoli blushed furiously and lied, saying she couldn't sleep in unfamiliar beds. Unexpectedly, the prince reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. Sleep peacefully. Don't move. I'll hold you. Ruoli hadn't expected this move from the prince. The prince also seemed captivated by this moment. Ruoli never thought that this night would be the most peaceful sleep she'd had since arriving in this world. By the time she woke up and greeted Xiao Xiao, it was already late morning. Xiao Xiao asked with concern, Mommy, are you tired from last night? Ruoli quickly changed the subject, telling Xiao Xiao to play in the courtyard for a while. After freshening up, she would take him out to buy some tan hulu. Afterwards, while applying makeup to Ruoli, Xiaji noticed that her wound, despite the ointment, was getting worse. Ruoli herself didn't feel anything, thinking that Xiaji, being a professional, was overthinking it and that it was more serious than it seemed. She still didn't pay much attention to it. Afterwards, wearing a veil, she took Xiao Xiao to the market to buy tan hulu, but she didn't know that someone was secretly watching her every move. Those two were Wan Fei and the Empress spies. Knowing that Ruoli had to wear a veil when going out, they figured the poison on the blade was taking effect. In fact, the Empress had coated Ruoli's blade with a colorless, odorless, and sensationless poison that day. It slowly corroded the skin without the victim's knowledge. No matter how much makeup was applied later, it couldn't be concealed. They thought that, by ruining Ruoli's face, the emperor would be disgusted and give up the idea of taking Ruoli as a concubine. They also prepared a big surprise, using this opportunity to have the emperor punish her, ensuring Ruoli would never rise again. Oblivious to the impending doom, Ruoli bought tan hulu and teased Xiao Xiao. Mommy, tan hulu. Xiao Xiao wants tan hulu. Xiaji couldn't bear it any longer. Your face is getting worse, yet you still have the mood to play with a child. Ruoli simply thought it was a normal wound and trusted Xiaji's skills completely. She didn't overthink it. For her, who was once a young lady, children were so cute. Not teasing them would be a waste. Xiaji was speechless. Fine, as long as you're happy. Ruoli was indeed very happy, so much so that she didn't notice her foot slipping. Xiaji hurriedly yelled, be careful, but it was too late. Just as Ruoli was about to fall, she unexpectedly bumped into the passing prince. The prince steadied Ruoli. Awkwardly, the tan hulu in her hand smeared across the prince's face. Seeing the prince's stunned expression, Ruoli burst into laughter. You look so cute like this, The prince scraped the tan hulu off his face and gave it to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao happily reached out to take it. Daddy is so good. Ruoli immediately felt jealous. Hey, Xiao Xiao, this tan hulu was bought by me for you. Why are you being biased and only saying daddy is good? Xiao Xiao munched on the tan hulu. But mommy also uses daddy's money. His words made sense, leaving Ruoli speechless. It stung a little. As expected, only financial independence can bring a woman true dignity. The current scene was so joyful and harmonious that the prince's heart was touched. He sat quietly, accompanying the mother and son. Seeing how cute Xiao Xiao was, Ruoli suddenly wanted to put makeup on him. She changed Xiao Xiao's clothes and applied some makeup. Seeing the finished product, anyone who didn't know would think Xiao Xiao was a girl. Ruoli praised him, so cute. The prince, seeing this, was speechless. This is just ridiculous. Ruoli disagreed. She thought Xiao Xiao would be very cute as a girl. But Xiao Xiao declared that he didn't want to be a girl. He declared very seriously, Mommy, Xiao Xiao wants to be a man. To protect Mommy. Ruoli was deeply moved and hugged Xiao Xiao. She didn't expect him to be such a filial child. Xiao Xiao immediately asked, Mommy, is your face healed yet? Ruoli removed her veil to show them her face. This was a big mistake. Seeing her face shocked both the prince and Xiao Xiao. Not only had it not healed, but it had gotten worse. Ruoli still didn't realize anything was wrong. She thought it was because she had been out in the sun these past few days, which was why it hadn't healed. The prince became anxious again, and told Ruoli to stay in the residence, and not go anywhere. Xiao Xiao quickly echoed, Daddy is right. Mommy doesn't need to take Xiao Xiao shopping anymore. Rest well, Ruoli sighed. Although she didn't want to be cooped up in her room every day, she didn't want them to worry, so she agreed to stay and rest. However, Ruoli suddenly took out all her makeup. Since I can't go out, it'll be boring. How about Mommy continues to put makeup on Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao acted like he was making a great sacrifice. If Mommy is happy then okay. The prince also looked resigned. As long as you're happy. Suddenly, a panicked guard rushed in to report the arrival of someone from the palace. On the day Ruoli escaped the palace, the empress and Wan Fei hatched a plot. First, to give the emperor an explanation, and second, to deal with Ruoli. When the emperor confidently came to ask the empress for results, the empress, with superb acting, feigned a relaxed and comfortable demeanor, replying, Wan Fei's matter has been taken care of. Just a few finishing touches remain. This further solidified her image as a virtuous and benevolent empress. She then subtly signaled to Wan Fei. Upon receiving the signal, Wan Fei, another master of pretense, acted as if she had no selfish motives, and was only considering the emperor's best interests. She said to the emperor, Your Majesty, what worries the empress is that Wan Ruoli is now the Zun Wang Fei. If your Majesty simply takes her as a concubine, I'm afraid the people will criticize. The emperor slammed the table in anger. She has always defied me. This world is mine. Who dares to gossip? The empress, seeing that her plan was working, quickly stepped forward to soothe the emperor and prevent him from getting too angry. She immediately presented her strategy to silence the gossiping mouths. The emperor's interest was piqued, and his anger dissipated. Tell me, empress. The empress immediately whispered the poisonous plan into the emperor's ear. This would not only please the emperor, but also eliminate Ruoli. The empress was inwardly ecstatic. Wan Fei, standing beside them, was furious. She had been busy working on this, and the credit was all taken by that scheming empress. Damnable. After hearing the empress plan, the emperor revealed a sinister smile. He was very satisfied with her scheme. He ordered her to proceed. As for his interfering son, Zun Wanya, the empress should find an excuse to get rid of him. This tyrannical emperor had reached the peak of his cruelty. If not now, when would they rebel? Therefore, when the guard reported the arrival of someone from the palace, it was for this very plan. The visitors were by Li Hua and Wan Fei. The prince knew that visitors from the palace never brought good news. With a cold expression, he asked, What brings Wan Fei Nyang here? Wan Fei put on an innocent act. Naturally, it's a joyous occasion. She had been in the residence for several months, but there was still no news of pregnancy. She suddenly clapped her hands. Come in. A beautiful woman entered, appearing harmless, but actually quite cunning. She was the Minister of Right's daughter, Shufani. The emperor, under the guise of caring for the prince and wanting the royal family to expand, specifically sent Shufani to be the prince's concubine. In reality, he wanted to disrupt the relationship between the prince and Ruoli and get rid of Ruoli. Ruoli was furious. She and the prince were having such a good time, and now this homewrecker appeared. How could this be? The prince was even angrier than Ruoli. From the moment he realized his feelings for Ruoli, he refused directly. No need. I don't need her. Go back and tell the emperor, my Wang Fei is enough. Wan Fei immediately used the emperor to threaten the prince. Since His Majesty has bestowed this reward, you should accept it. Do you understand the consequences of defying the emperor? Wan Fei was acting like a complete lackey. Before the prince could speak, Ruoli stepped forward. Wang Ye, I agree to this arrangement. The prince panicked and pulled Ruoli aside. What are you doing? Ruoli whispered back, if we don't agree, do you want to defy the emperor? In the current situation, the prince certainly couldn't defy the emperor, but he also didn't want Ruoli to suffer this humiliation. Ruoli looked at the prince's serious expression. So, you care about my feelings? The prince's expression softened. You are, after all, my officially wedded wife. Wan Fei grew impatient and taunted, what? Do you need to discuss accepting the emperor's grace? Seeing her smugness, Ruoli decided to teach her a lesson. Wan Fei Nyang, I believe children are a matter of fate, not human intervention. Just because I haven't conceived, the emperor and empress are forcing someone into the residence. Wan Fei Nyang has been in the palace for 2 years. The harem has countless concubines, yet, Ruoli's retort made the prince inwardly cheer. Well done. He even gave her a thumbs up. Wan Fei was enraged. Insolent. How dare you disrespect this palace? Ruoli calmly replied, I'm just stating facts. How is this disrespect? Wan Fei didn't expect to lose in a verbal spar. She stamped her foot in anger. Seeing this, Shufani immediately stepped forward. She knelt down and pleaded, Wang Ye, Wang Fei, please forgive me. This matter arose because of me. I deserve to be punished. But in reality, this was a tactic to gain sympathy. The prince tried to persuade her. You are the Minister of Right's daughter. Wouldn't it be better to marry into a good family? Why do this to yourself? But Shufani was persistent. Even shedding tears. With a sincere look, Shufani said, I know I can't compare to Wang Fei in Wang Ye's eyes. I have no intention of competing with her. I am now a member of the residence. I hope Wang Ye and Wang Fei will consider my reputation, and not let my parents be ridiculed. The prince remained unmoved. But Ruoli worried that defying the emperor would endanger the entire residence. Since Wan Fei had been taught a lesson this time, and wouldn't easily force anyone into the residence again, she persuaded the prince to agree for now and then think of a solution later. Since his wife had spoken, the prince naturally listened. He immediately agreed, thank you for His Majesty's kindness. As Wan Fei left, she was filled with resentment. I truly underestimated that ugly sister. To think Huang Shan could make the prince so infatuated. But as long as Shufani succeeds, I doubt you'll last even a dozen nights. At night, Shufani dressed herself provocatively, constantly asking her maid, why isn't the prince here yet? Today's my first night in the prince's manor. Just then, the door opened. Shufani immediately called out coquettishly, my prince. Prince Liuyang stood at the door, angrily ordering, put your clothes on. Shufani pretended to be shy and struggled with her clothes. My prince, isn't Fani here for a reason tonight? The prince coldly entered the room, picked up a blanket. I'm not interested in you. Tonight, you sleep on the bed. You'll sleep on the floor. If it weren't for his current inability to resist the Imperial order, he wouldn't even want to enter this room. Shufani feigned innocence. My prince, do you truly dislike Fani this much? But the prince ignored her and sat down on the floor. Seeing the prince's indifference, Shufani played the sympathy card to gain his favor and trust. My prince, you don't know, but Fani has admired you since childhood. I remember when you would practice swordsmanship alone under the magnolia tree, and, while others were playing, you would quietly study. Later, during the Bien Kui rebellion, you led the troops to war. I still remember your heroic appearance. Bien kui. The war ended, you returned triumphantly, but unfortunately, suffered injuries. Not only did you lose the chance for the throne, but you also handed over your military power to the new emperor. Xu Fangyi's acting was truly impressive, even moving herself to tears. She repeatedly declared her sincerity, kneeling before the prince, begging for affection. Fangyi knows your inner struggles. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Just talk. Don't touch me. The prince snapped. Xu Fangyi immediately withdrew her seductive act. Knowing the prince suspected her identity and Ruoli's place in his heart, she expressed contentment just being by his side. She pretended to be deeply in love, wanting nothing but for the prince not to send her away. The prince reiterated, I already have Wang Fei, so I cannot give you what you want. But as long as you behave, I won't dismiss you. Hearing this, Xu Fangyi happily agreed, secretly celebrating her first victory. Meanwhile, Ruoli was still awake, her mind racing with anxieties. Xie yawned. What do you think they are doing tonight? Half asleep, Xie mumbled, who cares? I just want to sleep. Ruoli, restless, wouldn't let her sleep. You can't sleep. You have to talk to me. Xie, bluntly honest, said, seeing how anxious you are, you must be jealous. Ruoli blushed. I'm not jealous. I'm just worried Xu Fangyi will trick the prince, and he'll be implicated by the emperor and empress. This sobered her up. She recognized Xu Fangyi was far more cunning than Wang Fei. Xie Ji also became alert, reminding Ruoli to be cautious. Early the next morning, Xu Fangyi, the new consort, arrived at Ruoli's door, feigning respect, to greet her and help her dress. Of course, this was a pretense for her scheme. The maid tried to stop her. This is our job. It's unnecessary for the consort. But Xu Fangyi insisted, and the maid couldn't refuse. Ruoli and Xie Ji, having stayed up late, were woken by the commotion. Ruoli was annoyed. Who is it? So early. Let people sleep. Xu Fangyi was already at the bedroom door, repeatedly calling out sister apologetically, then pushed the door open to help her dress. Ruoli, sarcastically, said, such an early greeting. How diligent. Xie Ji, seeing Ruoli's expression, thought, uh-oh. It was only Xu Fangyi's first day, and she was already starting trouble. Xu Fangyi maintained her innocent facade, respectfully greeting Ruoli. She insisted on helping Ruoli wash and dress. Her words were sweet, but her intentions were malicious. Ruoli gave a fake sweet smile. No need. It's just a small matter. Xu Fangyi noticed the comb on Ruoli's dressing table. How pretty. Did the prince give it to you? She picked it up without permission. This was my mother's last gift to me. Xu Fangyi feigned shock and dropped it. The comb shattered into 2 pieces. Then, she pretended to be distraught, kneeling and apologizing profusely. Please punish me. I'm so clumsy. I broke your comb. It was your mother's keepsake. Ruoli, knowing it was deliberate, suppressed her anger. Leave? I'll fix it myself. She carefully picked up the broken pieces, heartbroken. Xie Ji cursed under her breath, she did it on purpose. What a two-faced bitch. Xu Fangyi returned to her room, and slapped herself hard, drawing blood. Her maid was shocked. Miss, what are you doing? Xu Fangyi, with a sinister smile, told her maid to inform the prince. The maid instantly understood. Touching her swollen cheek, she smiled wickedly. A big gift for you, sister. Xu Fangyi's maid rushed to the prince, crying, my prince. My lady is in tears. The prince stopped writing. What happened? Like mistress, like maid. My lady accidentally broke Wang Fei's comb. Wang Fei, without a word, slapped her hard. My lady is now crying in her room. Soon, the prince brought Xu Fangyi to Ruoli. The prince gently asked, Wang Fei, did you slap her because of a comb? Xu Fangyi clung to the prince's arm, pretending to be understanding. My prince, don't be angry with sister. It's just a small matter. Seeing this, Ruoli understood. So she orchestrated this herself. She wants to play the victim. Ruoli put on a pitiful expression, holding up the broken comb. My prince, is my mother's keepsake so insignificant? The prince, for the first time, saw Ruoli's vulnerability and felt a pang of sympathy. Seeing the prince sway towards Ruoli, Xu Fangyi started to cry dramatically. My prince, it wasn't sister who hit me. I bumped into her accidentally. I broke her comb. She had the right to punish me. She wanted to remind the prince that Ruoli had resorted to violence. Unexpectedly, the prince turned to her. Indeed, you were disrespectful to Wang Fei. She was right to discipline you. Since you've admitted your fault, you are confined for 3 days as an apology to Wang Fei. Xu Fangyi was stunned. How could this be? Why am I punished, not her? She felt like her plan backfired. Ruoli was also surprised. Why didn't he blame me for hitting her? She felt a sense of being favored. This favoritism was too obvious. The prince blushed, coughing to ease the tension. He gave Ruoli a light, non-punitive punishment as a formality. Ruoli now understood. The prince hadn't believed Xu Fangyi's lies, and bringing Xu Fangyi here was a way to protect her. Ruoli, genuinely happy, nodded, accepting the punishment. Xu Fangyi watched them resentfully and returned to confinement. 3 days later, the weather was beautiful. Ruoli was admiring the blooming lotus flowers when Xu Fangyi saw her. Seeing Ruoli happy irritated her. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Then, she put on her innocent act, greeting Ruoli. Ruoli, wary of such a good actress, said, "You're out so soon." Xu Fangyi knew Ruoli wore a veil to hide her injury, but pretended ignorance. Sister, why do you always wear a veil? Isn't it hot? Ruoli, bluntly, replied, none of your business. Xu Fangyi maintained her gentle demeanor, approaching Ruoli, her words soft, but her actions malicious. She ripped off Ruoli's veil, wanting everyone to see her ugly face, to strike a blow at Ruoli's confidence. She feigned shock. Oh my. Sister, your face so. She pretended to be concerned. Ruoli wasn't having it. She slapped Xu Fangyi hard, leaving a clear handprint. You said I hit you last time. This time, I really did. Xu Fangyi feigned innocence. That was my maid talking nonsense. It was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, seeing maids approaching, she hatched a new plan. She stepped back and screamed, I'm sorry. No. Then she jumped into the lotus pond, making it look like Ruoli pushed her. Ruoli, completely stunned, was speechless. This woman was truly vicious, every move calculated. Splashing in the pond, Xu Fangyi continued to play the victim. Help. Sister, I'm sorry. I can't swim. Her maid also cried for help. Soon, the incident attracted a crowd, including the prince. Xu Fangyi, using her current state, tried to gain the prince's sympathy. Her maid knelt, pleading with the prince. I saw Wang Fei slap my lady and push her into the water. Although my lady isn't royalty, she's the daughter of a minister and the empress cousin. This was a blatant threat. Ruoli calmly replied, I am the Princess Wang Fei. Can't I discipline someone who disrespects me? The prince shouted, impudent. Wang Fei is kind and forgiving. You are confined to your quarters for disrespect. You shall reflect on your actions and learn proper etiquette. Without my permission, you shall not leave. In reality, the prince was protecting Ruoli. If she remained outside, she'd be constantly targeted by Xu Fangyi, damaging her reputation, and possibly leading to serious conflict. Confinement was safer. Xu Fangyi, thinking she'd won, gloated. Ugly woman, you dare challenge me. Her maid was naive, believing her scheme had turned the prince against Ruoli. Xu Fangyi, a master manipulator, despite her temporary victory, knew the prince wasn't truly angry with Ruoli, otherwise the punishment wouldn't be so light. She decided to escalate things, taking out a bottle of medicine, planning to give it to Ruoli for her facial injury, to please the prince and eliminate a future threat. Ruoli, confined, was doodling on paper, clearly not understanding the prince's intentions. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. What's this? It was the prince, wanting to test Ruoli's feelings for him. Ruoli, startled, thinking it was the masked man, turned around and blurted, holy shit. The prince, again appearing as the masked man, was amused. What's holy shit? Ruoli, flustered, explained, it's a compliment for a handsome man. She was disappointed with the man's security. Anyone can just walk in. The masked man, whom she considered a friend, said, why are you here? This is the prince's manor. What if you're caught? The masked prince leaned closer to Ruoli. No reason. I missed you, so I came. Ruoli immediately turned back seriously. Don't talk nonsense. I am the princess consort. The princess consort wants to use the identity of the white-masked prince to release her true nature and express her feelings to Ruoli. Isn't your identity as princess consort used to deceive others? Why can't I miss you and like you? Ruoli suddenly became sentimental. Although I originally stayed in the prince's mansion against my will, but after all the time spent with the prince. Although she still spoke harshly, she knew she had fallen for the prince. Unable to accept the white-masked prince's feelings, she confessed that her heart already belonged to someone else. The prince seriously asked her, "Are you saying this because you're afraid of the constraints of the prince's mansion? As long as you speak, I can take you away anytime." Ruoli sighed. "Besides this prince's mansion, where else can I go?" Seeing Ruoli so melancholic, the prince panicked slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" In fact, the prince's words made her homesick. The prince asked, "Is it Wanfu?" But according to the prince's investigation, there were no people Ruoli cared about in Wanfu. Ruoli thought about the St century, herself as a spy. Perhaps due to today's disappointment, Ruoli lied to the white-masked prince. "If I said him not from this era, but from the future, would you believe me?" The prince's face was full of question marks. This was simply unbelievable to him. Ruoli immediately reacted. Even she wouldn't believe these words from a different perspective. Unexpectedly, the prince suddenly took her hand. "I believe you. Because I can feel that you are different from other women." But there was no joy in Ruoli's eyes. The person in front of her was not the prince. She immediately withdrew her hand, her heart in turmoil. The prince behind the white mask felt a little jealous knowing these words Ruoli had never said to the prince. Wearing a mask and appearing as another identity, the prince was able to express his true feelings directly. He pressed Ruoli. "Why didn't you tell the prince? Are you afraid he won't believe you?" The prince even pressed further. "You care about him a lot, right?" Speaking of the prince, Ruoli's face involuntarily flushed. She still spoke harshly. "I don't. Don't talk nonsense." The prince continued to tease. "Then let me ask you, do you like the prince or me?" Ruoli was flustered. She had never thought about anything happening with the white-masked prince. "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" Suddenly, an abrupt knock on the door interrupted them. It turned out to be that green tea, Shufangi, requesting an audience. Ruoli and the prince were both shocked. Why was Shufangi here? What was she up to? Regardless, they couldn't let her see the white-masked prince. Ruoli anxiously pushed the white-masked prince, urging him to hide behind the screen. "If Shufangi finds out, it'll be disastrous." The prince forced Ruoli to be honest. "We are innocent. What are we afraid of? Unless you have a guilty conscience." Ruoli seriously declared, "I only consider you a friend I can talk to. I can't let others misunderstand." The prince keenly caught her words. "Who are these others you can't let misunderstand? Anyway, it's not you." Ruoli anxiously covered him up, facilitating his hiding. In her heart, she was also annoyed. What's wrong with her? Disrupting my private life. Now I have to deal with this drama queen. Shufangi was already knocking on the door. "Sister, who are you talking to?" Ruoli opened the door with a smile. "You must have heard wrong. I'm alone. Is there something you need?" Shufangi held a bowl of medicine, pretending to sincerely apologize to Ruoli. Ruoli knew this was a pretense, and wanted to see what tricks she was playing. She curiously asked, "What is this?" Shufangi claimed it was the antidote for the skin-rotting incense. "Sister, I've learned some medicine and I know there's a poison that can rot the skin in the incense burner. Your wound has been slow to heal precisely because you've been poisoned." Hearing this, Ruoli immediately understood. It was indeed the empress doing. "Then why are you telling me this?" Shufangi acted concerned, offering the medicine and saying that she felt guilty for causing a misunderstanding during the flower arrangement competition, which resulted in Ruoli being punished. She wanted to take this opportunity to reconcile. Seeing her sincerity, Ruoli accepted the medicine. Back in the room, the prince in the white mask immediately emerged, knowing Shufangi had delivered medicine, and asked Ruoli if she believed her. Ruoli said it was hard to say since she suddenly acted so righteous, but Shufangi hadn't left. She quietly leaned against the door to eavesdrop. At this moment, she was certain she hadn't heard wrong and confirmed the voice in the room was a man's. She immediately cleared her throat and entered. Inside, Ruoli was still wondering if Shufani had changed her ways. After eavesdropping several times before, she no longer believed in her transformation. The prince thought, if this medicine was personally delivered by him, then he couldn't escape responsibility. So there shouldn't be a problem, right? Ruoli revealed a cunning smile. Not necessarily. Since she dared to give it to me, she must have made thorough preparations. Let me see what's in this medicine. The prince thought, my princess consort is indeed extraordinary. He was very curious, just one glance and you can tell the toxicity. Others certainly couldn't, but Ruoli had high-tech assistance. She confidently replied, of course. Xiaji mischievously teased Ruoli, if I don't help you, what will you do? Ruoli pleaded with Xiaji, please help, I've already boasted. As a partner, Xiaji naturally helped. Lifting its high-tech scanner, it quickly analyzed the composition of the medicine. The prince, watching Ruoli's confident look, wondered, can she really tell the toxicity with just one glance? Shufani was indeed not so kind. While the medicine appeared harmless on the surface, it contained a trace amount of undetectable, fatal Wu Ying poison. After learning the results, Ruoli quickly told the white-masked prince. Then what are you going to do? Ruoli didn't want to involve the white-masked prince in this matter, as it had nothing to do with him, so she urged him to leave quickly. But the prince was enjoying himself, teasing Ruoli, why are you so eager to send me away? Are you afraid your prince will get jealous if he sees us? Ruoli, this little white flower, blushed immediately when the prince was mentioned. She looked away with some disappointment, he wouldn't be jealous of me. The prince, watching Ruoli's blushing face, felt a surge of displeasure. She didn't even avoid other men, and even blushed. This prince really knows how to play. At this time, Shufani brought a group of people and tried to barge in. I just heard a man's voice in sister's room. I'm worried about her safety, so I came back to check on her. It wouldn't be good if something bad happened. Hearing Shufangi's voice at the door, Ruoli had a bad feeling. Although Shufani was the secondary princess consort, Qiao Jiyu, guarding the door, remained dutiful. Secondary princess consort, you must have heard wrong. This servant has been guarding the door. Besides your visit, no one else has come. Shufani was convinced that Ruoli was hiding a man inside. As long as she caught them red-handed, the prince would truly be disgusted with her. How could she miss such a good opportunity? She continued her concerned pretense. If sister is really in danger, can you bear the responsibility? Qiao Jiyu remained unyielding, responding firmly, this servant only knows that without the prince's or princess consort's orders, no one is allowed to step into this room. Outside they were in a stalemate, inside Ruoli was panicking. Shufani is right outside the door. What should I do? She came here with such fanfare, she's definitely trying to cause trouble. Qiao Jiyu can't hold on for much longer. The prince behind the white mask calmly drank tea, not panicking at all, just quietly watching Ruoli's panic. Ruoli racked her brains thinking how to prevent them from discovering the white-masked prince. Climbing out the window. No, they'll definitely see. Hiding him in the closet. No, if he's discovered, it'll be even harder to explain. What she feared most was the prince misunderstanding. What to do? If he sees this, he will definitely misunderstand. Speaking of the prince, she suddenly had an idea. Turning to look at the white-masked prince, at this point, I can only use this method. The prince stared at by her intense gaze. Broke out in a cold sweat. What are you planning to do? Ruoli said, take off your mask. The prince's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she discovered something? He feigned composure. Why? The prince thought he had disguised himself well. Besides, Ruoli was a little naive and hadn't discovered his true identity. He thought she wanted to temporarily disguise him as the prince to resolve the Shufani crisis. The white-masked prince was shocked. No way, you want me to impersonate the prince? Ruoli seriously replied, that's right. Only this way can we escape this predicament. The prince hesitated, unwilling to agree. Ruoli, unaware, asked puzzledly, why? Don't you trust me? No matter what you look like, I can make you look like the prince. The prince was hesitant, not because of this, but because he didn't know how to refuse. Then why are you hesitating? Ruoli reached out to remove his mask, thinking that as long as she could remove it, she could ask Xiaji to help with the makeup and the crisis would naturally be resolved. As her hand touched the mask and was about to remove it, the prince, whose identity as the white-masked prince couldn't be revealed yet, and had no words to explain, decided to use his actions to muddle through. He caught Ruoli's hand. Just as the mask was about to fall off, his other hand immediately covered Ruoli's eyes. Ruoli was startled. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Hearing the sound of the mask falling, Ruoli's heart was filled with questions. What was going on? Just as she was about to ask, the prince suddenly took the initiative and kissed her, playing a rogue against himself. "Don't you dare open your eyes. Otherwise, I'll continue kissing you until they all see." He held Ruoli tightly. Was this Ruoli's first kiss? Unaware and forced into this situation, she struggled to open her eyes. "I promise, just let me go." Standing still with her eyes obediently closed, the prince picked up the mask and put it back on. "You can open your eyes now." Slightly helpless, Ruoli thought since the white-masked prince refused to remove his mask, she wouldn't force him. She let him find a place to hide, while she figured out how to deal with Shufangi. Meanwhile, Shufangi had already reached the final barrier. Qiao Jiu remained steadfast, refusing to let them in, but Shufangi, relying on her title as secondary princess consort, angrily scolded Qiao Jiu, "Stop using the prince to pressure me. Get out of my way." As she spoke, she pushed the door open. Ruoli was sitting at the table, sipping tea. "What's the matter, sister? Why have you brought so many people?" Shufangi continued her pretense. "Sister, I heard a man's voice in your room and was worried about your safety, so I came." Ruoli casually replied, "Then you can leave. As you can see, I'm safe." Shufangi continued to provoke, "Sister, you're so eager to send me away. Could it be you're hiding something?" At this moment, the prince had removed the white-masked prince disguise and returned to his sickly appearance, coming to Ruoli's rescue. "What's happening?" Ignoring Shufangi's aggressive posture, Ruoli ran to the prince's side, taking the initiative to attack, fighting fire with fire, leaving Shufangi with no way out. "I was resting, but the secondary princess consort repeatedly brought people to disturb me and even forced her way into my room. It's truly unsettling." Shufangi also refused to be outdone, falsely accusing Ruoli. This servant is also concerned about sister's safety and the reputation of the prince's mansion. Then she pretended to be hesitant, letting her maid, Wan, play the villain. "Your Highness, this servant just saw the princess consort with a masked man in her room, behaving intimately." Both the prince and Ruoli were stunned. Did they really see them? Shufangi slapped Wan across the face. This was prearranged. Her image as a delicate flower couldn't be tarnished. Feigning anger, "How dare you slander the princess consort?" Wan, kneeling on the ground, continued her pretense of being wronged. "This is a serious matter, this servant dare not conceal anything. That man is currently hiding in the princess consort's room. If your highness doesn't believe me, you can have someone search." Even after being slapped, she didn't change her story, showing her words were more valuable than gold. Shufangi took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, inciting the prince. "Since this servant's maid rarely lies, and the matter is of great importance, please investigate. Your highness, to clear this servant's name." Ruoli, watching these two, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop, could only see what the prince would do. Shufangi thought to herself, "Trying to fight me. Let's see how you get out of this." But unexpectedly, the prince said seriously, "This prince knows the princess consort's character best. There's no need to investigate this matter further." Shufangi and Wan were both stunned. What was going on? He didn't even care about being cuckolded. Shufangi's plan had failed, and she couldn't accept it. Forgetting her pretense, she relentlessly tugged at the prince. "Even if you trust sister, you must consider the reputation of the prince's mansion. Moreover, if this matter spreads, sister will also be subjected to gossip." When the prince, disguised as the white-masked hero, learned of Consort Zu's poisoning attempt, he grew colder and ordered, "Consort Shu, control your servants' tongues. If any rumors or slander about the princess reach my ears, you will be held accountable." Consort Shu was dumbfounded again. This deviated drastically from her expectations. It wasn't following the script at all. It didn't end there. The prince continued to deal with this restless, two-faced woman. "Since you insist a man is hidden in the princess' room, I will stay with her tonight and see who is so bold." Consort Shu immediately knelt and tugged at the prince's robe. She couldn't accept the prince staying with Ruoli, ignoring her. "Your highness, my accusations are true. There is no falsehood. On my first night in the manor, I warned you to behave. You swore you would, yet you started scheming the next day. The prince kicked her away. Since you're so certain, you will stay outside the door tonight and watch. If no man but me appears, prepare to face the consequences of slandering the princess. Consort Shu was completely stunned, collapsing to the floor. Why was this happening? Ruoli searched the entire room, but couldn't find the white-masked hero. It was strange. Where could he have hidden? Could he have escaped through the secret passage? But how did he know about it? Lost in thought, the prince, freshly bathed, revealing his 8-pack abs, walked over. What are you thinking about? Ruoli's eyes lit up. The last time she saw this was at the pool. Then, shyly averting her gaze, she turned away. The prince pulled Ruoli closer and pinned her beneath him. You are my princess. If you want to look openly. Ruoli was flustered. What was he doing? She began, Your Highness, why are you suddenly acting like this? Are you really angry? The prince gazed intently at Ruoli. Are you unwilling? Is there really a man hidden here? Is your heart elsewhere? Ruoli was bewildered. Don't be ridiculous. The prince silenced her with a deep kiss. Perhaps, provoked, he was ready to confess, You can say anything you want. Because I like you. At this moment, not only did the prince reveal his true feelings, but Ruoli also responded, actively kissing him back. Faced with Ruoli's passionate response, the prince was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Ruoli understood her own feelings. She hadn't responded to the white-masked hero, yet now she actively kissed the prince. The prince also understood the difference, overjoyed. The woman in my arms likes me. At this moment, they both finally acknowledged their true feelings. The next morning, the prince and Ruoli emerged from their room, radiant and full of energy. The prince thanked Consort Shu, who had been kneeling outside the door all night. Thanks to Miss Shu, the princess and I slept very peacefully last night. Having knelt all night, Consort Shu could barely stand. She pleaded, Your Highness, please forgive the princess. She's frail and can't kneel any longer. After all, Consort Shu had a powerful family. This was enough of a lesson. Ruoli also spoke up for her. Naturally, the prince wanted to give Ruoli face. Since the princess pleads for you, return to your room. If this happens again, I will not be lenient. He left with Ruoli without a second glance. Servants helped the weak Consort Shu back to her room. Once alone, Consort Shu glared at Ruoli's retreating figure, not grateful for her intercession, but filled with even more hatred. Wan Ruoli, you humiliated me today. I will make you pay. Xiao Xiao saw his mother from afar and ran towards her. He had missed his mother dearly these past few days and happily threw himself into her arms. Mother. Xiao Xiao missed you so much. Ruoli apologized for her absence, but Xiao Xiao reassured her, saying he wanted his parents to have some alone time. Such a cute and understanding child. Ruoli couldn't resist pinching his cheeks. He was so mature for his age. The prince watched the affectionate mother and son with a warm heart. Xiao Xiao then asked if anyone had bullied Ruoli. Ruoli laughed. Of course not. Mother has daddy and Xiao Xiao to protect her. I'm not afraid of anyone. Ever since Ruoli brought him back, Xiao Xiao had vowed to protect her and wouldn't let anyone bully her. He even told Ruoli that the prince had taught him some swordsmanship. The prince, also overflowing with love, decided to nurture Xiao Xiao since Ruoli treated him like her own. You're very happy. If you had your own child, you would definitely be a good father. The prince pulled Ruoli closer. Then when do you plan to give me my own child? Ruoli blushed and pushed him away. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao is here. Xiao Xiao, oblivious, cheered them on. Mother, Xiao Xiao wants younger siblings. Preferably 2 brothers and a sister, so I can be the big brother. Ruoli had a headache. Why were both of them so improper? The family of 3 played together, a heartwarming scene. Meanwhile, Consort Shu was scheming again. A servant reported to the prince and princess, the secondary consort, has committed suicide. At the same time, in the Imperial palace, the emperor received news of Consort's suicide and flew into a rage. The empress rushed to the emperor, pleading for him to intervene on behalf of her cousin. The prince, Ruoli, and the scheming consort Shu were summoned to the palace. The emperor immediately questioned the prince. A newly wedded secondary consort committed suicide in the manor. Is this true? The prince shielded Ruoli. Consort Shu framed the princess first. When exposed, she feigned suicide. Consort Shu cried out, "Your Majesty, the princess bullied me and monopolized the prince. I wanted to contribute to the royal bloodline, but haven't shared the prince's bed since my arrival." The empress gasped, inwardly cursing her foolish cousin for failing such a simple task. Ruoli retorted, "Do you know the punishment for deceiving the emperor? I won't let you slander me." Consort Shu played the victim, pulling out a hairpin to stab herself to prove her innocence. But Ruoli wasn't playing along. "If you want to stab yourself to prove your point, go ahead. I'll watch," she said coldly. Consort Shu panicked. This wasn't going as planned. She looked to the empress for help. The empress, eager to get rid of Ruoli, coldly waited for her to act, planning to intervene after. Trapped, Consort Shu hesitantly scratched her arm with the hairpin. The emperor, losing his patience, saw her hesitation. "It seems the princess indeed has the demeanor of a proper consort." He then declared, "Consort Shu is to be confined to her quarters for her lies and slander against the princess." The emperor was secretly delighted. This way, he could legitimately punish Ruoli for disrespect. The prince, now dropping his act of weakness, confronted the emperor. "She is my consort. The emperor needn't interfere in my household affairs." Directly confronting the emperor wouldn't benefit them. Ruoli saw consorts thus wound, and decided to use it to expose their scheme. This way, she wouldn't be punished for disrespect. Ruoli approached Consort Shu with the ointment. "Sister, such a deep wound might scar. Here, this is the ointment you gave me. Let me apply it for you." Consort Shu refused to use the ointment she had gifted, terrified. Ruoli feigned ignorance. "What's wrong? Didn't you say this was the most effective medicine for wounds?" Panicked, Consort Shu continued to refuse. Ruoli seized the opportunity. "Sister, why won't you use the miracle ointment you gifted? Could it be poisoned?" Ruoli dramatically removed her veil, revealing her slightly disfigured cheek. "Your Majesty, since using this ointment, my wound has worsened." Consort Shu not only harmed the princess, but also lied. "Before you. Please punish her severely." Consort Shu frantically denied responsibility. Ruoli pressed on, forcing her to implicate the empress. "It wasn't you. I've already confirmed this ointment is poisoned. Don't bother lying." Consort Shu, betrayed by the empress, blurted out, "It wasn't the ointment. It was the empress knife that was poisoned. Why are you blaming me?" The emperor was shocked that the empress would harm the woman he favored. The empress was equally shocked that her cousin had betrayed her. Before more secrets could be revealed, the empress claimed Consort Shu was a madwoman, and ordered her dragged away. Ruoli wouldn't let that happen. Raising her voice, she addressed the emperor. "So, the empress intentionally cut my face with a poisoned knife. But why? We have no quarrel." This was directed at the emperor. "Your woman pretends to support you, but secretly uses dirty tricks against your chosen consort." The empress tried to explain but received a harsh slap from the emperor. Safely back at the manor, Xiao Xiao excitedly recounted, "Did you see that slap? So satisfying." Consort Shu, reaping what she sowed, was confined for life, never to leave the palace again. The manor was peaceful again, with only one princess. Ruoli was pleased. "Don't think him a pushover just because I'm quiet." Misunderstanding, the prince thought she wanted a cat. Ruoli quickly clarified. He then informed her he had invited the best physician to treat her wound. Ruoli revealed her face was already healed. She had formulated an antidote as soon as she analyzed the poison, maintaining the disguise to trap Consort Shu. Ruoli waited for the prince's praise. "Their petty tricks are no match for my advanced technology. I had to let them reveal their true nature." Relieved, the prince chuckled. "You have so many tricks up your sleeve. You had me worried." With her beauty restored, Ruoli decided to celebrate with some shopping. "Your Highness, let's take Xiao Xiao out, shall we?" The prince saw through her. "You want to go out, don't you?" Ruoli admitted it. "Yes. I'm going stir crazy." Soon, on the streets of the capital, the family of three was seen strolling happily, the prince trailing behind, laden with Ruoli's purchases. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, calling for Ruoli to stop. Ahead was a cosmetics shop. Curious about ancient makeup, Ruoli eagerly went inside. The prince sighed, his arms full of bags. How could she still be so energetic after shopping for so long? Didn't she get tired? Inside the shop, Ruoli witnessed a man berating and kicking a woman. The woman, the shop owner, explained through tears that her husband had a mistress, and needing money, wanted to sell her shop. The shop was her mother's dowry, and she refused to sell it, enduring his abuse. Ruoli, enraged, intervened. Who are you to hit her? Not content with stealing another woman's husband, you want to steal her shop too. Who are you? Stay out of our business. Ruoli slammed a large silver note on the table. This is enough to buy 3 of these shops. Leave her and the shop alone, and the money is yours. The greedy couple's eyes lit up. They immediately agreed, even writing a divorce agreement on the spot. They left with the money, leaving the prince exasperated. You let them off too easily. Ruoli had plans for the. She wouldn't let them off so easily. Don't worry, they'll get what they deserve. The grateful shop owner, Lu Qingqing, offered Ruoli her best cosmetics as thanks. Lu Qingqing's products were exquisite and flattering. Ruoli asked, did you make these yourself? Lu Qingqing nodded. Please don't dislike them. Ruoli was curious. Why don't you use them yourself? Lu Qingqing, a plain-looking girl, felt insecure about her appearance, lamenting that even the finest cosmetics were wasted on her. She believed her looks were the source of all her suffering. Ruoli, using her own makeup skills, helped Lu Qingqing regain her confidence. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Qingqing was overjoyed. How did you do this? She exclaimed. Seeing Lu Qingqing's joy, Ruoli offered to teach her the art of makeup, so she wouldn't be bullied in the looks-obsessed Dongsheng kingdom. Ruoli then seriously asked, do you want to punish that scumbag and his mistress? Lu Qingqing immediately lifted her head. Please tell me how. Ruoli began teaching her the 3 steps of revenge. First, appear before him with a better appearance and a higher status. Let him realize you're better off without him. Lu Qingqing, having endured countless humiliations, nodded eagerly at the chance for revenge. Ruoli let the prince and Xiao return to the manor, staying at the cosmetic shop to help Lu Qingqing. Ruoli gave her a box of specially formulated facial cream. Use this every morning and night. It will tighten and smooth your skin, and fade any blemishes. She also taught her many skincare methods, assuring her that her skin would become fair and smooth. She taught Lu Qingqing how to make milk flower baths, promising her radiant skin. Lu Qingqing, bullied for her looks since childhood, was grateful to Ruoli for showing her that she could control her own destiny. From then on, Lu Qingqing became Ruoli's best friend in the ancient world. 5 days later, at Dongsheng's largest jewelry store, Jianan, already dissatisfied with his new wife, complained about her extravagant spending. The woman, confident in her superior looks, retorted, I sent it to give you face. Otherwise, you can go back to that ugly, sallow-faced Lu Qingqing. Jianan shuddered. Don't mention that ugly monster. Just thinking about her makes me sick. Buy whatever you want. Ruoli, disguised as a man, brought Lu Qingqing to the store, intentionally appearing before Jianan and his mistress. They offered to buy the jewelry Jianan's mistress had her eye on. Acting like a domineering CEO, Ruoli told Lu Qingqing, anything you like, just say it. This was to get Jianan's attention. Jianan was shocked. Is that really that ugly Lu Qingqing? He exclaimed in disbelief. How did you become so beautiful? His mistress, unaware of the situation, sneered, so the ugly duckling learned how to seduce men. Dreaming of becoming a phoenix, Qiao Jiu, Ruoli's servant, immediately slapped the mistress. How dare you insult Master Wan and Miss Lu? Jianan yelled, who are you? How dare you hit my woman? Qiao Jiu retorted, with a mouth that foul, I thought she was some untamed shrew. Jianan angrily threatened them. The next second, Qiao Gusguard seized him and threw him to the ground. How dare you offend Master Wan? Jianan, seeing the situation, realized these were powerful people he couldn't afford to offend. Ruoli began the second step of her plan. Humbling Jianan to make him regret his actions. Lu Qingqing quickly interjected, Master Wan, please show mercy. Although our marriage is over, I can't bear to see him beaten. Ruoli responded, since Miss Lu has spoken, I'll let him go. Lu Qingqing then rushed over, feigning concern for Jianan. Jianan, facing the now beautiful Lu Qingqing, began to feel regret, mistakenly believing her concern was genuine. His mistress, seeing this, scolded Jianan. What about me? What am I to you? Jianan, comparing the 2 women, now found Lu Qingqing more beautiful, thrifty, and gentle. He instantly felt disgusted with his mistress. He shoved her aside, and she fell against a table leg, hitting her head and bleeding. Qiao Jiu immediately stepped forward to help the mistress. Someone, call the officials. He assaulted her. Jianan quickly denied it. I didn't. She bumped into it herself. He needed a witness. He looked at Lu Qingqing. You saw it, right? She bumped into it herself. You have to testify for me. Lu Qingqing remembered Ruoli's third step. Adding fuel to the fire to ruin Jianan completely. She looked coldly at Jianan. This is your fault. How could you hit someone? Assault is a crime. The onlookers also criticized Jianan. He stood there, dumbfounded. What's going on? I thought she still cared for me. Why isn't she helping me? Having helped Lu Qingqing deal with Jianan and regain her confidence, Ruoli returned to the manor. With her magical makeup and the advanced cosmetics of Dongsheng, she began developing modern makeup brushes and tools for mass production. These chicken feather brushes are amazing, she exclaimed. Otherwise, you'd have to pluck dozens of rabbits to make one. Chicken feathers are the best. The prince and Xiao Xiao came to see her. Ruoli looked at her adorable son, now resembling the prince. Xiao Xiao shouted, Mother. Father taught me so many characters today. Ruoli praised him. Xiao Xiao is so smart. She then playfully turned to the prince. Father helped too. The prince, slightly embarrassed by the term father, changed the subject. The Empress Dowager's birthday is approaching. What gift should we prepare? Ruoli was unsure of the Empress Dowager's preferences. The prince subtly hinted that the Empress Dowager valued children, implying that a pregnancy would be the best gift. Ruoli, misunderstanding, suggested bringing Xiao Xiao to the celebration. The prince's hopes were dashed. Ruoli then dismissed the idea, realizing the Empress Dowager didn't know about Xiao Xiao yet. Xiao Xiao thought, Mother is so naive. She didn't even understand father's hint. I need to help her. He worried about his mother's safety at the banquet, and decided to assist her. The Empress Dowager's birthday arrived. The palace was lavishly decorated. Qiao Jiu carried Ruoli's gift. Ruoli worried if the Empress Dowager would like it. Qiao Jiu reassured her, no woman can resist the allure of beauty. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something breaking and a woman's angry voice. A woman in red, Lin Wan Ying, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, was berating Ning Fei, a princess from Nanzhong Kingdom, who had come to Dongsheng for an arranged marriage. Ruoli was surprised. How could a minister's daughter scold a princess? Ning Fei, new to Dongsheng and without support, was often bullied, especially by the arrogant Lin Wan Ying. Ning Fei offered her handmade gift, but Lin Wan Ying, disdainful, knocked it to the ground, shattering it. Ruoli, seeing the injustice, stepped in. Miss Lin, is this how your family repays kindness? Lin Wan Ying retorted, who are you? Ning Fei introduced Ruoli. The princess consort, Wan Ruoli. Lin Wan Ying, unafraid, mocked Ruoli. I heard the prince is on his deathbed. Why is the princess consort so meddlesome? Ruoli, insulted, decided to teach her a lesson. Miss Lin, if discussing your family's favor is considered meddlesome, then consider me nosy. This piqued Lin Wan Ying's interest. Ruoli dramatically exclaimed, Miss Lin's gift of a potted pine symbolizes the Empress Dowager's longevity, correct? Lin Wan Ying, confused, replied, what's wrong with that? Nothing today, but a pine thrives in nature. Confined to a pot, it's stunted. Do you think the Empress Dowager will be pleased or angered? Lin Wan Ying recalled her father's warnings about the Emperor's strained relationship with the Empress Dowager. She realized the gift could be seen as a provocation. She panicked, blaming her servant and apologizing to Ning Fei before fleeing. Ruoli returned the ruined embroidery to Ning Fei, curious about the veil she wore. Ning Fei tearfully revealed a disfiguring rash on her face, explaining why she was shunned by the Emperor and others. She had hoped to impress the Empress Dowager, but now felt hopeless. Ning Fei lamented that her condition prevented her from gaining favor. Ruoli, having already decided to help, asked about Ning Fei's condition. With her advanced cosmetics, she could easily solve the problem. Ning Fei, desperate for the Emperor's attention, agreed to anything. Ruoli decided to disguise herself as Ning Fei to help her shine at the banquet. With her advanced makeup, Ruoli transformed into Ning Fei's double. Even Ning Fei was amazed. This disguise is incredible. We're identical. Ning Fei then taught Ruoli a traditional Nanzhong dance. Thanks to her spy training, Ruoli quickly mastered the moves. Dressed as Ning Fei, Ruoli arrived at the banquet. I apologize for my lateness, Your Majesty and Your Highness. The Empress Dowager, understanding Ning Fei's unfamiliarity with customs, overlooked her tardiness. There were also other factors at play. A minister spoke up. I hear Nanzhong is known for its elegant dances. Perhaps Princess Ning Fei could perform for us. Others whispered, knowing the minister, Lin Wan Ying's father, was trying to humiliate Ning Fei. The emperor, intrigued by Ning Fei, expressed his desire to see the dance. Ruoli, removing her veil and outer robe, began to dance. With graceful movements, a captivating melody, and a stunning appearance, Ruoli, as Ning Fei, captivated the audience. She even sang a traditional Nanzhong song. The emperor, smitten, offered her a gift and invited her to sit beside him. The empress dowager frowned. Others murmured about impropriety. Ruoli, realizing the situation had become more complicated than intended, felt uneasy. Minister Lin, oblivious, urged Ning Fei to accept the emperor's invitation. The emperor, ignoring his mother's displeasure, pressed Ning Fei. "Are you unwilling to sit beside me?" Minister Lin, ever the sycophant, chimed in. "Don't refuse the emperor's favor, your highness." Ruoli was caught in a dilemma. Lin Wan Ying watched with amusement, enjoying Ning Fei's predicament. Just then, Xiao Xiao threw a porcelain bowl on the floor. The shard shattered at Ruoli's feet. Suddenly, she had an idea. If she stepped on it and injured herself, she wouldn't offend either side. The prince, though Ruoli was disguised as noble consort Ning, recognized her, and guessed she was trying to avoid trouble. He couldn't bear to see her hurt herself and wanted to help, even if it meant trouble for himself. He was about to speak, but Xiao Xiao ran over and interrupted. "Noble consort Ning. Be careful." Before the banquet, Xiao Xiao worried his mother would face trouble. He had a natural gift of premonition. Even though Ruoli was disguised, he knew it was his mother. Now, he lied, claiming he'd broken the plate while playing. "I'm sorry, noble consort Ning." The prince was shocked, wondering how Xiao Xiao was here. Xiao Xiao continued, "Wow. Noble consort Ning's dress is beautiful, but it's a shame it trailed in the tea." Ruoli quickly knelt, saying her dress was dirty and she didn't want to offend the Empress Dowager and Emperor. She requested permission to change. This clever excuse diffused the situation. The Empress Dowager readily agreed. The Emperor, though reluctant, couldn't openly defy his mother and acquiesced. The Empress Dowager, intrigued by Xiao Xiao, asked whose child he was, praising his intelligence and manners. Xiao Xiao replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, Xiao Xiao has been with the acrobats since childhood, and is here today to assist in the performance. May your Majesty live long and prosper like the Eastern." See, he had used all the auspicious phrases he knew, desperately searching for more, but his bewildered look was endearing. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily, delighted, and rewarded Xiao Xiao with a pair of gold bracelets. Xiao Xiao thanked her politely. The ministers praised his wit, saying he would have a bright future if he were of noble birth. Xiao Xiao, watching Ruoli escape safely, thought, "Mother is too kind, always wanting to help those in need. Luckily, I snuck into the palace and could help her." "That's great." After leaving the banquet, Ruoli met Ning Fei in a secluded pavilion and they swapped clothes back. Ning Fei urged her to return to the palace, avoid going out or receiving visitors for a few days, and let the emperor's suspicion subside while he found a way to heal her face. Ruoli thanked Ning Fei and left, urging her to be careful. This scene was witnessed by the empress maid, who learned of their identity swap. She rushed to report it, thinking she could finally bring down noble consort Ning. She thought she was the empress favorite, but the real favorite was behind her, leaving her no chance to bring down noble consort Ning. The two were assassins arranged by the prince, specifically to deal with Ruoli's pursuers. Appearances can be deceiving. After changing back, Ning Fei had her maid report everything to the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, Ruoli returned to the banquet as the princess, seemingly calm and composed. The prince whispered in Ruoli's ear, praising her quick thinking. "So you knew all along?" Ruoli asked, surprised. The prince, recalling Ruoli's moves, thought, no noble family would teach their daughter martial arts, let alone such powerful techniques. Is she really from the future? Just then, Xiao Xiao came over and softly called, "Father, Mother." Ruoli pulled him to sit between them, a happy family of three. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, "Congratulations, Prince and Princess. We were worried about the royal lineage, but now this child appears. Congratulations on your son and heir." Ruoli realized the obnoxious old man and the arrogant Miss Lin were father and daughter, explaining their similar behavior. Seeing the commotion, the emperor joined in, wanting to humiliate the prince. Because Xiao Xiao claimed to be an acrobat, a low status in their eyes, the emperor sneered, "The child resembles the prince. Let him be an adopted son, to ease the prince's loneliness for an heir." He laughed derisively. The guests murmured, "How can the emperor ask the prince to adopt a lowly acrobat's child?" This is a blatant insult. The prince, who had been pondering how to give Xiao Xiao a proper title, seized the opportunity. Your Majesty's words are gold. Let the child be my adopted son. Xiao Xiao could finally appear in public legitimately. The three were overjoyed. The intended humiliation backfired. The emperor, expecting them to be upset, saw their joy and left, annoyed. The empress, suspicious of Xiao Xiao, instructed consort Wan to question him. The banquet progressed to the gift-giving. Minister Lin presented a flowing cloud brocade, decent but not exceptional. The Empress Dowager, unimpressed, said politely, "Thank you, Minister Lin, for your effort." Ruoli, disliking the old man, asked the prince about Minister Lin's background. "He's the Minister of Revenue, exploiting his position and amassing wealth," the prince replied. He expected Lin to make a move at the banquet, but the ordinary gift suggested he was cautious. Ruoli had an idea. Since Lin was hiding his corruption well, she would target his daughter. Lin's daughter, arrogant and eager for attention, wouldn't be outdone. Ruoli planned to bait her into revealing her father's corruption, then deal with them both. The prince and Ruoli knelt to present their gift. The Empress Dowager, seeing Ruoli, inquired about her facial injury. Ruoli replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I've recovered." The Empress Dowager's inquiry was a veiled warning to the Empress. Ruoli understood the message, sensing tension between the two. Ruoli then addressed Lin Wanin, provoking her subtly. "Knowing Your Majesty appreciates rare treasures, I wouldn't dare offer anything ordinary. I've been studying skincare," she began. She presented a set of skincare products. "May Your Majesty enjoy eternal youth and beauty." Lin Wanin, arrogant and competitive, scoffed at Ruoli's gift, considering the brocade far superior. She had something special planned. "No woman can resist beauty and youth," she declared. The Empress Dowager was intrigued and asked Ruoli to elaborate. "Sheng Guo has always valued beauty. Both men and women appreciate a beautiful appearance. Besides makeup, skincare is crucial. This set caters to different skin needs. Would Your Majesty like to try it?" The Empress Dowager, eager to try, requested a demonstration. Ruoli applied some to the Empress Dowager's hand. "It's cool and refreshing, with a pleasant scent," the Empress Dowager exclaimed. Ruoli sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager seemed pleased. Ruoli smiled. "I was worried Your Majesty would find it too simple." The Empress Dowager praised Ruoli's thoughtfulness, subtly criticizing the Empress. The Empress forced a smile. "Indeed, the princess is so thoughtful. Your Majesty is fortunate." Lin Wanin couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up to defend the Empress, attacking Ruoli, unaware her father was sweating profusely beside her. "Your Majesty," she began, "please forgive my interruption. My gift." She boasted about her father's position as Minister of Revenue, praising a corrupt official. Wanting to outshine Ruoli, she had her servants bring in her real gift, confident the Empress Dowager would love it, unaware she was digging her father's grave. Her gift was a Ziyu mountain vase, a rare antique worth a fortune. The Empress Dowager had long desired this vase, fueling Lin Wanin's confidence. She was gloating, oblivious to the impending disaster. Seeing the vase, the prince signaled Minister Liu, who held evidence of Lin's corruption. Minister Liu stood up. "Your Majesty, Minister Lin's gift is impressive, but how did he acquire such a treasure?" "I heard he coerced the owner to sell it for a pittance. I have a good relationship with the owner. I borrowed it," Lin stammered. "I heard he offered 1,000 gold pieces, but was refused, then resorted to coercion. He not only cheated the owner, but also deceived Your Majesty," Liu retorted. The Empress Dowager was furious. A court official engaging in corruption and deceit. This must be investigated. She ordered the Lin family imprisoned, pending investigation. Lin Wanin never imagined her gift would land her family in jail. This was thanks to the prince's planning. Ruoli was praising the prince, wondering if Xiao Xiao and Qiao Jiyu had returned safely, when Xie Ji rushed in, crying, "Ruoli! Xiao Xiao has been taken by the Empress and consort Wan." Ruoli had sent Xie Ji to follow Xiao Xiao. Outside the palace, consort Wan's men grabbed Xiao Xiao. Xie Ji followed them to a remote palace called Cold Palace. But as a spirit, he couldn't interfere. Ruoli was furious. "They dare touch Xiao Xiao. I'll make them pay." She rushed out. The prince, unaware of what happened, was confused. At Cold Palace, consort Wan pricked Xiao Xiao's finger, demanding he reveal his relationship with the prince. This might explain Xiao Xiao's fear of consort Wan. Though terrified and in pain, he refused to speak, protecting his parents. The Empress and consort Wan watched coldly, smirking. Guided by Ji, Ruoli quickly arrived. After dealing with the guards, she kicked the door open. The Empress and consort Wan were shocked. Ruoli. How did you find this place? Ruoli ignored their questions, rushing to Xiao Xiao. The Empress, feeling powerful in her domain, decided to eliminate Ruoli as well. She ordered her guards to seize Ruoli, underestimating the seemingly frail princess. They were about to learn a harsh lesson. Ruoli rolled up her sleeves. You dare touch my son. She rescued Xiao Xiao, then turned to the guards. Enraged, she punched one guard, sending him crashing to the ground. The other guard tried to restrain her, but she swiftly threw him down. He cried out in pain. Ruoli stood tall. Did you think my martial arts training was for nothing? Worried for his mother, Xiao Xiao cried, Mother. They want to hurt you. Run, Moli's scale control party. Hurry up and untie the god's son for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao suffered Rong Momo's cruel treatment, his soul deeply wounded. Yet he still comforted Ruoli, constantly saying he was fine. Ruoli looked at the trembling Xiao Xiao self-reproachfully. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was still concerned about his feelings. Ruoli, with tears in her eyes, held Xiao Xiao tightly in her arms. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. It's mother's fault. I didn't protect you well. Empress Shinji still didn't know she would be whipped tonight. She arrogantly raised her chin. Wan Ruoli, how dare you trespass into the inner palace? Ruoli ignored the Empress' reprimand and simply asked Xiao Xiao, was it these two bad women who bullied you? Xiao Xiao nodded. Ruoli picked up the rope that had just bound Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, watch carefully. Mother will avenge you. Seeing Ruoli's posture, it was clear she was about to attack them. Wan Fei panicked. The Empress remained haughty. What are you afraid of? How dare she defy her superiors? What if I do defy you? Ruoli slapped the Empress. What can you do to me? Wan Fei. Everyone was shocked. Is this still my weak and cowardly sister? She must be crazy. She dared to hit the Empress. The arrogant Empress didn't expect Ruoli to actually hit her. She was furious and wished she could skin her alive. How dare you hit me? How dare you rebel? From the moment they laid their hands on Xiao Xiao, Ruoli's fury was ignited. So what if I hit you? Do I need to pick a day to do so? She slapped Wan Fei, who ran away screaming, help. Zhong Wangfei is rebelling. Before she reached the door, Ruoli grabbed her hair and dragged her back. Ruoli slammed the door shut. This isn't over. You bullied Xiao Xiao and think you can escape. She fiercely warned them. Your Majesty, she addressed the unseen emperor. Allow me to adopt Xiao Xiao. From now on, he is my, Wan Ruoli's son. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, I swear I will kill you both. The Empress trembled with rage. As the Empress, the mother of the nation, how could she tolerate such threats? Furious, she cursed at Ruoli, Wan Ruoli, unless you kill me today. I will definitely report this to the Emperor. You just wait and pay with your life. Ruoli, hearing the Empress' words, just laughed. Then, Your Majesty, feel free to try. Wan Fei, terrified by Ruoli's fierce demeanor, didn't dare to speak, hiding behind the Empress and crying continuously. The Empress was puzzled. Why does she disregard my threats so easily? Ruoli wasn't actually threatening the Empress. The Emperor of Dongsheng was dissolute and only had eyes for Ning Fei. Why would he care about the Empress? Moreover, the self-proclaimed noble Empress was caught committing such a cruel act. If this matter were brought to the Emperor and Empress Dowager, it would likely be the Empress who wouldn't escape. Unscathed, the Empress still had a trump card, so she remained silent. However, with her status as Empress, she couldn't bear the threats. Seeing the situation escalating, Wan Fei sobbed and tried to persuade the Empress to calm down. If the Emperor and Empress Dowager find out about this, we're finished. It's better to. The enraged Empress slapped her. Shut up. I am the Empress. How can I be humiliated like this? Guards? Reveal yourselves and kill her. I'll bear all the consequences. The hidden silk guards, upon receiving the order, emerged with swords drawn. Ruo Li hadn't expected hidden soldiers. Clinging to Xiao Xiao, she knew she couldn't handle them. She couldn't help but feel nervous. The Empress looked down at Ruo Li, triumphant. Surprised. Since the day I entered the palace, these silk guards have been protecting me. You commoner dare to threaten to kill me. What are you waiting for? Attack, Imperial sister-in-law, do you need help? Zhong Wangye suddenly appeared. How could he know what happened? His subtle sneer sent chills down the Empress' spine. Zhong Wangye, why is it you? She wondered why she didn't see a large number of silk guards. Then, someone reported, Your Highness, all the hidden soldiers have been neutralized. The Empress trump card was gone. She was shocked. So many silk guards disappeared silently. She quickly realized the truth. I thought your frail body and impending death were real. Something I could use against you. It was all an act. Wangye, you trespassed into the inner palace, killed the Empress guards, and now you dare to show your true self. He smiled faintly. Thank you, Imperial sister-in-law, for the reminder. Indeed, the fewer people who know, the better. His smile and words made the Empress uneasy. Her arrogance vanished, and she took a few steps back. What do you want, Wangye? He looked coldly at the Empress and Wan Fei. Kill everyone except these two women. Wangye's soldiers were different from the Empress. They only obeyed his commands. The Empress didn't understand this and, in her desperation, tried to stop them with her authority. Only to be humiliated again. Wangye had no time for her nonsense. He only cared about Ruo Li and Xiao Xiao's safety. His appearance moved Ruo Li and Xiao Xiao deeply. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, so he took Ruo Li and Xiao Xiao back to the manor. As for the Empress and Wan Fei, their fate was sealed. The two women who had mistreated Xiao Xiao sat on the ground, crying for help. The Empress' dignity and authority were shattered. Now, seeing the officials arrive, she sat there helplessly. Wan Fei hadn't stopped crying since her hair was pulled. Zhong Wangye watched coldly as the guards took them away. He then set fire to the cold palace, destroying all traces. In the carriage, Ruo Li finally relaxed. She apologized to Zhong Wangye. Because he saved her and Xiao Xiao, he had exposed himself, and she feared the emperor might take action against him. Wangye reassured Ruo Li. The Empress and Wan Fei hurt Xiao Xiao first. As his husband and father, I should protect you. As for the emperor, the Shushi festival is approaching. The next day, after the fire at the cold palace, the Empress Dowager summoned the Empress and Wan Fei. She angrily reprimanded the Empress for her mismanagement of the harem, allowing assassins to infiltrate during her birthday celebration. Wan Fei and the Empress knelt, offering their pre-arranged explanation. The Empress Dowager sighed. The Empress, in order to fight those assassins, not only lost her servants, but was also injured. Although not imprisoned, she has suffered greatly. The Empress Dowager felt sorry for the clueless Wan Fei. So, it seems him being unreasonable. Wan Fei quickly lowered her head. That's not what I meant. The Empress Dowager didn't dwell on it. Since the Empress is injured, she should rest well in the palace. As for the lost servants and the burnt palace, I will send people to take care of it. Ruo Li thought. They portrayed the phantom young silk guards as assassins. How can they twist the truth like this? Ruo Li was summoned because the Empress Dowager was interested in the protective talisman he presented yesterday. She found it very useful, and wanted him to popularize it for the benefit of the people. Ruo Li had already intended to do so. Since the Empress Dowager requested it, he gladly agreed to develop more accessible talismans and medicinal products. The Empress Dowager was pleased and praised Ruo Li's intelligence, confirming she hadn't misjudged him. After leaving the Empress Dowager's palace, the Empress spoke sarcastically to Ruo Li. Congratulations, Zhong Wangfei. Congratulations. Ruo Li, with no fondness for the Empress, became wary. What does your Majesty mean? With the Empress Dowager's support, it seems you'll be in charge of the harem soon, right? Knowing the Empress' intentions, Ruo Li cut to the chase. Your Majesty's words are frightening. Even if your Majesty has some grievances, you are still the Empress. Please rest well. I'll take my leave. The Empress cursed behind him, but Ruo Li ignored her. The empress immediately questioned Wan Fei. Didn't you say Wan Ruoli was weak and easily bullied? What's going on now? Wan Fei was also confused. Thinking of her ugly older sister, who was clearly weak and timid, she seemed to have changed overnight and become difficult to handle. On Mount Luming, the warm breeze blew gently, and the scenery was picturesque. Ruoli took a deep breath of fresh air, free from the palace's suffocating atmosphere. If only Wan Ye and Xiao Xiao were here. Unfortunately, Wan Ye was assisting in the investigation of Minister Ling's corruption case, and couldn't accompany them. Xie Ji was also immersed in the beauty of Mount Luming, her mood lifted. Seeing Ruoli's wistful expression, Xie Ji teased her. Seeing you so love-struck, if you found a way to return to your time, you probably wouldn't want to leave. Ruoli quickly dismissed her words. Live in the present moment, that's what matters most. Hearing wolves howling in the mountains, they immediately stood up, suspecting they had encountered a pack. Countless people had died from wild animal attacks, and the wolves were becoming increasingly bolder. As they walked, they noticed someone surrounded by wolves. Seeing the wolves' large size and aggressive demeanor, Ruoli, moved by compassion, decided to help the surrounded man. She didn't know that this man was her sworn enemy, waiting to assassinate her. Watching the wolves closing in on the man, Xie Ji panicked. What do we do? Ruoli calmly took out a fire starter and blew on it. Don't panic. I've received special training. Wolves are afraid of fire. Just give me the flammable liquid. Ruoli sprayed the liquid Xie Ji gave her onto the fire starter, creating a large flame, and yelled for the man to get away. At this moment, the man, the handsome assassin Wu Ming, was waiting to kill Ruoli, but he didn't expect this scene. Ruoli quickly rushed over to shield him with her back, using the flames to keep the wolves at bay. Hold on a little longer. Find a place to hide. Wu Ming was stunned, realizing Ruoli was saving him. Seeing he hadn't moved, Ruoli urged him again, hide quickly. What are you waiting for? Just as she finished speaking, he finally looked at her. How could it be her? The infamous Zhong Wangfei, who I was supposed to kill. He smirked, and remained motionless. Fortunately, the fire kept the wolves back. Unfortunately, the weather changed abruptly. Lightning flashed, and it looked like it was about to rain, which would extinguish the fire. Worse, Ruoli ran out of flammable liquid before the rain could put out the fire. The wolves, seeing the flames dying, prepared to attack Ruoli and Xie Ji. Xie Ji noticed the change and shouted a warning to Ruoli. Then, the rain started. A clear howl pierced the air. The ferocious wolves instantly turned docile. Wu Ming grabbed Ruoli's hand and led her away. He felt intrigued and curious about her. A spoiled young miss, so composed and resourceful, using fire to repel wolves. Such courage would shame many men. She knows martial arts, understands how to deal with wolves. How many secrets does she hide? He wondered. Wu Ming pulled Ruoli to a dilapidated temple. We should be safe here. The wolves shouldn't be able to find us this far. Qing Jun wasn't about to let Ruoli go. He closed in, his predatory aura intense. Why is Milady alone in the mountains? Sensing danger, Ruoli quickly replied, is this how you treat your savior? Qing Jun pressed closer. Savior? You scared away my pets. Those wolves were my pets. Ruoli was speechless. This guy is the professional assassin sent by the empress and Wan Fei. No choice then. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. She aimed a kick at his groin, but he caught her leg. Milady is so impatient. I planned to let the wolves maul you to death, but you're so beautiful, and you smell so good. I'm almost reluctant. Ruoli struggled. You pervert. What are you doing? Let me go. Nameless ones respect strength. Ruoli decided to negotiate. Maybe I can trick him. Qing Jun seemed intrigued. Does Milady want pleasure or pain? Ruoli thought, are you insane? I want to live, obviously. Qing Jun was amused by her defiance. That depends on what Milady can offer. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ruoli pleaded, let me go, and we can talk. Qing Jun released her, but remained wary. She was unlike any woman had met. Ruoli feigned weakness, assuring him she wouldn't try anything. Recalling the first assassination attempt, Qing Jun hesitated. That was the moment Ruoli was waiting for. She spun around, feigning an attack, but her real target was his mask. She snatched it off. Qing Jun's expression darkened. The scar on his cheek, a source of deep shame and trauma, was revealed. Ruoli, only intending to see his face, was shocked. "Oh my God, your face," she blurted. Despite his usual flamboyant attire, Qing Jun's only insecurity was his scar. Seen enough. He was filled with murderous intent. Ruoli quickly returned the mask. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." He snatched it back, and quickly put it on. "Since Milady has seen it, I can't let you live." Ruoli was indignant. "Just because I saw your scar. That's unreasonable." Her words stung, triggering painful memories. Because of this scar, he had been mocked, ostracized, and driven to become an assassin. That's the reason. Ruoli, having witnessed similar pain in the original body's memories, was speechless. Mistaking her silence for mockery, Qing Jun pinned her against a wall. "You're lying." He gripped her chin tightly. He suddenly felt her burning skin. Ruoli had caught a chill in her thin clothes and had a fever. Struggling to breathe, she insisted, "I'm not mocking you. I understand." Qing Jun, unaware of her fever, couldn't believe a beautiful princess could understand his pain. "If I said I had the same experience, would you feel better?" Intrigued, Qing Jun waited for an explanation. Without a word, Ruoli removed her makeup, revealing a birthmark similar to his scar, proving her empathy. Qing Jun was stunned. He never imagined this princess shared his fate. To save her life, Ruoli began to tell her story. "I was born with this mark. My father never acknowledged me. My mother was ridiculed because of me. Being bullied and mocked was commonplace. My mother died young. I used to wish, if I didn't have this mark, maybe she wouldn't have suffered." Ruoli looked at Qing Jun sincerely. "Now do you believe me?" Ji was panicked. "Are you sure this will work? He's an assassin, trust me. He's been hurt. It might work." Qing Jun was slightly touched, but not enough. He scoffed. "Do you think a story will sway me?" "Of course not." Ruoli had another card to play. She would tell him she could heal his scar. Ji was doubtful. "Don't overpromise. I'm just a makeup kit." Ruoli reassured her, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Ruoli moved closer to Qing Jun, aiming to reach his heart. "In this superficial world, people only see our flaws. But why should we accept their malice and give up hope? Why should we let their inflicted pain destroy our self-worth?" Qing Jun's hardened heart began to waver. Ruoli extended her hand. "If you're willing, I can heal your scar. You can live freely under the sun, without the mask." Ruoli's sincerity made Qing Jun almost relent. "I don't need it," he finally said, but his killing intent had vanished. The moon had risen high. Ruoli, relieved and exhausted, succumbed to her fever. Qing Jun watched her. "I was sent to kill you 3 times, and you want to help me. How foolish." But this foolish woman intrigued him. He removed his mask. "Since these scars are already etched in my heart, maybe it's time to let go." Qing Jun's scar was from childhood bullies, who used walls to maul his face. Since then, he stopped enduring and started fighting back. Ruoli, delirious with fever, kept murmuring. Qing Jun felt a strange protectiveness towards her. He noticed her shivering. He built a large fire, and held her close, using his body and the fire to warm her. His assassin's instincts alerted him to approaching footsteps. It was Wang Yi, searching for Ruoli. The scene before him enraged him. Seeing his wife in another man's arms, his jealousy flared. "Nameless one. What have you done to my wife? Release her." Qing Jun chuckled. "So it's Zhong Wang." He put Ruoli down and slowly backed away. "Answer my question." Wang Yi demanded. Qing Jun smirked. "Your wife is awake." Wang Yi turned to Ruoli, realizing he'd been tricked. Qing Jun seized the opportunity, and used his skill to make the sword in Wang Yi's hand vanish. Wang Yi was taken aback by the Nameless One's skill. Sensing Wang Yi's protectiveness towards Ruoli, Qing Jun taunted, "You seem quite concerned about your wife." He reappeared the sword, now in his own hand. "How does it feel to be held at sword point by your own weapon?" Ruoli woke up and shouted, "Stop." Hearing her concern, Qing Jun lowered the sword and retreated to a corner. Wang Yi was bewildered. Why would the cold-blooded Nameless One obey Ruoli? His suspicion deepened. Ruoli, concerned, asked, "Are you all right?" Wang Yi glared at Qing Jun. "You're concerned about him. What does that mean?" His gaze remained fixed on Qing Jun, his anger simmering. "Since when did my wife and the Nameless One become acquainted?" Ruoli was baffled. "How could I have any connection with him? I avoid him at all costs." We just met on the mountain. You misunderstood. Misunderstood. Then being in his arms is also part of this misunderstanding. Ruoli was shocked. She had been unconscious and knew nothing had happened. Qingjun just watched, amused. There's really nothing between us. Didn't you say you'd trust me? Wang Ye's voice dripped with sarcasm. Are you pleading for this man because you want me to spare him? Ruoli frantically denied it, but couldn't explain. Wang Ye suddenly pulled her close and kissed her passionately in front of Qingjun. Qingjun felt a pang of annoyance. Public display of affection. I want to punch him. Wang Ye's jealousy subsided slightly. He wanted to assert his dominance over Qingjun. I'll let this go, but you better remember your place. Prince and Qingjun engaged in a silent battle. They continued trying to annihilate each other with their gazes. Xiaji suddenly appeared. Looks like your prince is quite jealous. Ruoli curiously asked him what had happened. You were asleep. Ran kissed you. The prince called you silly, but then he hugged you. Ruoli, slightly unnerved, asked, and then, Xiaji said, I couldn't bear to watch the rest, so I hid. I didn't see it. Ruoli imagined the scene and was speechless, thinking, the prince's domineering kiss just now. She understood. So, he kissed me because he was jealous. Xiaji, Dag gossiped, you two made up. Ruoli was speechless, is making up the point. Xiaji didn't understand, what else is there? The tension between them. It's like rivals glaring at each other. It's intense. Finding it difficult to mediate, Ruoli made an escape to the restroom. With Ruoli gone, the prince lost interest in the standoff, only concerned about where she went. Ruoli ignored them and left the ruined temple. Xiaji told Ruoli, if you leave like this, hell no. They say love makes women lose their minds. It's true. Ruoli felt like a mere possession to the prince. Dag tried to mediate, it was a misunderstanding. But Ruoli dwelled on the prince's promise to trust her, yet he acted like that. Men's words are deceitful. The prince had caught up. He grabbed Ruoli. Are you trying to embarrass me? Ruoli retorted, let go. I don't want to see you right now. The prince refused, I'm your husband. You can only look at me. Ruoli exclaimed, husband. How laughable. From your attitude, in just your property. Once someone else touches me, you mark me to declare ownership. The prince argued, what's wrong with kissing my wife? Or is it that you didn't want to do it in front of that stranger? Ruoli fumed, it's not about who was watching. It's about, the prince kissed her again, wanting her to know how much he cared, but Ruoli was stubborn. The prince's passionate kiss didn't sway her. She pushed him away forcefully. The prince was exasperated, you're so dense. Can't you see how much I like you? Ruoli turned away, upset that he used his affection as an excuse, disregarding her feelings. She returned to the temple. The prince stood behind her, speechless. Back at the manor, Ruoli remained indignant, determined to stay angry. Xiaji teased her, they say no argument can't be solved with a kiss. If one's not enough, then two. Seems your prince understands this well. Ruoli scoffed, don't be ridiculous. I only came back because I was worried about Xiao Xiao. Xiaji chuckled, clearly you miss him. The prince using Xiao Xiao as a shield. I won't say anything. Qiao came to inform Ruoli that dinner was ready. Ruoli went for dinner. Usually, it was a family of 3, but tonight, the prince's seat was empty. He was sulking. Xiao Xiao asked, why isn't daddy eating with us? Seeing her mother's expression, Xiao Xiao understood they had argued. Adults say couples make up quickly. They'll be fine by tonight. Ruoli gave Xiao Xiao a chicken leg. It seems you haven't been clinging to me as much since attending the academy. Xiao Xiao, delighted with the chicken leg, said, Mother, don't misunderstand. Xiao Xiao also wants you and Daddy. Ruoli interrupted, knowing what Xiao Xiao would say, but still holding her ground against the prince. I'll spend more time with you these days, okay? Xiao Xiao wanted to be with her, but she remembered her role as the ultimate matchmaker. She hesitated. Ruoli slammed her bowl down, preventing Xiao Xiao from mentioning her father. Xiao Xiao seemed unwilling. Seeing her mother's disapproval, Xiao Xiao knew she was using her against her father. To avoid upsetting her, she quickly replied, okay, I'm willing. Hearing this, Ruoli smiled with satisfaction. That's right. She gave Xiao Xiao more food. Here, eat more meat. Xiao Xiao obediently accepted the meat, thinking, I must find a way to get Daddy and Mother back together. Xiao Xiao then pretended to be listless, successfully catching Ruoli's attention. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao looked up. Mother, I heard Kiao say Dad is still in the study working. Is he tired? Is he hungry? Ruoli gave her a fake smile. Are you so worried about Daddy that you want to go to the study to accompany him? Realizing her plan failed, Xiao resigned herself to sleeping. Li knew Xiao was trying to make her think about the prince, but she wouldn't give in so easily. Late at night, someone knocked on Xiao's door. Unable to bear the longing, the prince came to visit. Looking at the sleeping Ruoli, he wondered, why won't you soften towards me? Ruoli was also hurting. This was her first love. Even in her sleep, she mumbled his name, you big oaf. The prince, not understanding big oaf, thought she wanted to eat pork, making a mental note to prepare some for her. Xiao suddenly woke up and called, Daddy. The startled prince quickly moved away from Ruoli's side. Xiao, rubbing her eyes, saw him hiding. Daddy, why are you here? The prince shushed her as Ruoli stirred. Not wanting to expose himself, he panicked. He hadn't figured out how to reconcile yet. Ruoli woke up, noticing Xiao was gone and the room was dimly lit. Seeing a figure, she assumed it was an assassin and grabbed a vase. How dare you trespass into the prince's manor? She threw the vase towards the figure. The prince dodged it. The vase shattered near the prince and Xiao. Both remained silent. Ruoli, realizing she missed, grabbed a broom. Xiao, don't be afraid. Mommy will save you. Picking on a child is cowardly. The prince sighed. To avoid further embarrassment, he decided to yield. Hearing the voice, Ruoli swung the broom. Someone grabbed her hand and pulled her into an embrace. Recognizing the prince's scent, she realized who it was. What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? Ruoli continued to feign anger. The prince leaned closer, their faces almost touching. Ruoli struggled, let go of me. The prince kissed her. Didn't you say someone was picking on you? Why are you telling me to let go? Ruoli pulled away, that's not what I meant. The prince caressed her face. Then what do you mean? Seeing his expression, Ruoli pushed him away, anticipating another kiss. The prince accidentally touched a shard of glass. Ouch! Ruoli, feeling his damp clothes, worried he was cut. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Let me see. The prince grabbed her hand. Yes, you were quite rough. But not there. Don't touch it. They stared at each other, blushing. Xiao returned with a candle, illuminating the room. Neither noticed, their eyes only for each other. Seeing them, Xiao blushed. She turned around. I didn't see anything. Daddy, Mommy, please continue. Hearing her voice, they realized the room was lit. Ruoli quickly pulled away. The prince straightened his clothes, looking for an excuse to leave. Xiao interrupted. Mommy, Xiao suddenly remembered I have unfinished homework. Daddy, since you're here, help Xiao and stay with Mommy tonight. Before leaving, Xiao winked at the prince. Daddy, I can only help you this much. The prince appreciated her efforts, but it still depended on Ruoli. Ruoli, realizing their scheme, suddenly called out to Xiao, what homework needs to be done in the middle of the night? Xiao was speechless. Ruoli understood they were colluding against her, a fake smile plastered on her face. Since you two are so persistent. She grabbed them both and dragged them towards the door. Get out. She slammed the door shut. The prince and Xiao left dejectedly. Xiao asked, Daddy, what did you do? Why is Mommy so stubborn? The prince sat with Xiao and explained what happened. Xiao finally understood. The prince sighed helplessly. Forget it. You're just a child. You wouldn't understand adult matters. Xiao immediately refuted. Xiao understands. Xiao knows Daddy acted that way because he cares about Mommy, but it's normal for Mommy to be angry for that reason. So, Daddy, you should. Don't underestimate this child. Guided by the 7-aperture dragon star, Xiao began instructing the prince on how to appease his wife. The prince listened attentively to the little one's guidance. The next day, Ruoli awoke naturally, stretching luxuriously. She was in a wonderful mood, when suddenly, someone embraced her from behind. Everyone would assume it was the prince, but this wasn't the prince they knew. Mimicking the prince perfectly, he whispered, Ruoli, are you still angry? Ruoli turned around abruptly. When did you get in here? Get out. I'm still mad at the prince. The prince held Ruoli tightly, apologizing sincerely. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The prince's sudden softness melted Ruoli's heart. It's all just silly couple stuff. Magnanimous. I'll forgive him. Before Ruoli could respond, the prince began undressing her. What are you doing? I haven't agreed to forgive you yet. The prince ignored her protests, gently pushing her down. You smell so good. Ruoli was taken aback by this sudden morning passion. Stop it. The servants will hear. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, holding the peace offering the prince had prepared for Ruoli, was skeptical. Daddy, are you sure this will work? Confidently, the prince reassured Xiao Xiao, she'll love it. But Xiao Xiao was still dubious. Daddy, I just said you needed the right approach, but... The prince interrupted, she'll understand my intentions. The gift, in fact, had a hidden meaning. Satisfied with this explanation, Xiao Xiao told the prince to hide. But why? The prince asked. It's a surprise, of course. In reality, Xiao Xiao feared Ruoli would slam the door in the prince's face, rejecting the gift and becoming even angrier. So, he insisted the prince shouldn't deliver it. Himself, Qiao Jiu, the maid, was shocked. I just saw the prince in the room. How is there another one? The prince turned to Qiao Jiu. What's wrong? Is there something different about me? Just now, didn't you just go in? And you told me not to disturb you. Xiao Xiao's heart sank. Something's wrong. Daddy, go check. Mommy's in danger. Without hesitation, the prince rushed to Ruoli's door and kicked it open. Ruoli, he shouted as he entered. He saw Ruoli, fully dressed, confronting a man who looked exactly like him. The prince was furious. You bastard. Ruoli, already realizing the imposter, held a knife to his throat. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the prince? The fake prince remained unfazed. Ruoli, what's wrong? Is this some kind of roleplay? Are you playing a game with me? Enraged, Ruoli pressed the knife closer. Who's playing games with you? I'll kill you. As the imposter tried to caress her, the real prince drew his sword. Don't dirty your hands, my love. This is my job. Ruoli turned and saw the real prince. You dare impersonate me? He rushed to her side. Are you all right? He asked, concerned. He quickly adjusted her clothes. Seeing his worried expression, Ruoli assured him she was fine. Xiao Xiao chuckled. What a loving scene. I'm quite envious. Ruoli suddenly realized. Qingjun. It was you. Qingjun removed his disguise. How did you know it was me? Ruoli blushed, finding it difficult to explain. Seizing the opportunity, Qingjun moved to the window, picking up his discarded robe. It seems I was a bit too hasty. He tossed the robe to the prince and vanished in a blink of an eye. Qingjun had escaped. Furious that Qingjun had dared to harass Ruoli again and again, the prince gave chase. Be careful. Ruoli called after him. Though believed to be ill, the prince's martial arts skills surpassed even the professional assassin Qingjun. Protect Xiao Xiao. I'll be back. The prince caught up to Qingjun, and a fight erupted within their own home. While not as skilled as the prince, Qingjun was agile enough to escape. However, he stayed, proposing a deal. I have some information. The prince scoffed. You, a shady assassin, want to make a deal with me? Qingjun sneered. Does your highness truly believe your plans are foolproof? The prince grew wary. Had his plot against the Dag clan been discovered? What do you mean? Don't think I don't know. You and Wan Ruoli haven't consummated your marriage. That's a serious offense for a husband. What do you think will happen to you and the princess if the emperor finds out? Qingjun was still waiting for the right moment on a nearby rooftop. Now that you know the secret, to prevent it from spreading and to protect Ruoli, the prince, filled with killing intent, attacked Qingjun without a word. Qingjun, sensing the prince's murderous aura, drew his sword to defend himself, and got to the heart of the matter. You can't protect him anyway. It's better to let him come with me than be dragged down by your shady affairs. This provoked the prince. My princess is my responsibility. I don't need your interference. The prince saw Huashu charging up his left hand as well, preparing for a two-pronged attack. Qingjun was hit by another blow from the prince, this time to the chest. He stumbled back, coughing up blood. Actually, I mean no harm to the prince. I just want to take Ruoli away so she won't be caught up in his troubles. The prince, believing that killing Qingjun would protect Ruoli and keep the secret safe, was about to strike when he heard Qingjun's chilling words. Do you think the emperor and empress will spare Wan Ruoli even if you kill me? Clearly, Qingjun knew some secrets about the emperor and empress. The prince, holding back his anger, let him continue. 3 months ago, a solar eclipse occurred. The emperor ordered the city and Jian to divine its meaning. The results are out. The eclipse signifies a harbinger of misfortune in Dongsheng. Only by sacrificing this woman can the kingdom be saved and peace restored. The prince had a bad feeling. What are you trying to say, Qingjun? Qingjun took out the city and Jian's divination results, showing the prince the birth date of the supposed harbinger. She is the one who brings calamity. She's the one to be sacrificed. The prince stared at the birth date, refusing to believe that Ruoli was the source of the kingdom's misfortune. I'm here because I received reliable information. The emperor has summoned you and Ruoli to the palace. They'll be here within the hour. Moreover, the empress and consort Wan are persuading the empress dowager not to interfere. Even if Ruoli is favored, the empress dowager won't protect her when the kingdom's fate is at stake. The prince questioned Qingjun, you've tried to kill Ruoli on the empress orders. Why should I trust you? Qingjun touched the scar on his face. Ruoli is the first person to treat me with kindness, and not despise me. I care for her and want to protect her, so I won't let the emperor take her. I won't watch her burn to death. Qingjun's sincerity made the prince lower his guard. This matter involved the entire kingdom's fate. If true, it could cause upheaval. However, he was still suspicious. You've only met Ruoli a few times and you're betraying the empress for her. What's your real motive? Seeing the prince's hesitation, Qingjun knew his doubts. There's no time to explain. The palace guards will be here soon. Do you really want to see Ruoli fall into the emperor's hands? Or do you believe the city and Jian's prophecy? The prince denied it immediately. Of course not. Ruoli is my princess, my wife. She's no harbinger of misfortune. If the emperor and the city and Jian insist on condemning Ruoli, I will defy fate itself to protect her. Just then, a guard reported that Eunuch Li had arrived with a decree, summoning the prince and princess to the palace immediately. This confirmed Qingjun's words. The situation was urgent. The prince had to make a decision. Qingjun urged him, they are here. What are you waiting for? Although reluctant to entrust Ruoli to another man, the prince saw no other way to protect her. He finally agreed to let Qingjun take her. Qingjun turned to leave, but the prince called him back. Qingjun paused. Changed your mind already? The prince hadn't. The entire manor is surrounded. Those guards out there won't let anyone through. I know you're skilled, but I can't risk Ruoli's safety. This reminded Qingjun of the same concern. He didn't want anything to happen to Ruoli either, so he asked the prince for a solution. The prince revealed the location of a secret passage. It'll create a diversion. No matter what happens, you must take her and leave. The prince's trust surprised Qingjun, and shifted his perspective. Meanwhile, Ruoli was pacing anxiously in her room. She knew Qingjun wasn't inherently bad, but she was still unsure of his motives. Would she be safe with him? Hearing the door open, she turned excitedly, calling out the prince's name, only to find it was Qingjun. Disappointment washed over her. Why are you here? Where is Zun Yao? With no time to waste, Qingjun grabbed Ruoli's hand. We have to go. Ruoli resisted. What are you doing? Let me go. The emperor's men are coming. Qingjun had no time to explain. If you want to live, come with me. Ruoli's heart sank. She thought Qingjun's urgency meant he had harmed the prince. She glared at him. Qingjun looked at her with sincerity. Trust me. In fact, he had already drawn his hidden dagger, ready to avenge the prince. But his subtle move had long been noticed by Qingjun, ready to strike. Qingjun, fearing for the hostage's safety, didn't resist as Ruoli held a knife to his throat. What have you done to Zun Yao? Don't worry, your prince is fine, it's just. Already worried about the prince's safety and hearing the it's just, Ruoli desperately wanted to know what just meant. Seeing Ruoli's agitated state, Qingjun knew he wouldn't leave without an explanation. But time was of the essence. The Qing soldiers had to act, knocking away Ruoli's dagger. Then, they swiftly struck him with a hand chop, knocking him unconscious. Hurry and take him away. Otherwise, the prince's sacrifices and deception will be in vain. In the main hall, Eunuch Li, sent by the emperor, was accusing the prince of harboring the Star of Calamity, a crime of treason. The prince remained calm, sipping his tea, waiting for Eunuch Li to finish his tirade and for the appointed time with Qingjun to arrive. Then, he finally spoke. Ruoli and I were wed by the emperor's decree. If Ruoli is the Star of Calamity, then the emperor is guilty of poor judgment and unworthy of his throne. With that, he smashed his teacup, a signal for the planned chaos to begin. Then, unlike his usual gentle demeanor, he stood up, his powerful aura causing Eunuch Li to stumble backward. Guards! Seize the prince. The prince smirked. There's no need for such theatrics, Eunuch Li. Since the emperor wants to see me so badly, I'll go. After all, there are some things I need to settle with him. In the palace, the emperor raged. Useless fools. He had used his power and searched for 2 days, but couldn't find Ruoli. His officials were equally helpless. The scheming empress rushed to appease him. Calm yourself, your majesty. Don't ruin your health. Although we haven't captured Wan Ruoli, we still have Zhongwang. Speaking of the prince, the emperor's anger flared. The prince refused to reveal Ruoli's whereabouts, and he couldn't find her. He was frustrated. The empress offered a sinister suggestion. Zhongwang is feigning weakness, harboring rebellious intentions, and protecting the Star of Calamity. Each one is a serious crime. Your Majesty should punish him severely and force Wan Ruoli to reveal herself. The emperor pondered, pleased with the empress' idea, and instructed her to carry it out. Soon, rumors spread throughout the capital. Zhongwang, accused of treason, had been stripped of his title and imprisoned. It was also said that Ruoli, the Star of Calamity, was disrupting the nation's harmony, and the emperor was offering a reward for her capture. An old man in the crowd lamented, I've heard of the Star of Calamity. The rumors grow more exaggerated. It's not just disrupting the nation's harmony, but bringing other disasters too, like the Great Drought 100 years ago in the Eastern Sheng Kingdom. Crops failed, and countless people starved. I still remember the harrowing scenes, don't you know? The Star of Calamity doesn't belong in the mortal realm. Only by sacrificing her to the heavens can peace be restored. The crowd grew restless, demanding the capture of Wan Ruoli, the Star of Calamity. Qing Jun's men, out gathering information, were speechless at these ignorant rumors. They decided to return to the inn and protect Ruoli, but upon entering, Ruoli was nowhere to be found. The window was open, a rope hanging down. At first glance, it seemed like she had escaped. Qing Jun's men rushed to the window, pulling the rope up. They were suspicious. Had she really escaped? Ruoli had created a false escape route. While Qing Jun's men were distracted, she sped towards the door. Unfortunately, she was facing a top-tier assassin, skilled in both martial arts and trickery. With a swift move, Qing Jun blocked Ruoli's path. How many times do you plan to run? Do you think I can't see through these little tricks? Ruoli retorted, my life is my own. Why should you control me? Besides, this is kidnapping, it's illegal. Her words gave Qing Jun an idea. He chuckled, you've reminded me of something. Ruoli had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Qing Jun pulled out a rope and tied Ruoli up tightly. Ruoli instantly regretted her words. Why did I say that? Qing Jun, finally finding the right approach, said cheerfully, since it's kidnapping, tying someone up is essential, right? Ruoli was speechless. Your logic is astounding. Qing Jun decided to buy some of Ruoli's favorite pastries. Don't be angry, wait for me. Ruoli could only think, I'll show you. As soon as Qing Jun left and the door closed, Ruoli summoned her high-tech device, Xie, to cut the ropes. Xie, having been dormant for a while, was shocked. How did you get yourself into this mess? Ruoli, eager to leave, asked Xie to cut the ropes first, promising to explain later. Xie quickly took out her seemingly flimsy, but surprisingly effective knife. It didn't take long for the ropes to be cut. Ruoli was free again. With Xie's help, this was the perfect time to escape. Xie cautiously offered to scout ahead. But, she quickly returned, panicked. Ruoli. The Imperial Court has issued a warrant for your arrest. Several officers are coming to capture you. Ruoli, unaware of the situation at the prince's mansion and the Star of Calamity label, was confused. Xie urged, hurry. They are coming. Just then, Qing Jun returned, pulling Ruoli back into the room and telling her to be quiet. They peeked through the door, observing the commotion outside. From the officers' conversation, Ruoli confirmed they were looking for her. Qing Jun looked at Ruoli seriously. Now do you believe him trying to save you? He explained everything that had happened, including the rumors. Ruoli was overwhelmed with worry and guilt. Qing Jun quickly comforted her, fearing she would blame herself. But Ruoli was stronger than he thought. I have to be strong. I need to rescue Xiao Xiao. Will you still try to stop me? Her resolve strengthened his own. I won't stop you. If you've made up your mind, let me go with you. This had nothing to do with Qing Jun. He was choosing to confront the emperor and empress. Ruoli didn't want to involve him, but Qing Jun had already chosen her side. To prevent Ruoli from feeling indebted, he slapped himself. Seeing his determination, Ruoli agreed. I'll protect you. They quietly returned to the prince's mansion, which was now in ruins. Ruoli cursed, they are nothing but bandits. She discovered a message carved into a pillar, a signal she had taught Xiao Xiao. Qing Jun, seeing the large SOS, asked, what does this mean? It's a Morse code message I taught Xiao Xiao. He must be in danger. Qing Jun, having never heard of it, curiously asked, Morse. Which country is that from? Ruoli, stumped, quickly changed the subject and continued searching for clues. Soon, following Xiao Xiao's signals, they arrived at another courtyard. For safety, Qing Jun told Ruoli to wait while he investigated. With his skills, Qing Jun easily scaled the 2-meter wall. He landed gracefully, but as he moved forward, he triggered a hidden trap. Stones rained down on him. But for Qing Jun, it was nothing. Who's there? Show yourself. He grabbed Xiao Xiao, who was hiding in the bushes. Xiao Xiao remained calm. Where's my mother? What have you done with her? Qiao Jiyu, hearing the commotion, rushed out with a stick. Release Xiao Xiao. Their shouting annoyed Qing Jun. Ruoli, hearing the familiar voices, rushed over. Xiao Xiao. Qiao Jiyu. Is that you? Qing Jun immediately let go. Xiao Xiao, hearing his mother's voice, turned and cried, Mother. Ruoli sat down with Xiao Xiao, comforting him. Xiao Xiao couldn't understand why his mother was with this bad guy. Qing Jun was irritated. Hey, brat. Who are you calling a bad guy? Ruoli tried to calm everyone down. Stop fighting. Father arranged for us to come here, but he was taken away. Ruoli reassured Xiao Xiao. Your father is resourceful. He'll be fine. She thought of the prince who, despite the danger, had arranged for her and Xiao Xiao's safety and bought them time. She felt guilty for her earlier harsh words. Xiao Xiao then presented a gift the prince had intended for Ruoli before the incident. Mother, please don't blame yourself. Father never blamed you. Father said you like candied hawthorns, so he prepared this gift as an apology. Ruoli looked at the jade carving of a candied hawthorn, realizing it was more than just a simple gift. The prince's gift held a hidden message, one that Ruoli understood. As night fell, Qing Jun, worried about Ruoli catching a cold, draped a coat over her. He sat beside her, advising her not to blame herself. The prince wanted her and Xiao Xiao to live well, but with the prince imprisoned in the mansion in ruins, Ruoli couldn't just stand by. Qing Jun, fearing her recklessness, reminded her, you're a fugitive. Do you want to waste the prince's efforts and go against the entire court, the entire country? But Ruoli was determined. Nothing could sway her from rescuing the prince. Since I'm a fugitive either way, I might as well cause more trouble. I'm going to jailbreak him. That night, 2 uninvited guests arrived outside the Imperial prison. Ruoli and Qing Jun. To break in, they needed to understand the layout. The prison was heavily guarded. Entry wouldn't be easy. But Ruoli specialized in infiltrating high-security areas. She immediately devised a plan. They acquired 2 sets of guard uniforms, disguised themselves, and pretended to be captured, making noises to attract the guards' attention. As expected, they caught the attention of the guards, who mistook them for their own. They approached to untie Ruoli. As soon as she was free, Ruoli shouted, someone's trying to break in. They disguised themselves as guards. The real guards immediately rushed inside, allowing Ruoli and Qing Jun to quickly overpower them. Just like that, they entered the prison. Qing Jun, familiar with the palace layout, led Ruoli to the high-security area. But Ruoli didn't see any special security measures. Qing Jun explained, it may not look heavily guarded, but the prisoners here are watched by the emperor's elite guards. He noticed Ruoli lifting a tile from the roof. What are you doing? If you're serious, let's go down and find the prince. Juna stopped Ruoli. No, this is too reckless. We need to confirm that the prince is imprisoned here before acting. Ruoli posed a crucial question. If we don't go down, how can we confirm he's there? Suddenly, Qing Jun grabbed her sleeve. 2 Imperial guards came down just now, complaining. They said someone was cut so badly he's almost unrecognizable, but still won't reveal the courtesan's whereabouts. It seems the prince has gone mad for a courtesan. Hearing this, Ruoli imagined the prince's current state. I'm going to kill them all. Furious, Ruoli kicked a tile. She couldn't wait any longer and jumped down to find the prince, giving the guards no time to react or dissuade her. Seeing this, Qingjun also jumped down to help her search. As soon as he landed, an Imperial guard spotted them and attacked. Qingjun swiftly caught Ruoli in his arms, shielding her from the blow. He hadn't expected to alert the emperor's men so quickly. Telling Ruoli to find the prince, he stayed to hold them off, unaware that they were walking into a trap set by the emperor and empress. Seeing only one guard, Ruoli quickly ran inside to find the prince. She soon stopped in shock. A man, beaten bloody and raw, was tied to a wooden frame. Ruoli softly called out, "Xuanyao." The man weakly looked up. "Ruoli. Why are you here?" Tears welled up in Ruoli's eyes. "I'm here to save you. Look at you. Don't move. I'll get you down." She rushed towards him, but a net suddenly dropped, trapping Ruoli. Qingjun, after dealing with the guard, came looking for Ruoli and saw her suspended in midair. Ruoli called down, "I'm fine. It's just a net." Seeing the danger, Xiaji also jumped down to help. She took out her dull knife and started sawing at the ropes. The next moment, only a small nick appeared in the ropes, and her knife broke in two. Xiaji stared blankly. "Ruoli, I'm so useless." Qingjun threw his dagger, slicing the ropes. Ruoli landed with a backflip. "Thanks, Qingjun. This is a dangerous place. Hurry, Ruoli, save him and let's go." Qingjun urged. Ruoli picked up the dagger. "Xuanyao, hold on, we'll be out soon," she murmured while cutting the ropes. With Qingjun's sharp dagger, the man was quickly freed. Ruoli supported him. "Xuanyao, are you okay? Can you walk?" He smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, his expression turned vicious. "Thank you for your concern, princess." He choked Ruoli. She realized then that this wasn't the prince. It was one of the empress spies, disguised as the prince to lure Ruoli into a trap. As he choked her, he injected a poison that would spread through her body if she struggled. Ruoli tried to fight back, but the original body was too weak. Qingjun was outside the cell, fighting another guard. Sensing something amiss, he turned and saw Ruoli being held. He rushed towards her, knocking the guard away. "What have you done to her?" Ruoli weakly told Qingjun to save the prince first. Just then, they heard the empress voice. "You think you can save him?" The emperor and empress arrived to spring their trap. The emperor, lecherous gaze fixed on Ruoli, was delighted. The empress was equally pleased, finally avenged for the previous humiliation. "Wan Ruoli, you've finally fallen into our hands." She then pointed angrily at Qingjun. "You traitor." She ordered the spy to kill Qingjun. Unable to kill him alone, he fought dirty. Qingjun found himself facing two skilled opponents. How long could he last? Ruoli knew Qingjun was outmatched. She had to do something. As she predicted, Qingjun was soon overpowered, his arm pinned. The other attacker swung his sword. At this critical moment, Ruoli ignored the poison and ran over, loosening the grip on Qingjun and blocking the sword with her hand. The poison surged through her body. The emperor, not wanting his prize harmed, yelled, "Stop! Who told you to touch her?" Ruoli coughed up blood. The sight devastated Qingjun. Someone was willing to die for him. Certain of his feelings for her, he held her close. With her last strength, Ruoli urged Qingjun to escape and find the prince. Her mind flashed with memories of the prince, her most cherished moments. She had something she'd always wanted to tell him, afraid she wouldn't get the chance. She asked Qingjun to relay the message. "I like him too." Qingjun, no longer the cold-blooded assassin, was determined to save her. "Save those words for him. I'll get you out." Ruoli used her remaining strength to push him away. "I'm poisoned. I'll only slow you down." She grabbed a nearby knife. Qingjun, shocked by her actions, was momentarily stunned. Ruoli held the knife to her throat, threatening to kill herself if the emperor didn't let Qingjun go. Shocked again, the emperor hesitated. Ruoli threatened Qingjun as well. "If you don't leave, I'll really do it." The empress laughed. "Wan Ruoli, do you think that will work?" She was immediately proven wrong, as the emperor ordered Qingjun's release. The empress protested, but the emperor, also deeply affected by Ruoli's selfless actions, silenced her. He'd never met a woman like her. Ruoli, weakening, urged Qingjun to leave. Go? Quickly. Knowing he couldn't save her now, Qingjun reluctantly obeyed, planning to return later. As he disappeared, Ruoli, free of worries, collapsed. The emperor ordered the antidote administered, and had Ruoli imprisoned in the palace dungeons. When she awoke, he approached smugly. Why go through all this? If you had agreed to be my concubine, none of this would have happened. Ruoli glared defiantly at him. This enraged the emperor. He grabbed her face. I am the emperor. How dare you ignore me? Ruoli remained defiant. So what? You disgust me. Instead of deterring him, her defiance only fueled his desire to conquer her. If you submit to me, I might, out of brotherly affection, spare Xuanyao, and that nameless one might also live. Ruoli realized the emperor hadn't released Qingjun. The emperor stood up, pleased. I'll give you some time to think about it. We'll see who wins in the end. Ruoli suddenly said, fine, I agree. Delighted, the emperor moved closer, believing he had won, but Ruoli headbutted him. You think I'd trust you? Humiliated and injured, the emperor was furious. You'll regret this. He abandoned all pretense of kindness, and ordered her tortured. The next day, Xiaji saw Ruoli, bruised and blooded. I'll find a way to save you. The royal altar was prepared. Officials and citizens gathered for a ritual. The priest, dressed elaborately, declared Ruoli a threat to the kingdom based on heavenly signs. Ruoli, dressed as a demoness, was brought to the altar, and accused of causing the kingdom's misfortunes. The priest declared that only by sacrificing Ruoli could the kingdom be saved. He was actually a spy from another kingdom. Minister Chen, known for his integrity, was troubled. Is she truly a demoness? Another official quickly reassured him. Of course she is. Don't be deceived. The spy, after inciting the crowd, approached the pyre with a torch. Once you're dead, the kingdom will be truly doomed. Rest in peace, princess. Ruoli remained calm. We're both spies, she revealed, addressing the priest. I'm a modern spy, you're an ancient one. Why be so ruthless? Focused on his mission, the spy ignored her, thinking she was rambling. We'll see who's doomed, Ruoli said confidently. The next moment, a dagger pierced the spy's hand, making him drop the torch. The torch landed away from the pyre. Officials shouted, fire! Who dared interfere? The spy roared. The prince, astride a white horse, charged through the crowd towards Ruoli. Ruoli, shocked to see him, was speechless. The ritual was in chaos. The emperor ordered his men to capture the prince. He then pulled out his accessories and rushed towards Silly. The sky silk sword also spread out like a tent, unable to block him. Prince Xiaosa, with a burst of energy, cut the iron chains binding Ruoli. Ruoli fell directly onto the prince's white horse, and was held tightly by him. Are you all right? Ruoli was very curious. Who are you? Why do you always come to save me when I'm in danger? Now, the prince no longer intended to hide. He directly removed his mask. I want to protect you openly and honorably. Only then did Ruoli realize that the white horse prince was the prince. He had been silently protecting her from the beginning. My love, I will never fail you. As the two, The emperor was enraged when he saw this scene. On the altar of the ancestral temple, Luo Luo Bao Bao, Xiuci Li, archers, prepare. Kill him. Understood. The archers who received the order drew their bows and arrows. Ruoli looked at the row of archers, her heart sinking. It's over. Will we be shot into hedgehogs? Suddenly, the prince immediately turned his horse to face everyone, and took out the Imperial gold medallion of immunity granted by the late emperor. I dare you. The archers immediately stopped, filled with confusion and shock. It's actually Prince Zhong. How can he have the late emperor's Imperial gold medallion of immunity? The whole country knew that Prince Zhong had fallen from grace, and was not expected to live much longer. Now, he looked like a different person. Everyone was waiting for an answer. Ruo Li was also worried that the prince's exposure, at this moment, would bring disaster. The prince looked at her resolutely. It doesn't matter. I am your husband. I should protect you with my true identity. Just as everyone was puzzled and silent, a flying knife suddenly pierced the prince's chest. Xianzu witnessed Ruo Li's face full of shock and worry. This was the emperor's personal action. He laughed heartily, believing he had finally killed him. He was extremely jealous of the late emperor's favoritism, and knew that when the prince presented the Imperial gold medallion of immunity, no one would obey his orders to harm him. He could only take action himself to eliminate the threat. Prince Zhong immediately fell off his horse. Minister Chen stepped forward to stop him. Your Majesty, are you crazy? That's your own brother. He has the late Emperor's Imperial Gold Medallion of Immunity. You can't kill him. He disregarded the late Emperor's Imperial Gold Medallion of Immunity. Such a rebellious minister is not worthy of our allegiance. These words resonated with many officials, but the Emperor remained unyielding. So what if it's the Imperial Gold Medallion of Immunity? Can it resist the Imperial sword? I am the current Emperor. The more the Emperor said this, the more the officials felt that this Emperor was unfilial, tyrannical, and unworthy of their support. The Empress at the side was anxious and had to remind him. If he continued to speak recklessly, the officials might rebel, and his throne would be in jeopardy. Just as the Empress wanted to step forward and remind him, someone pulled her back. The Empress was startled. Consort Wan, what is the meaning of this? But the person was not Consort Wan, but Qing Jun. It's just a dying struggle of a doomed man. The Empress was shocked. Qing Jun is not dead. What's going on? She knew now was not the time for confrontation, and should look for an opportunity. However, the Emperor was fearless. He looked at the four directions. Now, natural disasters and man-made calamities have brought suffering to our Dongsheng. Prince Zhong, relying on the Imperial Gold Medallion of Immunity granted by the late Emperor, has repeatedly caused trouble and obstructed us. Tell me, what's wrong with this current Emperor killing a rebellious traitor who defies authority? Everyone knew that when the late Emperor was in power, he favored Prince Zhong alone. As the Crown Prince, he had been treated with indifference. Since the late Emperor gave Prince Zhong the Imperial Gold Medallion of Immunity, it meant he acknowledged his wrongdoing. Let them, father and son, reunite in the afterlife. What's wrong with that? He laughed. Now that he was on the throne, for the Emperor, right and wrong were his to define. He declared his imperial power, fiercely threw his bow and arrow on the ground, and laughed heartily. Ruoli sorrowfully held the heavily injured prince. No matter how she called him, he did not respond. She thought the prince was dead and wept bitterly, grieving uncontrollably. You bastards! At this moment, a miracle occurred. A golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Ruoli and the prince. This righteous image attracted everyone to look up at the sky. They looked in shock at the nine-tailed fox that appeared in the sky. The nine-tailed fox was an auspicious omen, its appearance representing peace and prosperity. The nine-tailed fox's appearance was clearly directed at Ruoli. Everyone was in awe, believing she was a goddess. The auspicious nine-tailed fox that appeared in the sky illuminated the entire Dongsheng kingdom with golden light. People worshipped and rejoiced. Even Qing Jun, who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, was somewhat moved. What's going on? Without much thought, he first focused on the task at hand and pulled out the bad old man, Silly. In front of everyone, he exposed Silly's true identity as a spy from another country. Everyone, look clearly. This person is not Silly at all, but a spy sent by the Shihi Kingdom. Because the people of Shihi Kingdom are branded with their national symbol at birth, he tricked the Empress into trusting him, wanting to use her to kill Princess Zhong and thus harm Dongsheng. At this point, the Empress cried out, "It's over. It's completely over." The officials were in an uproar, with various opinions. It seems that Shihi Kingdom knew Princess Zhong was a goddess long ago, so they came up with this scheme. How insidious and shameless! The officials excitedly expressed their views. I heard that the nine-tailed fox appeared, indicating that the prince should be emperor. With Princess Zhong as empress, Dongsheng will surely prosper. The voices of support reached a crescendo. The emperor was unwilling. The prince's wife has the destiny of an empress. What does that mean? All of you, shut up. Don't forget that I am the emperor. I am the son of heaven. The emperor couldn't control the situation. For his throne, since Wan Ruoli had the destiny of an empress, he shamelessly stepped forward, grabbed Ruoli, and publicly declared, I hereby appoint Ruoli as empress. From today onwards, you are my woman. Ruoli looked coldly at this tyrannical, immoral emperor who murdered the prince. You're worthy. The emperor was still gloating when he saw Ruoli raise her fist. A small wooden ball transformed into a fist and struck the emperor. Burn marks immediately appeared on the emperor's face. The emperor screamed in pain. He was most worried about his face being disfigured. Dongsheng has always valued appearance. And as the emperor, his appearance was even more important. Ruoli was surprised. When did my fist become so powerful? I wonder what's going on. Shiji quickly told Ruoli, this move, explosive impact, will cause a continuous burning effect on the skin after it's released. Burning beauty is just a part of Shiji's abilities. You've awakened a new skill. It's specifically designed to deal with those bad guys who only have good looks. Ruoli understood. My fist can ruin other people's faces. This new skill is so useful. Facing the shameless person, she wouldn't leave him any face. She clenched her fist tightly, intending to continue teaching this crazy emperor a lesson. Seeing that Ruoli was going to hit him again, the emperor panicked and yelled, guards. Protect me. The officials and guards watched coldly. Such a tyrannical and immoral emperor dared to offend the goddess. It was simply self-inflicted. But the two imperial guards, who were previously in the prison, instantly appeared in front of the emperor, blocking Ruoli's approach. Ruoli looked at these two loyal dogs. It seems we have to settle this together. Without a word, the two whips lashed towards Ruoli. At this moment, the prince pulled out the sword that had pierced him and threw it at the imperial guard attacking Ruoli, instantly taking his life. The prince stood beside Ruoli, facing the emperor. Even now, imperial brother, do you not repent? The emperor's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? I personally stabbed you. Why are you still alive? Gwenjian was also shocked to see that the prince was unharmed and full of energy, just like the emperor. Ruoli was also shocked and quickly scolded, are you trying to scare me to death? You even lied to me. I was so sad. Are you happy? This adorable Ruoli. The prince couldn't help but tease her. You brought this on yourself. That small wound, you think it could hurt me? The two flirted and bickered, disregarding the occasion. The emperor couldn't stand it. You two actually conspired to deceive me. If we hadn't, how could we make imperial brother lower your guard? After saying that, the emperor felt even more hatred and snatched a knife from a nearby guard. He furiously charged towards the prince, wanting to fight to the death. Clearly, the emperor was overestimating himself. Even Qingjun wasn't the prince's match, let alone a useless emperor. He couldn't even touch the prince before being disarmed. Imperial brother, you should surrender. Otherwise, the truth about the late emperor's poisoning will be made public, and you will be completely doomed. The emperor looked at the prince viciously. He didn't expect the prince to know about the late emperor's poisoning. Instantly, he deflated like a punctured balloon and collapsed to the ground, his eyes dull. You know everything. The imperial guard, who pretended to be the prince in the prison, was now panicking. He had just raised his knife when Qingjun knocked it away. He grabbed his hand, twisted it, and broke it. This hand once hurt Ruoli. With his last hope shattered, the emperor completely broke down and laughed wildly. I've lost. Completely lost. Even with his last breath, the late emperor was calling your name, Xiaoyao. The emperor never considered the prince his brother, but in the end, the prince still considered their brotherhood and only had him taken away and imprisoned, without harming his life. Ruoli comforted the prince. Don't be sad. A cruel person like him, driven mad by power, is not worth your sadness, even if he is your brother. Before the prince could respond to Ruoli, Minister Liu knelt before him. The prince hurriedly asked Minister Liu, what is the meaning of this? Minister Liu requested the prince to ascend the throne. After all, a country cannot be without a ruler. In addition, the prince was virtuous, benevolent, and skilled in both literary and martial arts, making him the most suitable candidate. Of course, there were also opposing opinions. They felt that although the prince had rendered meritorious service to the country, the late emperor's edict stated that Zunyi should inherit the throne. Therefore, this matter still needed to be discussed with the empress dowager. Now the officials were divided into two factions, arguing amongst themselves. One faction supported the prince ascending the throne, while the other wanted the empress dowager to make the decision. Ruoli also curiously asked, do you want to be emperor? In fact, the late emperor originally intended to pass the throne to the prince, but the edict was tampered with. Now that Zunyi had no chance of recovery, the prince didn't want to exploit the situation. Moreover, he now had Ruoli and Xiao Xiao. Once he became emperor, he would have too many responsibilities. Living a peaceful life like this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The officials were still arguing. They felt that although the emperor was immoral, the empress had already given birth to his child, who should inherit the throne according to tradition. At this crucial moment, the champion of the previous palace power struggle, the empress dowager, arrived and rejected the officials' proposal. Because the empress was a concubine. According to tradition, only a prince of pure blood could inherit the throne. and the Empress Dowager's opinion was paramount. However, the Empress Dowager already had a suitable candidate. That was Consort Wan, because she was also pregnant with the Empress child. The Empress Dowager announced that the Imperial physician had reported that Consort Wan was 3 months pregnant. If she could give birth to a prince, he would be established as the new emperor. At this moment, Consort Wan was extremely proud. She had committed many wrongdoings, but wouldn't be punished. Instead, she would gain power through her son. Looking at the triumphant Consort Wan, Ruoli knew that if her child became emperor, she and the prince would probably have no peace. She had to think of a way. It wasn't just Ruoli who was unhappy, but also the empress. She had been betrayed and wanted to kill Consort Wan. You, Wan Karen. How dare you betray me? I clearly gave you contraceptive medicine, yet you secretly conceived a child. Consort Wan screamed and desperately called for the Empress Dowager to save her. The empress was driven mad by resentment, because everything she had suffered was due to Consort Wan's schemes. And now, Consort Wan would escape punishment and gain power through her son. This was what she couldn't accept the most. Just then, the prince threw a small knife, cutting the empress' raised hand. He saved Consort Wan from the emperor. It was because of brotherly love that the prince didn't want to hurt the emperor further. Consort Wan was carrying his brother's child, so he saved her. The empress was immediately put under control, but even now, her arrogance remained. Let me go. I am the empress. Consort Wan, whose fate was uncertain, didn't expect the prince to save her. She repeatedly thanked him. The prince said nothing and returned to Ruoli's side. Ruoli was a little jealous and half-jokingly said, "You weren't this eager when you saved her." The prince quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I only acted out of consideration for the royal heir." Ruoli chuckled, "I'm just kidding. I'm not that petty. After all, the child is innocent." But just now, the prince's heroic act stirred up unexpected emotions in Consort Wan's heart. If I had known the prince was feigning indifference, I would have agreed to marry him back then. How could I let Wan Ruoli, this simpleton, have him so easily? At this moment, the Empress Dowager suddenly spoke. The Empress, narrow-minded and cruel, colluded with foreign enemies to harm the royal family. By the decree of the Empress Dowager, the Empress is hereby deposed. She is to be imprisoned in the cold palace, and never allowed to enter the imperial grounds again. The Empress hadn't expected the Empress Dowager to act so swiftly and decisively. She felt like she'd been used and discarded. Struggling fiercely, she yelled, "The Zun family's throne was won by my ruined family. And now you want to hand it over to those sand bandits. Dream on." The Empress broke down, crying, "Father, you must avenge me." Then, she threw herself against a stone pillar and killed herself. Ruoli gasped. She hadn't expected the Empress to be so extreme. The prince sighed deeply. She brought this upon herself. With the Empress dead and the obstacle removed, the Empress Dowager immediately wanted to finalize Chujun's ascension to the throne. Li immediately stepped forward and said he had something to say. Consort Wan committed many wrongdoings with the Empress. If she is simply exempted from punishment, I fear there will be endless trouble later. We should investigate thoroughly first. Ruoli was about to announce her pregnancy and claim the title of Chujun's mother, securing her position. Ruoli's intervention made Consort Wan furious. Ruoli then detailed how Consort Wan and the Empress, vying for favor, resorted to unscrupulous means and colluded with enemy spies. If they are not investigated, I fear the citizens will be resentful and the soldiers will lose morale. Now, Ruoli, once known as the Demoness, was hailed as a divine maiden. Everything she said resonated with the officials. The Empress Dowager asked Ruoli, "How do you think Consort Wan should be dealt with?" "Every crime Consort Wan has committed should be punished according to imperial law," Ruoli answered. Consort Wan panicked. Imperial law meant death. Empress Dowager, save me. I'm carrying the royal heir. Ruoli stepped forward and reassured Consort Wan, "Precisely because you're carrying a royal heir, your death sentence can be commuted, but you won't escape punishment. Evil deeds eventually lead to retribution." Consort Wan thought her pregnancy would shield her, but she was confined to the palace until Chujun's birth. Afterward, she would be sent to the nunnery. A nation cannot be without a ruler. The Empress Dowager and the prince became regents, with the Empress Dowager managing state affairs and the prince commanding the army. As for Emperor Zunyi, due to his incompetence, impotence, and tyranny, he was impeached by officials in a joint petition. He was stripped of his imperial title and confined to the Eastern Palace for life to reflect on his wrongdoings. Now that the emperor, empress, and consort Wan had received their retribution, could Ruoli and the prince finally live a happy and peaceful life? Of course not. Greater dangers lay ahead. The prince returned to his manor to tend to his wounds from the palace beating. Ruoli brought many healing ointments. Apply both internally and externally. It'll heal faster. The prince had been severely beaten in the palace, but had made prior arrangements to ensure his safe return. Ruoli looked at the prince's wounds, her heart aching. Does it hurt a lot? Unable to bear it, her hands trembled as she touched his wounds. The prince hid his pain, not wanting Ruoli to worry. He feigned lightness and asked if Ruoli liked the gift he had sent. Ruoli remembered the red jade carved pig and smiled sweetly. The pig held a hidden message: the prince's plan for rebellion. Ruoli had discovered it but feigned ignorance, pretending she hadn't seen the message. The prince suddenly grabbed Ruoli's hand and pulled her closer. Ruoli pushed him away in a fluster. Don't think you can get away with anything just because your wounds are healing. The prince leaned closer, asking again if she'd seen the message. Flustered and unable to resist his closeness, Ruoli admitted she had. The prince was puzzled. Then why did you still dare to go through with the wedding? Ruoli explained that she knew the prince was planning a rebellion, a risky endeavor that could lead to execution. She decided to act as bait, pretending to comply with the marriage, waiting for the opportune moment to turn the tables. When the time comes, it won't be certain who is the hunter and who is the prey. That makes sense, but do you know how dangerous that was? What if you had really? Ruoli stopped him. I'm fine now, aren't I? And I knew you would come and save me. The prince tenderly asked, will you be my true princess? Having faced life and death together, they had seen through the thin veil of pretense. Nothing could stop their love now. Royal children were entitled to study at the Imperial Academy, and Xiao Xiao was no exception. On his way home, he was stopped. Xiao Xiao politely asked, Prince Qing and Prince Cheng, what is the matter? They mocked him. You're just Regent Prince's adopted son. Nothing special. Someone of unknown origins like you doesn't deserve to be in the Imperial Academy. Xiao Xiao, the sole surviving son of Prince Qin, now cherished by the prince and Ruoli, felt a strong sense of belonging. Angrily, he retorted, I'm not a nobody. The two princes continued their taunts. Staying at the prince's manor for so long, you really think you're his real son? I think the regent prince doesn't consider you his son at all. He only. Before they could finish, their insults enraged Xiao Xiao, and he lunged at them. The three boys started fighting. Outnumbered, Xiao Xiao was struggling. Suddenly, a stone flew from afar and hit Prince Qing on the head. Who dares sneak attack this prince? The fight stopped. All three boys were bruised and scratched. Qing Jun stood on the roof. How can 2 against 1 be called a sneak attack? Brat, what are you standing there for? Come here. Qing Jun, though speaking harshly, clearly cared for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao hesitated but knew Qing Jun was protecting him. He went over. Prince Cheng was you had to ask for help because you couldn't beat us. Are you even a man? Qing Jun clenched his fist. Does being a few years older make you a man? He quickly taught the two princes a lesson. See if you dare bully Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Wow, so cool. The two princes, now sporting bumps on their heads, quieted down. Qing Jun told Xiao Xiao, did you learn your lesson? You must learn to protect yourself. Xiao Xiao nodded seriously. Then, before sending Xiao Xiao back to the manor, Qing Jun told him to tell his mother that he had to leave for a while and not to miss him too much. Xiao Xiao said, although you've helped my mother a lot, and I should thank you, my mother is already taken. Xiao Xiao's cuteness made Qing Jun laugh. You little rascal, you're too concerned about me liking your mother. He left quickly. This time, Xiao Xiao's impression of Qing Jun had changed. What a strange uncle. At the manor, Ruoli was busy experimenting. The prince returned and, seeing a table full of colorful, fragrant things, asked curiously, what are you doing? Ruoli excitedly explained that she would be participating in a cosmetics competition at the Powder Rouge Institute the next day, and was experimenting. Ruoli was using the leaves the prince gave her to make all-natural cosmetics. The prince supported her but was puzzled. Is this the finished product? Ruoli mysteriously introduced it. This is leaf rouge, extracted from the pulp of the fruit. It's delicious. Are you making cosmetics or food? Ruoli responded mysteriously, it's called dual purpose. Then she asked if the prince knew that Qingjun had left Dongsheng. Hearing his wife mention another man, especially one who had confessed his feelings for her, made the prince uneasy. He forced a casual tone and said Xiao Xiao had already told him. Unaware of the prince's inner turmoil, Ruoli continued, that petty guy will definitely come back to seek revenge for me using him for birth control. The prince's jealousy intensified. You seem to know him very well. Ruoli finally realized, you're jealous again. The prince denied it, but his actions betrayed him. He scooped Ruoli up and carried her to their room. Daji teased Ruoli, you and the prince have been quite close lately. Mind your own business, kid, Ruoli retorted. Being called a kid offended Daji. I'm a researcher. It took me decades to develop this high-tech stuff. I'm your elder, not a kid. Show some respect. The next day, Ruoli took her finished products to the Powder Rouge Institute. Daji was even more excited than Ruoli because the institute housed many ancient cosmetic techniques. Upon arrival, they learned the institute's director wouldn't arrive until later. Daji suddenly noticed a servant girl's chapped lips. Due to the dry weather, the servant girl was suffering. Ruoli immediately offered her the lip balm. This can soothe and moisturize your lips. The servant girl gratefully accepted and applied it. Not only did it smell pleasant, but her lips instantly became hydrated. The servant girl exclaimed, it's amazing. The next second, the lip balm was snatched from her hand. The newcomer was Chen Shui, the director of the institute, clearly impressed by the balm's effectiveness. She threw it on the ground. Institute rules state that any cosmetic not approved by the institute, regardless of its effectiveness, is forbidden. The servant girl pleaded for forgiveness. Ruoli's hard work was wasted. However, Chen Shui was unrelenting and ordered the servant girl punished. Wait a minute. Ruoli slammed her teacup on the table and stood up. You destroyed my things without even an apology. She was ready to defend the servant girl. Although Chen Shui, the head of the Fanfang Cosmetic House, acted aloof, she still feigned an apology to the prince and princess of Shizeng. However, she declared that anything applied to the face, from base makeup to finishing touches, could only use products made by Fanfang Cosmetic House. She emphasized that this was according to the Imperial regulations. If anyone used something of unknown origin and suffered adverse effects, Fanfang Cosmetic House would be held responsible for negligence. Xiaji wanted to punch her, but was calmed down by Ruoli. We understand Madame Cheng's concerns, but now it's April, and the pure is making people suffer. I just want to offer a little help, but Cheng Shui didn't appreciate the gesture. This house has already produced ample amounts of heat-clearing balm based on the Imperial Hospital's prescription, and distributed it to the various palaces. There's no need for the princess to worry, Ruoli insisted, even though the heat-clearing balm might provide some temporary relief, pure isn't caused by heat. Using the balm treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Cheng Shui retorted, enough, princess. Are you questioning the Imperial Hospital's decision? Bai Li Ma remained silent. Since the prince was the prince of Shizeng, he didn't want any unnecessary trouble that could affect him. Cheng Shui then instructed her personal maid to escort the little palace maid, Xiaoxiang, away for punishment. The maid arrogantly grabbed Xiaoxiang. Tears welled up in Xiaoxiang's eyes. Freeing herself from the maid's grasp, she ran to Ruoli, pleading for help. Her mother was seriously ill at home, and she relied on her meager palace earnings for her mother's medical treatment. If she lost her job, they would have no way to survive. Ruoli reassured her, telling her not to worry. The little girl's punishment stemmed from the foolish knife she had given her, so naturally, Ruoli wouldn't stand idly by. She then softly asked Cheng Shui, if I can enter Fanfang Cosmetic House, can Xiaoxiang's punishment be waived? Cheng Shui confirmed, but with a condescending look. Fanfang Cosmetic House has always adhered to strict talent selection criteria. Even if you are the princess, you must first undergo an assessment in cosmetic making. There are no exceptions. Xiaji was angered again by Cheng Zui's words. Ruoli, let's show these ancient people what we can do. Ruoli then asked Cheng Shui to arrange the assessment as soon as possible. She also selected the palace maid from earlier, Xiaoxiang, to stay by her side until the assessment results were out. Afterwards, Ruoli followed Xiaoxiang back to her dilapidated home. Xiaoxiang's frail mother was deeply apologetic for only being able to offer them a cup of hot tea. Ruoli concealed her identity, cheerfully claiming she and Xiaoxiang were friends, urging her not to fuss. Xiaoxiang nodded happily, planning to buy some snacks. Afraid of attracting attention, she asked Ruoli to wait at her home while she quickly returned. Ruoli praised Xiaoxiang for being a thoughtful child, but because of this errand, Xiaoxiang ran into trouble. A man approached and grabbed Xiaoxiang's arm. "I've finally found you. Where's the money you promised?" Xiaoxiang pleaded with him to be lenient. Her mother was seriously ill and had incurred significant medical expenses. She promised to pay him once she received her wages this month. The man impatiently knocked the snack box from Xiaoxiang's hands, pushing her to the ground. "You have money to buy snacks, but no money to repay your debts. Who are you trying to fool?" Xiaoxiang tried to explain, but the man wouldn't listen. He even crushed the snacks Xiaoxiang had bought with the money she had scraped together. Enraged, he threatened to take Xiaoxiang away and force her to repay the debt with her body. Just as disaster was about to strike, Ruoli arrived, knocking the man to the ground. "You disgusting thug. How dare you bully Xiaoxiang? You're asking for a beating." She shielded Xiaoxiang and gave the man a sound thrashing. Ruoli then comforted Xiaoxiang. Worried because Xiaoxiang hadn't returned for so long, she was relieved she had arrived in time. Xiaoxiang was terrified and, forgetting the difference in their status, burst into tears in Ruoli's arms. After comforting her for a while, Ruoli asked how she had gotten involved with such a scoundrel. It turned out that Xiaoxiang's mother's illness required a lot of money. She had asked this man to help her secure a higher-paying position within the palace, promising him a portion of her earnings each month. But as her mother's condition worsened, she couldn't afford to pay him anymore. Now, he wanted to force her into prostitution. If she were expelled from the palace, she would have no means of survival. Ruoli comforted Xiaoxiang, assuring her that she would pass the assessment and wouldn't be expelled. She also gave Xiaoxiang money for her mother's medical treatment and living expenses. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui was already plotting against Ruoli. After all, Ruoli's skincare products had previously earned the Empress Dowager's favor. Cheng Shui wouldn't let Ruoli pass the assessment and join Fanfeng Cosmetic House to rival her. So, she decided to make the assessment a competition, pitting herself against Ruoli. Confident that she could make Ruoli utterly defeated, the day of the competition arrived quickly, and the on-site cosmetic making competition officially began. Everyone whispered, wondering whether the princess or Madame Cheng would win. Ruoli, as usual, used coconut as her main ingredient, extracting the coconut flesh. She then ground the coconut flesh, filtered the extract, and put it in a pot to simmer. Once the water had completely evaporated and the residue in the pot solidified, she obtained coconut oil. However, despite promising a fair competition and boasting about defeating Ruoli, Cheng Shui had tampered with the ingredients provided to Ruoli. She even notified the Empress Dowager to attend, because the leaves Ruoli usually used, common in the Western Sheng Kingdom, were considered exotic in the Eastern Sheng Kingdom. Cheng Shui's aim wasn't just to win the competition, but also to have the Empress Dowager punish Ruoli for disrespect. By now, Xie Ji had also discovered Cheng Shui's sabotage, and was furious. All the rose petals given to them were withered and decaying, unusable for making good flower balm. Ruoli was also enraged. How despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics. Now, they faced a problem. Without flower balm for color, their finished product would appear inferior at first glance. Given Cheng Shui's methods, asking her for fresh petals was out of the question. They had to find another way. Suddenly, spotting a palace maid delivering carrots, Ruoli had an idea. She had found a substitute for color. Although she didn't have rose petals, Ruoli had found a replacement. Carrots. While orange was lighter than red, it was more than enough to enhance the complexion. Moreover, carrots were rich in vitamins B and C, making them perfect for treating facial blemishes. After some processing, Ruoli completed her pure ointment. Just then, the Empress Dowager arrived. "Everyone, rise. I heard from the prince that you've developed a cosmetic that can cure pure. I came to have a look." No need to be nervous. Cheng Shui immediately presented both finished products. "Please examine them, Your Majesty." Ruoli explained, "The Imperial Hospital believes pure is caused by heat, so I used a mixture of borneol and mint to create a cooling and soothing effect." The Empress Dowager opened Cheng Shui's product. Seeing the exquisite texture and delicate floral fragrance, she was greatly pleased and praised her. "It seems Madame Cheng is quite skilled. I underestimated her before." Xie Ji quickly reassured Ruoli, "Don't worry, ours is just as good." The Empress Dowager then examined Ruoli's ointment. She was equally pleased with its rich, vibrant color, as radiant as the clouds. Cheng Xue's maid quickly whispered to her, asking what to do now that their plan had failed. Cheng Xue immediately feigned praise for Ruoli's dedication, while subtly revealing that Ruoli had used holy fruit in her cosmetic. Everyone was shocked. Ruoli was bewildered. Holy fruit? I don't know what you're talking about. The Empress Dowager was furious. Audacious princess. You dare to steal the tribute from Bailu Kingdom. Bailu Kingdom sends holy fruit as tribute every year. By stealing it, are you trying to sabotage the relationship between our two nations? What do you have to say for yourself? Ruoli was still confused. The leaves were clearly given to me by Qin Jun. I even used them to make leaf chicken several times. How did they become holy fruit in the palace? Remembering her most beautiful pill incident, Bai Li Ma immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, please calm down. Access to the storeroom is strictly controlled. Whether the holy fruit is missing can be easily verified. Surprised by Ruoli's quick thinking, the Empress Dowager ordered someone to investigate. Everyone waited for the results. Ruoli told Xiaji to discreetly follow Cheng Xue. Having witnessed her schemes, they had to prevent her from causing further trouble. As expected, Cheng Xue and her maid were discussing how to frame Ruoli. Cheng Xue knew the Empress Dowager hated any dealings with foreign countries. So, whether the holy fruit was stolen or otherwise acquired, as long as she planted seeds of doubt in the Empress Dowager's mind, Ruoli would be punished one way or another. She instructed her maid to create a diversion when reporting to the Empress Dowager, leading her to suspect Ruoli. Then, in a fit of rage, she crushed the pure ointment made by Ruoli. Even if your ointment can cure pure, so what? I've worked so hard to get to this position. I won't allow anyone to threaten it. Such a selfish and insidious woman, harming others for such a petty reason. I won't let you succeed. At that moment, the Empress Dowager's confidant returned and reported the findings. The holy fruit in the storeroom was untouched. Ruoli was innocent. The Empress Dowager asked her to rise. Cheng Xue's maid was about to speak when Ruoli preempted her, pleading guilty. Cheng Xue cursed under her breath, useless. You let her get ahead of you. Ruoli's action puzzled the Empress Dowager. Princess, what do you mean? Ruoli tearfully explained, pure is rampant, causing suffering to the people. I wanted to alleviate your majesty and the prince's worries, so I've been searching for a cure. I heard that the holy fruit of Bailu Kingdom has miraculous effects, so I foolishly used it to make the pure ointment. However, I knew the holy fruit was a tribute and shouldn't be used, so I spent a fortune buying a few from a Bailu merchant. I deserve punishment for my transgression. I beg your majesty for mercy. Ruoli's confession not only dispelled the Empress Dowager's suspicion, but also moved her. She helped Ruoli up. Then, she turned her anger towards Cheng Xue. You falsely accused the princess. What do you have to say for yourself? Cheng Xue panicked and pleaded for forgiveness, claiming it was a misunderstanding and not intentional. Her maid also quickly pleaded for leniency from the Empress Dowager and the princess. Cheng Xue surprisingly didn't hate Ruoli for her inferior strength, but rather her own useless personal maid. If that good-for-nothing wasn't so incompetent, I wouldn't have been punished by the Empress Dowager. This dowager dog show greatly amused Xiaji, relieving his pent-up frustration. However, Ruoli didn't intend to let Cheng Xue off the hook. Such a vicious woman is better dealt with sooner rather than later. Let the Empress Dowager be the witness. Have the afflicted court ladies try the products made by both of you. If Cheng Xue loses, her position as the head of the Imperial Cosmetics Department should be reconsidered. The Empress Dowager pondered. The Imperial Cosmetics Department was crucial to the Empire's stability. If its head was incompetent and inferior to others, it wouldn't be an injustice to replace her. She agreed to Ruoli's proposal. Temporarily spared from punishment, Cheng Xue expressed her gratitude profusely. Then, she hatched another wicked plan, instructing her maid to bribe the court ladies chosen for the trial. Make sure they all side with me. Soon, several court ladies with severe chapped lips were selected for the trial. With the Empress Dowager's signal, the two court ladies began to test the products. Unexpectedly, the prince also arrived amidst his busy schedule. The Empress Dowager was delighted to see him. Perfect timing. You can witness the results with me. The prince immediately went to Ruoli's side and held her hand reassuringly. Don't be nervous. I believe in you. Cheng Xue was confident of victory, believing she had bribed both court ladies. Suddenly, the The court lady using Cheng Zui's product cried out, "My lips are burning. It hurts." Cheng Zui's smugness vanished, replaced by panic. How could this be? The Empress Dowager was shocked and displeased. What is the meaning of this? She demanded. Cheng Shui immediately shifted the blame. I followed the Imperial Hospital's formula to the letter. I swear, this has never happened before. Someone must have tampered with it to frame me. Please, Your Majesty, investigate. Ruoli was speechless, caught in the crossfire. Xie was furious. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Ruoli took Cheng Zui's lip balm and asked Xie to analyze its ingredients, anticipating her next move. Xie quickly identified the components. They were standard cosmetic ingredients, but the salicylic acid concentration was incorrect. Salicylic acid, extracted from willow bark, is a natural anti-inflammatory. The concentration in cosmetic products is typically between and. This one clearly exceeds the limit. Also, people in ancient times liked to use lard as a lip balm. But the protein in lard reacts with salicylic acid, causing a mild corrosive effect. That's why the court lady's lips are burning and hurting. Armed with this knowledge, Ruoli confronted Cheng Shui. You claim to have strictly followed the Imperial Hospital's formula. Then why does your lip balm contain excessive willow bark extract? Cheng Shui retorted, it's for anti-inflammatory purposes. What's wrong with that? Ruoli seized the opportunity. So you admit to altering the formula. Cheng Shui realized her mistake. Ruoli condemned her. You were so obsessed with winning that you recklessly increased the dosage. Everything has its limits. Excessive treatment can be counterproductive and harmful. She then instructed the court lady to rinse her lips with clean water. It should be fine soon. Cheng Shui remained defiant. If your lip balm is so effective, why hasn't she recovered? The court lady using Ruoli's product spoke up. I have chronic chapped lips, but today, after using Consort Ruo's lip balm, I feel no discomfort at all. It's amazing. The Empress Dowager was pleased. Consort Ruo's lip balm is indeed effective. You win. She granted Ruoli access to the Imperial storeroom. Make more so the afflicted court ladies and commoners can benefit. As for Cheng Shui, the Empress Dowager reduced her punishment to 3 months' salary deduction. Cheng Shui thanked the Empress Dowager, while secretly vowing revenge. As long as I remain in the Imperial Cosmetics Department, Ruoli, I will make you pay for this humiliation. Back at the prince's mansion, Ruoli was pensive. Do you think Cheng Shui is resentful? Of course. She lost face and position. She's definitely not happy. Xie realized something was amiss. It turned out that before the trial, the secret guards protecting Ruoli had witnessed suspicious interactions between 2 court ladies and Cheng Zui's maid. The prince, initially worried about Ruoli's safety, had the court ladies brought in for questioning. The bribed court ladies trembled in fear, begging for mercy. The prince knew something was wrong and ordered them to confess. This explained his presence at the trial. Ruoli now understood the extent of Cheng Zui's scheming. She brought this upon herself. The prince, confident in Ruoli's abilities, hadn't threatened the court ladies, only instructed them to be truthful. Ruoli smiled. Since you have so much faith in me, I must work even harder. The prince asked about her future plans. Ruoli had already done her research and had a clear direction. The Imperial Cosmetics Department not only has connections with various influential figures, but also engages in cosmetic exchanges with other nations. I plan to leverage this, combining the characteristics and styles of different countries' cosmetics, to develop new products and compile them into a book. Using cosmetic diplomacy to promote international exchange and integration. The prince understood Ruoli's desire to assist him. An excellent idea, he approved. Ruoli had been busy writing and hadn't picked up Xiao Xiao from school. Xiao Xiao had to go to the prince's study and return home with him. Just as they were about to enter, the sound of shattering porcelain stopped them. They heard the Empress Dowager angrily scolding the prince. Foolish. It turned out she wanted to arrange a marriage for him, but the prince refused, declaring his love for Ruoli. My heart belongs to her. There's no room for anyone else. The Empress Dowager was furious, even bringing up his deceased mother, Consort Yu. The mention of his mother pained the prince. My mother is gone. Please show some respect. The Empress Dowager dropped all pretense. Don't think becoming the regent prince puts you above me. Defy me, and you'll end up like the former emperor. Xiao Xiao was shocked by the Empress Dowager's transformation. Who is this woman she wants to force on my father? He wondered. Xiao Xiao tearfully tugged at the prince's robe. Father, I heard everything. You promised you wouldn't abandon mother for another woman, right? The prince knelt down and reassured him. I will not marry anyone else. Your mother is the only woman for me. Not even the empress dowager can force me. Xiao Xiao brightened immediately. I knew you wouldn't let mother suffer. The prince patted his head. You little rascal, your mood changes faster than the weather. On their way back, Xiao Xiao thought, the empress dowager won't give up. I must help father and mother. Back at the mansion, Ruoli had just finished writing. After half a month of hard work, she finally completed her book and stretched contentedly. Xie looked curiously at the book. Why is my name listed as the author? Ruoli replied seriously, because you are the author. I simply helped you write it down. Xie was stunned. But I'm just an AI. But to Ruoli, Xie was her friend and partner. If it weren't for you stealing that thing and triggering the mechanism, I wouldn't have been transported here. I'd probably still be conquering the world. Ruoli wanted to leave a mark for Xie in this world. Xie was deeply touched, almost to tears, but the final version still needs editing and revisions. Touched by Ruoli's words, Xie picked out a few pages for her to revise. Ruoli groaned. I take back what I said. She picked up her pen and worked until nightfall. The prince came and took away her pen. Are you planning to pull an all-nighter? Just a little bit more, Ruoli pleaded. The prince refused. No. He lifted her up. Time for dinner and sleep, Ruoli protested. Really, just a little bit more. Let me finish. I won't be able to sleep otherwise. The prince placed her on the bed, his gaze intense. When you're tired enough, you'll sleep. He then leaned in, effectively ending any further discussion about work. Meanwhile, at the Empress Dowager's palace, a familiar figure appeared. Qiao Jiyu, Ruoli's former friend. Qiao Jiyu was the spy the Empress Dowager had planted in the prince's mansion. The Empress Dowager hadn't anticipated the prince overthrowing the former emperor. She'd planned to blame consort Wan's miscarriage on him. Then she could seize complete control. But Ruoli had foiled her plans, and the prince had become regent prince, sharing her power. To eliminate this threat, the Empress Dowager decided to arrange a marriage for him. She had sent a message to Princess Yuyang of Beilu, inviting her to Dongsheng to congratulate the prince. Her aim was to annex Beilu through this marriage. Qiao Jiyu was worried. Princess Yuyang is known for her intelligence and kindness. If she discovers our scheme, it could damage our relations with Beilu. But the Empress Dowager was confident. She won't find out. Princess Yuyang defied her father to save the prince, suffering severe consequences. She probably still doesn't know he's married. A woman who sacrificed everything for the man she loves won't let another woman steal him away. If I help her get the prince, she'll be eternally grateful. Qiao Jiyu understood her plan. In Beilu, Princess Yuyang was painting a portrait of the prince when her maid interrupted. Unfazed, she said, make it quick. Don't disturb me. The maid presented a letter from Dongsheng. Princess Yuyang immediately put down her brush and took the letter. Expecting a message from the prince, she opened it with joy, only to find an invitation to congratulate him on becoming regent prince. Her smile instantly froze. The invitation stated that the princess of Beilu would also attend the birthday banquet. She slumped to the ground, overwhelmed with grievance. I helped you recover for 2 whole years. Not only did you not contact me, but you also took another woman as your wife. You're heartless. 2 years ago, before the prince married, Beilu and Dongsheng were at war. Princess Yuyang infiltrated Dongsheng's army camp disguised as a maid, but unexpectedly fell in love with the prince who saved her life. One day, the prince entered the camp tent where she was held. Princess Yuyang, indignant, asked, "Are you here to mock me?" Unexpectedly, the prince had come to release her. He tossed her a travel permit. Princess Yuyang suspected some sinister plot. However, the prince was merciful. Beilu had lost the war, and he saw no need for further bloodshed. He released Princess Yuyang and asked her to tell her father that if Beilu refrained from invading Dongsheng for 30 years, the past would be forgiven. The proud Princess Yuyang tested the prince. What if I refuse? Will you kill me? The prince calmly replied, you will agree. The alternative is the destruction of Dongsheng's army, while Beilu risks losing its entire dynasty. I believe you can make the right judgment. At this moment, Princess Yuyang's feelings for the prince shifted. Just let me go. Of course. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Princess Yuyang immediately grabbed the travel permit and left, giving the prince a meaningful look. Don't regret this. Later, Zhao Wang, the prince's brother, criticized him for releasing the Bailu prisoner. Zhao Wang then staged a mutiny in the military camp, and the prince was ambushed. He fought his way out, but was critically injured. Fortunately, Princess Yuyang saved him. However, Zhao Wang's mutiny shattered the truce between the two nations. Bailu suffered heavy casualties. The Emperor of Bailu wanted to kill the prince in revenge, but Princess Yuyang stopped him. She shielded the prince with her own body, and confessed her love to her father. I love him, regardless of his nationality. If you want to kill him, kill me too. Moved by his daughter's plea, the Emperor of Bailu spared the prince. He then discussed the situation with his daughter. If Dongsheng discovered the prince was alive, they would surely attack again. Princess Yuyang had a plan she believed would be foolproof. She knew that Zhao Wang and the prince, though brothers, were rivals for the throne. She suspected Zhao Wang was behind the mutiny. She planned to forge a letter in the prince's handwriting to deceive Zhao Wang. When Zhao Wang returned the prince's body to Dongsheng, he would claim the prince died in battle, thus avoiding suspicion. Meanwhile, as the prince was suffering from amnesia, Princess Yuyang decided to use a newly developed amnesia-inducing drug called solar-raising powder. She administered it daily, hoping he would forget his identity and past. The Emperor of Bailu agreed to her plan. They would wait for the prince to recover before revealing the truth. Princess Yuyang, believing she would marry her beloved, was overjoyed. Because of this, the prince lost his chance at both the throne and his original family. 3 months later, the Emperor of Dongsheng passed away, and Zhao Wang ascended the throne. News quickly reached Bailu. The prince suddenly regained his memory. Ignoring Princess Yuyang's pleas, he insisted on returning to Dongsheng to mourn his father. The Emperor of Bailu imprisoned him. Unable to bear seeing her beloved suffer, Princess Yuyang secretly released him. As punishment, her family was stripped of their titles, and she was confined to the palace. Recalling the past, Princess Yuyang wept bitterly. I went to such lengths to save him, even defying my father, but he left without a word. Now has married another woman. Unwilling to accept this, she resolved to see the princess consort with her own eyes. Her maid tried to dissuade her. If discovered, she would be punished further, but nothing could stop Princess Yuyang. She went to her father's palace to persuade him. The guards blocked her, as the emperor had ordered not to be disturbed. Princess Yuyang resorted to emotional manipulation. Father, don't you care about my happiness? If you don't see me, I'll stay here forever. Unable to resist his daughter's pleas, the emperor relented. How long will you be so willful? 2 years of confinement haven't taught you anything. Princess Yuyang revealed she had received an invitation to the prince's birthday banquet. The emperor was furious. You still want to go to Dongsheng? Have you forgotten how he abandoned you? Knowing her father couldn't bear to see her cry, Princess Yuyang burst into tears. The emperor, as expected, softened. He tried to comfort her, and Princess Yuyang seized the opportunity. I don't care. I must go. If you don't agree, I'll kill myself. The emperor finally gave in. Fine, fine. Stop this melodrama. I agree. Princess Yuyang instantly brightened. I knew you loved me the most. She confidently vowed, I will win him back. Xiao Xiao, worried about her parents, went to the Empress Dowager to gather information. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager's cat in the garden, she wondered how it got there. Playfully, she tossed a pebble towards the cat. The cat reacted swiftly, batting the stone. It then picked up the pebble and ran towards a side room. Xiao Xiao followed. She overheard voices inside. Eavesdropping, she learned that ministers opposed the Empress Dowager's plan to use the prince's birthday banquet to invite neighboring countries. They argued that these countries were hostile, especially Shiha, which had framed the princess consort. They shouldn't be treated with such courtesy. The Empress Dowager retorted, so you suggest we go to war? Our treasury is empty. How can we fight? She then revealed that Princess Yuyang of Bailu and the prince were once betrothed and still had feelings for each other. This was a chance to rekindle their relationship. Dealing with Shiha would be trivial afterward. Xiao Xiao realized the Empress Dowager planned to find a new wife for her father. She had to warn her mother. She accidentally bumped into a chair, making a noise. The Empress Dowager shouted, "Who's there?" Too late to escape, Xiao Xiao used the cat as a scapegoat. She threw another pebble, and the cat chased after it. Xiao Xiao hid behind the door. The Empress Dowager emerged. She saw her cat playing in the hallway. Xiao Xiao then appeared, covered in dirt, pretending to have been chasing the cat. She curtsied to the Empress Dowager, who asked, "Why are you here, and why are you so dirty?" Xiao Xiao explained she saw Zua stuck in a tree and climbed up to rescue it, falling in the process. She followed the cat here and apologized for intruding. Xiao Xiao's well-behaved manner charmed the Empress Dowager, who asked what she wanted as a reward. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Xiao asked for candid haws, claiming her mother forbade them at home, but she craved them. Amused by her childish request, the Empress Dowager agreed and promised to keep it a secret. She personally escorted Xiao Xiao out, suspecting nothing. Back at the prince's mansion, Xie was teaching Ruoli how to make concealer. It was a long-lasting formula intended for the upcoming banquet. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao rushed in. Mother! The Empress Dowager wants father to marry the Princess of Beilu at his birthday banquet. Both Xie and Ruoli were stunned. Xiao Xiao explained she overheard the Empress Dowager plotting with the ministers. The princess and father were once betrothed. Mother, you have to do something. Ruoli warned Xiao Xiao not to tell anyone else, as eavesdropping on the Empress Dowager was a serious offense. She thanked Xiao Xiao for the information. Then, fuming, she declared, that man never told me he had a former fiancé. I need to have a word with him. Xiao Xiao wanted to defend her father, but seeing her mother's anger, decided it was best to stay quiet. That night, the prince returned, wondering why Ruoli was asleep so early. Are you already asleep? Aren't you waiting for me? He received no response. Ruoli brushed his hand away. The prince was bewildered. What's wrong? What did I do? Why are you giving me the cold shoulder? Ruoli sat up, fuming. Tell me, what is your relationship with that princess of Beilu? The prince realized Ruoli was jealous, and he found it rather endearing. What do you think our relationship is? Ruoli glared at his playful smile. Don't change the subject. The prince silenced her with a kiss. Do you still not understand my feelings? Ruoli was speechless, overwhelmed by his tenderness. The prince explained that Princess Yuyang had saved his life, but that was all. He reassured Ruoli not to worry. Ruoli insisted she wasn't worried, but annoyed that someone was trying to sabotage their relationship. No matter what princess, no matter how noble, I won't let anyone take you from me. The prince pulled her close. Looks like I married a tigress. Ruoli playfully shoved him. How dare you tease me? Take that. Half a month later, on the prince's birthday, early in the morning, Qiao Jiyu delivered Prince Sun Yao's birthday attire for Ruoli to try on. Ruoli quickly changed into the ceremonial robes. She looked stunning in them, and Qiao Jiyu showered her with compliments. Ruoli was pleased, but the only issue was the overly long hem. Qiao Jiyu immediately took measurements to shorten it, as Ruoli requested. Meanwhile, in the palace's naming hall, the celebration was already underway, but Ruoli had yet to arrive. The Empress Dowager inquired about the princess consort's whereabouts, noting the arrival of foreign emissaries. Prince Sun Yao reassured her, suggesting Ruoli was likely still preparing. However, Ruoli was anxiously waiting at the manor, as Qiao Jiyu had not returned from altering the dress. Xie suggested changing into a different outfit, but Ruoli couldn't, as the current one was a gift from the Empress Dowager. Finally, Qiao Jiyu rushed back, flustered, clutching the dress. While changing, Ruoli noticed Qiao Jiyu was covered in dirt and asked with concern what had happened. Qiao Jiyu, having deliberately dirted herself to hide her actions, claimed she had fallen while rushing back. Ruoli, believing her, expressed her concern and suggested Qiao Jiyu apply medicine later. Qiao Jiyu felt guilty for deceiving her kind princess consort. Dressed, Ruoli urged them to hurry, as the banquet was about to begin. After a few steps, Qiao Jiyu called out to her. Ruoli's dress had a large tear. Ruoli was shocked. Her ceremonial robe was ruined just before the birthday banquet. Qiao Jiyu immediately apologized, blaming the tear on her earlier fall, though she had actually ripped it intentionally. Following the Empress Dowager's orders to prevent Ruoli from attending the banquet, Qiao Jiyu had sabotaged the dress. Xie panicked, worried they would miss the banquet. Ruoli, calmly holding the torn dress, reassured her, saying she had a solution. Qiao Jiyu was stunned. Despite the delays and now the damage, Ruoli still planned to attend. Mistaking Qiao's shock for guilt, Ruoli comforted her and asked for needle and thread. The banquet officially commenced, with emissaries from various nations presenting gifts. The third prince of Shihe, Hu Jihuai, was the first to offer birthday wishes to Prince Sun Yao. His gifts, a jade rui scepter and a luminous pearl, were extravagant. Given the recent tensions and Shihe's internal struggles, these lavish gifts seemed a calculated move. The third prince's attendant defended him against whispers, almost causing a commotion before the prince intervened. The third prince reminded his attendant of the importance of decorum. He then addressed the previous incident involving the play that nearly harmed Ruoli, claiming it was a misunderstanding. Ruoli, having just arrived, overheard this and retorted. She pointed out the lack of evidence to support his claims. Her bold attire drew attention in the conservative setting. The other nations gossiped about Dong Sheng's unconventional princess consort. The Empress Dowager was displeased to see Ruoli, her plan foiled. To avoid further conflict, the third prince attempted to deflect the blame, asking for proof of Shihe's involvement. Awkwardly, one side of Ruoli's elaborate robe slipped, revealing her shoulder. The third prince quickly helped her adjust it. He promised a swift resolution to the previous incident. Wishing to avoid escalating the situation in front of the foreign emissaries, Ruoli accepted his apology. She gave him a strained smile, and said she would await his explanation. The third prince was intrigued by Ruoli's alternatingly sharp and amiable demeanor. As Ruoli sat beside Prince Sun Yao, he immediately scolded her about her revealing attire. Ruoli explained someone had sabotaged her original dress. He asked for details. Examining the tear, Ruoli concluded it was deliberate, suspecting the Empress Dowager. Sun Yao was taken aback by her accusation. He questioned her certainty. Ruoli pointed out it would have allowed the Empress Dowager to arrange a meeting between him and the Bailu princess. Sun Yao laughed, realizing her jealousy, and reassured her of his affections. Ruoli denied being jealous. She then inquired about the Bailu princess' absence. Sun Yao admitted he didn't know, just as the Empress Dowager spoke. She proposed a toast to Sun Yao. Sun Yao, as the birthday celebrant, reciprocated. The Empress Dowager, noticing the Bailu princess' empty seat, wondered where she was. She had sent notice of the banquet's location. A servant announced that the princess had prepared a surprise in the royal garden, and requested Sun Yao's presence. The Empress Dowager, pleased by the gesture, readily agreed. The other emissaries gossiped about the rumored affection between Sun Yao and the Bailu princess. They speculated on Sun Yao's decision. Attending would slight Ruoli, while refusing would offend Bailu. Ruoli, overhearing their whispers, decided to take control of the situation. She declared she would accompany Sun Yao to the royal garden. The others were shocked by her decision, questioning her motives. The third prince of Shihe wondered what she was planning. Ruoli praised the Bailu princess for her thoughtful surprise. She insisted on thanking her personally, requesting a guide. The prince's servant hesitated, stating that only Sun Yao had been invited. Ruoli countered that it would be rude to abandon the guests, especially on his birthday. The Empress Dowager questioned Ruoli's intentions. Ruoli proposed moving the entire banquet to the royal garden. Concerned about upsetting the Bailu princess, the Empress Dowager agreed. The banquet was relocated to the royal garden. The emissaries were impressed by Ruoli's quick thinking and influence. Ruoli was also curious about the Bailu princess. The royal garden's lotus pond was beautifully decorated, shrouded in mist. Dressed as a mermaid, the Bailu princess awaited Sun Yao's arrival. Growing impatient, she waited anxiously. Hearing footsteps, she excitedly turned around. But it was Ruoli who arrived first, greeting her formally. The Bailu princess, unimpressed, wondered where Sun Yao was. Just then, Sun Yao arrived, followed by the emissaries and officials. The Bailu princess, flustered by the unexpected audience, covered herself. The emissaries praised her beauty and Sun Yao's good fortune. Shizi, also impressed, complimented the Bailu princess' appearance. However, the mermaid costume was not waterproof. Embarrassed, the princess questioned why everyone had come. Ruoli, with a subtle smile, thanked her for the surprise and apologized for the interruption. The Bailu princess, blunt, accused Ruoli of stealing Sun Yao. She believed they should have been married. Her straightforwardness surprised everyone. Ruoli, equally direct, challenged her claim. The third prince of Shihe was increasingly fascinated by Ruoli. The other emissaries were also taken aback by her boldness. The Bailu princess recounted how she had saved Sun Yao from drowning. She reminded him of how he had mistaken her for a mermaid. She then asked if he liked her costume. Ruoli gave Sun Yao a look, and he quickly responded. He claimed to have no memory of the incident. Satisfied, Ruoli pointed out the Bailu princess' expectation of marriage was unreasonable. The princess argued that a life debt should be repaid with marriage. The other nations' representatives chuckled. Unaware of the ridicule, the Bailu princess defended her statement. Ruoli, planning to put the princess in her place, asked Shizi if her makeup was waterproof. Ruoli decided to go down to the Hawa pond and teach Princess Yuyang a lesson. As a friend and partner, Xiaoi felt obligated to help. He climbed a tree and placed a caterpillar on Princess Yuyang's hair. Ruoli kindly reminded Princess Yuyang to check her hair. Princess Yuyang casually glanced over. Indeed, creepy crawlies are a girl's worst nightmare. Instantly, she shrieked and yelled for her maids to remove it. A maid was about to help, but Ruoli beat her to it. Princess Yuyang clearly didn't appreciate the gesture. Go away. I don't need your help. She pushed Ruoli away. Ruoli accidentally fell into the pond. The show begins. The prince, unaware of Ruoli's plan, was worried sick seeing his beloved fall into the water. He started to take off his clothes to rescue Ruoli. The Empress Dowager, who had just arrived, stopped him. You are the Prince Regent now. What if you catch a cold? This reason alone wasn't enough to stop the prince. Luckily, Xiao Xiao came over and persuaded the prince to listen to the Empress Dowager. Then, he whispered, Father, don't worry. Yang Qing is acting. The prince naturally listened to Xiao Xiao. He glanced at Ruoli and the princess in the water, and decided not to jump in. Princess Yang, slightly panicked, told Ruoli to let go. What are you doing, pulling me down? Ruoli, who actually knew how to swim, clung to the princess and cried, help. I can't swim. Minister Liu anxiously watched the princess, and the princess consort fall into the water. Minister Li reassured him, the people of Beilu are skilled swimmers. The princess will certainly save the princess consort, but I just saw the princess pull the princess consort into the water. If that's true, isn't the princess of a nation a bit too much? In the water, Ruoli clung tightly to Princess Yang, screaming for help. The princess was speechless. This woman was truly difficult. Finally, Princess Yang gave in and pulled Ruoli ashore. The prince immediately rushed over to Ruoli. He put his clothes around her and asked what she was trying to do. Ruoli cheekily replied, since she's so unreasonable, I naturally have to take her down a peg. Their affectionate display stung Princess Yang. Hey! I fell in too. Can't you care about me a little? The battle between the two women ignited instantly. Ruoli retorted loudly, he's my husband. Why should he care about you? Besides, princess, aren't you a good swimmer? What's there to worry about? Princess Yang shot back, you ungrateful woman. Don't forget it was I who saved you. Ruoli retorted, I was trying to help you, but you pushed me away, causing me to fall in. Should I just thank you? Princess Yang was speechless, unable to retort. Before she could think of a response, Ruoli struck again. Princess, why don't you take a look at yourself? If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Blinded by her pride and beauty, the princess completely missed Ruoli's meaning. Seeing her still so arrogant, Ruoli decided to add fuel to the fire. The foreign envoys gasped. Look at the princess' face. So her beauty was all fake. Even the Beilu envoy was ashamed. How embarrassing. She's disgraced Beilu. Ruoli sighed, truly a world that values appearances. What a contrast. The murmurs finally caught Princess Yang's attention. She rushed to the pond and looked in horror. She was more shocked than anyone at her reflection. Immediately, she covered her face. She glared at Ruoli. It was you. You pretended to fall in just to embarrass me in front of everyone. Ruoli admitted frankly, yes. I couldn't stand your arrogance. Humiliated for the first time in her life, Princess Yang furiously raised her hand to slap Ruoli. At the crucial moment, the prince stepped in to protect his wife. He grabbed the princess' hand. If you dare disrespect the princess consort again, don't blame me for being impolite. Delusional, Princess Yang refused to accept reality. Are you crazy? You're defending this woman against me. The prince, holding Ruoli close, ignored her rambling and suggested Ruoli go change. Princess Yang touched her face in disbelief. You're disgusted by me. Her maid quickly advised her, Princess, be reasonable. If the emperor learns you embarrassed Beilu in front of the envoys, he'll be furious and recall you. Princess Yang had to retreat, but her fight with Ruoli wasn't over. A maid informed the Empress Dowager that the princess needed to change. The Empress Dowager readily agreed, and even prepared ginger tea for her. After all, the princess was still useful. Ruoli was also soaked. The prince immediately dismissed everyone, so he could accompany Ruoli to change. The foreign envoys were left to gossip. This princess consort is extraordinary. She even managed to outwit the famous Princess Yang. We're in for a good show. Overhearing the discussions, the Empress Dowager, determined to stop Ruoli from interfering with her plans, decided to eliminate her. She signaled Qiao Jiu to act. Back in her room, a furious Princess Yang smashed everything in sight, unable to swallow her humiliation. She ordered her maid to investigate Ruoli. The maid nodded, intending to go after changing. Princess Yang snapped, change what? Go now. If you don't bring back useful information, don't bother coming back. The maid paced anxiously near the prince's mansion. Unable to enter, she wondered how she could gather information. Just as she was at her wit's end, Qiao Jiu appeared, offering her assistance. Soon, a luxurious carriage stopped in front of Qiao Gu's house. Princess Yang, accustomed to luxury, looked at the humble dwelling with disdain. But, eager for information against Ruoli, she endured it. Qiao Jiu introduced herself as Ruoli's personal maid, responsible for her daily needs. Princess Yuyang was cautious. "How can I trust you?" Qiao Jiu immediately produced a hairpin Ruoli often wore. Convinced, Princess Yuyang asked, "What's Ruoli's weakness?" This stumped Qiao Jiu. After serving Ruoli for so long, she hadn't found any weaknesses. On the contrary, Ruoli always seemed to turn adversity into advantage. Hearing that Ruoli had no weaknesses, Princess Yuyang became impatient. "Impossible. I remember she has a son ill target Xiao Xiao." However, Qiao Jiu was very fond of Xiao Xiao and refused to let him be involved. She quickly changed the subject. "That child is only the prince and princess consort's adopted son. He poses no threat to you. The key is to win the prince's heart." Princess Yuyang agreed. There was no need to appear cruel by targeting an adopted child. Qiao Jiu emphasized, "The prince and princess consort are deeply in love. He has no eyes for other women unless the princess consort does something unforgivable. After all, a man cannot tolerate deception and betrayal from the woman he loves." Recently, Ruoli had been developing a concealer. After completing it, she asked Yawan to try it. The results were flawless. Yawan happily admired her reflection. Ruoli was also very satisfied. She hoped Qingjun would like it too. Just then, Qiao Jiu informed Ruoli that the Empress Dowager summoned her. Ruoli was puzzled. "I haven't done anything wrong lately. Why is she suddenly looking for me? I have a bad feeling about this." Back in her room, Ruoli put away the concealer and asked Qiao Jiu why the Empress Dowager wanted to see her. Qiao Jiu, obviously, wouldn't reveal the trap. Since it was the Empress Dowager's summons, Ruoli had to comply, despite her misgivings. Upon arriving, 2 palace maids were waiting for her. They offered her tea and snacks, explaining that the Empress Dowager was busy and asked her to wait. "Perfect, I'm hungry." The palace maid encouraged Ruoli to drink the tea in front of her. Ruoli took a sip and noticed a subtle bitterness amidst the floral fragrance. She asked, "What kind of tea is this?" The maid replied, "It's Mudan Hongshen tea, calming and nourishing. The Empress Dowager specially prepared it for you." Ruoli understood. Thanked the Empress Dowager for her kindness. She drank the tea in front of the maids. Meanwhile, Princess Yuyang received news that Ruoli had consumed the tea. She smirked wickedly. "That tea is laced with our Bayless special aphrodisiac. I can't wait to see her ruined." After finishing the tea, Ruoli suddenly slammed the table and mumbled drowsily. The palace maids feigned concern. "Princess consort, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ruoli's face flushed. "So hot uncomfortable." Seeing the aphrodisiac taking effect, the palace maid called for someone. Their plan was to drug Ruoli and have a man compromise her. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, the prince, and Princess Yuyang were on their way. The man approached Ruoli, barely concealing his excitement. He thought he was about to win both a beautiful woman and a handsome reward. He whispered, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll take good care of you." Then, a bone-cracking sound was heard. Ruoli had flipped him over and pinned him to the ground. She knocked him unconscious. "You think you can take advantage of me? You're asking for a beating." The palace maid was actually Princess Yuyang's personal servant. She panicked. But she drank the tea. Because Ruoli had already guessed that Princess Yuyang was behind it, she didn't swallow the tea at all and spat it out. "But I clearly saw your face turning red, as if you were about to burst into laughter. How could this be?" She was confused. Actually, Ruoli had used rouge to create the illusion of laughter. This trick was unknown in ancient times, so everyone believed she was about to laugh, thus initiating their final plan. After realizing the truth, she immediately begged for mercy. "I was only following orders. Please, Princess Consort, spare my life." If Ruoli hadn't been alert, their conspiracy would have succeeded, and who would have spared her then? She wasn't a saint. Ruoli picked up the cup of tea laced with aphrodisiac, intending to give Shi Enyu a taste of her own medicine. She forced Shi Enyu to drink it. At this time, the Empress Dowager returned to the palace, confident that the plan had worked. She ordered the doors to be opened and immediately searched for Ruoli. Suddenly, her heart stopped. "Look! There are 2 people lying on the bed." Clothes were scattered around the bed. Everyone who was supposed to be there was gathered at the door. Shi Enyu quickly explained, "Look, heavens! That voice sounds like the princess consort." Princess Yuyang was overjoyed. "Ruoli, you're dead this time." The Empress Dowager flew into a rage upon hearing She-Nu's words. How dare the princess consort engage in such indecent acts within the palace? Someone, arrest this adulterous couple. The prince immediately picked up the clothes from the floor. These aren't Ruoli's clothes. There must be a misunderstanding. Princess Yuyang couldn't accept the prince's protectiveness. The evidence is clear. How can you still defend her? The prince wasn't a fool. Princess, why are you so certain it's Ruoli? Unless you knew beforehand. Princess Yuyang was furious. She wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. She ordered the bed curtains to be drawn open so the prince could see for himself. He froze in place. The naked woman inside wasn't Ruoli, but her personal maid, Mubai. Mubai trembled, while the man immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness, claiming he had blacked out and didn't remember anything. Princess Yuyang's other maid panicked. Princess, what should we do? If Mubai betrays us, everything is over. Princess Yuyang thought Ruoli had drunk the tea and simply escaped, but she wouldn't get away scot-free. As long as Ruoli didn't show up, she could twist the story. Unfortunately, Ruoli wouldn't let them off the hook. The next moment, a familiar voice came from the doorway. The two maids turned around, their hearts sinking. The prince was overjoyed to see Ruoli enter. Ruoli pretended ignorance. What happened? It's so lively here. The prince rushed over and took Ruoli's hand. Thank goodness you're all right. I was so worried. Don't worry, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. After exchanging a few words with the prince, Ruoli began to turn the tables on Princess Yuyang. Isn't that Princess Yuyang's personal maid? How dare she engage in such debauchery within the palace? The Empress Dowager didn't want to see Princess Yuyang ruined, so she quickly said, Ruoli, you're mistaken. That maid serves me. Ruoli slapped Mubai, pretending to discipline her own servant, but actually saving her and protecting Princess Yuyang. Princess Yuyang understood the Empress Dowager's intention and signaled to her maid. Mubai knelt and begged for mercy, pretending to be the Empress Dowager's servant. She claimed to be truly in love with the man and pleaded for the Empress Dowager's blessing. While the prince and Ruoli were talking, Princess Yuyang had secretly instructed Mubai to insist they were in love. If the charge of adultery was proven, she would handle the rest and ensure Mubai's safety. The man echoed Mubai's plea, begging for the Empress Dowager's mercy and blessing. The Empress Dowager muttered, lovebirds. I see. Ruoli couldn't stand their wickedness, and was determined to expose their plot. But the prince stopped her. Don't you see? The Empress Dowager is intentionally protecting Princess Yuyang. Confrontation wasn't wise at this moment, but Ruoli was unwilling to let it go. She shuddered to think of what would have happened if she had been less vigilant. The prince saw through their scheme. Anyone who dared to harm his consort would have to die. Ruoli was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a ruthless expression on the prince's face. The prince stepped forward. Since you both insist you're truly in love, I shall grant your wish. Shiji anxiously reminded Ruoli not to be soft-hearted. Ruoli understood the prince's intention. Since a direct confrontation wasn't feasible, they would play along. They couldn't let this matter rest. The prince suggested to the Empress Dowager that they arrange a marriage for the two to silence the rumors. Ruoli chimed in, love between a man and a woman is natural. Since their love is so strong, please grant their wish, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager didn't mind arranging a marriage, but Mubai wasn't her servant and hadn't agreed yet. The man was overjoyed at the prospect of marriage, seeing it as winning the lottery, but Mubai refused. She would rather be punished than marry a male prostitute they had hired to frame Ruoli. Ruoli pressed her, you just claim to be deeply in love with this man. Why the sudden change of heart? Are you hiding something? Are you lying? Princess Yuyang's other maid panicked, begging her princess to save Mubai. Mubai had served her since childhood. Marrying a male prostitute would ruin her. Princess Yuyang only wanted to save Mubai's life and keep herself out of trouble. She immediately spoke up, Empress Dowager, I didn't want to interfere, but for the sake of your reputation, please arrange the marriage. Since the mistress had agreed, the Empress Dowager immediately consented and ordered preparations for the wedding. Mubai, dressed in red wedding attire, wept bitterly. She never imagined she would end up married to a male prostitute. Princess, you are so cruel. Then, she hanged herself. Mubai was gone. The crowd in the hall, unaware of what had happened, waited for the bride. A palace maid rushed in and announced, the bride, she has hanged herself. The man turned around, shocked. His dream had vanished. The Empress Dowager, hiding a smirk, said, since you loved her so much, join her in the afterlife. The man was terrified. He thought he had hit the jackpot, but it cost him his life. He begged the Empress Dowager for mercy, but the Empress Dowager was unmoved and ordered him to be taken away. Princess Yuyang was shocked by Mubai's drastic action, and didn't know what to do. That night, Princess Yuyang dreamt of Mubai's mournful voice. "Princess, why didn't you save me? You are so cruel. I died unjustly." Icy hands clutched at her. Princess Yuyang woke up with a start, trembling with fear. Her maid rushed in. "Princess, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? It's Mubai. She blames me for not saving her. She's come back to haunt me. I only wanted to protect her, but I never thought she would do this." The maid comforted her. "Don't be afraid, princess. Mubai is free now, just like a bird. She's with you and won't blame you. You must pull yourself together, princess. Don't let Mubai's sacrifice be in vain." Determined to avenge Mubai, Princess Yuyang sat up. Knowing Ruoli was a formidable opponent, she decided to devise a more thorough plan. Later, a maid and a workman were tidying Princess Yuyang's palace. Suddenly, they felt a cold gust of wind. They dropped their lantern in fright, screaming, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" The next morning, the Empress Dowager visited Princess Yuyang. Princess Yuyang lay trembling in bed, seemingly delirious, constantly crying about ghosts. A clear conscience never fears midnight knocking, but Princess Yuyang trembled and kept shouting about ghosts. The prince, the Empress Dowager, and others came to visit. The prince's safety was paramount. The Empress Dowager was worried about Princess Yuyang's health and ordered the prince to investigate thoroughly. No one was allowed to harm the princess. The prince would investigate. What if this was another plot against Ruoli? Xiaji rolled her eyes. This Princess Yuyang was clearly putting on a show. Ruoli didn't believe in ghosts either. This was obviously a staged performance. Upon entering Princess Yuyang's room, Ruoli noticed something odd about the layout. A screen blocked the inner chamber, behind which was a dresser with a decorative ornament placed on top. Behind the dresser was the main bed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but Ruoli felt uneasy. Xiaji noticed the cover on the screen. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. Ruoli also noticed it, suspecting something was amiss. She wanted to examine it. She approached the screen. There was a tiny, almost invisible hole in the center of the screen. Ruoli immediately understood the ghost trick. The key was this small hole. Suddenly, someone else reached for it. It was the third prince of Shihe. He saw Ruoli's actions. He probed, "Do you find this object intriguing?" Ruoli was wary of the third prince. She said she was just looking and didn't want to talk to him, then left. The third prince smirked. He knew Ruoli had seen through the trick. She was becoming more and more interesting. Xiaji was puzzled. "Why did you leave so quickly? Is there something wrong with that man?" Ruoli's intuition told her that the third prince was not to be trifled with. It was best to avoid him. When Prince Xuan emerged after handling his affairs, he noticed Ruoli's displeasure, and hastily inquired what was wrong. Ruoli simply replied that she was fine and asked about the situation with Princess Yuyang. She then informed the prince that she had investigated the haunted wing and figured out the cause of the haunting. It seemed someone had used the principle of pinhole imaging to create the illusion of a ghost. The prince, somewhat preoccupied, questioned what pinhole imaging was, as had never heard of it. Ruoli promptly explained the principle, stating it was quite simple, relying on the straight line propagation of light. If a small hole is made in a non-transparent flat surface and placed in a dark room with an object behind it, when light shines on the object, an inverted image is projected onto the opposite wall. The dark shadow the princess saw that night was actually an enlarged, inverted image. Moving the surface back and forth would change the size of the projected image. At first glance, it looked like a human figure in flowing robes. Prince Xuan immediately understood after Ruoli's explanation. This scene was witnessed by Princess Yuyang's maid, who promptly reported back. "Ruoli has figured it out," she informed the princess. Princess Yuyang nodded with satisfaction. This time, her cleverness will be her downfall. Ruoli confronted the Empress Dowager, exposing Princess Yuyang's staged haunting using the flat surface. She had no idea she was walking into a trap. Princess Yuyang feigned distress, expertly leading Ruoli on. "You're lying. I was so frightened." "Why would I lie? Whether you're lying or not, you know best." "I simply want to reveal the truth," Ruoli retorted. She approached the flat surface, intending to show everyone the pinhole imaging principle. However, Princess Yuyang had already replaced the surface with an intact one, framing Ruoli. Seeing the undamaged surface, Ruoli paused, realizing she had been tricked. Princess Yuyang, now confident, pressed her advantage. Please, Princess Consort, continue. I'd like to see this so-called truth. Ruoli, having suffered a setback, understood Princess Yuyang had anticipated her discovery and hidden the evidence. Now, she had to find the original surface. Such a large item couldn't be easily concealed. The Empress Dowager, eager to find Ruoli at fault, asked why she had stopped. Ruoli calmly replied, "This surface has been switched." Princess Yuyang retorted angrily, "Lies. This is my screen. No one could tamper with it under my watch." Annoyed, Ruoli blurted, "What if the one who switched it was you, Princess?" Princess Yuyang, satisfied with this statement, exclaimed, "You're slandering me." Turning to the Empress Dowager, she cried, "I traveled from Beilu to Dongsheng, only to be falsely accused. Is this Dongsheng's hospitality?" Her maid chimed in, "My princess was so frightened she couldn't sleep. She's cooperated fully with the investigation, every move watched. Is the princess consort trying to frame my princess with baseless accusations?" Ruoli retorted, "You're clearly guilty and trying to twist the facts." The Empress Dowager angrily rebuked Ruoli. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" Prince Xuan intervened, "Your Majesty, Ruoli was merely anxious. If we find the original screen, the truth will be revealed." The Empress Dowager granted them a chance. If they failed, Prince Xuan would be held accountable. Princess Yuyang smirked, confident the altered screen would never be found. Prince Xuan and Ruoli began their search. Strangely, the large screen was nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished. The prince suspected it had been taken out of the wing, but its size would have attracted attention, unless it wasn't recognizable as a screen. They questioned the guard, finding him drowsy and yawning. He immediately straightened up upon seeing the prince and princess consort, confirming he'd been on duty all day. They asked if he had noticed anything unusual. The guard replied that there had been more people coming and going than usual, but nothing specific. Ruoli asked if he had seen a screen being carried out. The guard recalled no screen, but remembered two workers carrying planks of wood out, saying the princess didn't need them, and they were being sent to the firewood shed. Prince Xuan and Ruoli realized the missing screen had been turned into firewood. Rushing to the shed, they heard the crackling of the fire. To preserve any remaining evidence, Prince Xuan kicked over the brazier. Ruoli quickly smothered the flames and salvaged what she could. Only a charred corner of the screen and ashes remained. Presenting the evidence to the Empress Dowager, Ruoli explained, "This is all that's left. If I'd been any slower, even this would be gone. This is a piece of the screen." Princess Yuyang scoffed, "Based on these scraps, you accuse me. The material and craftsmanship are unique to Beilu," Ruoli countered. Princess Yuyang's maid claimed it was just burnt clothing. Ruoli retorted, "What clothes are burnt in the firewood shed?" "You're lying." Princess Yuyang escalated the argument. "You dare rebuke my maid?" As the argument intensified, the Empress Dowager intervened. Since Ruoli couldn't produce the intact screen, the matter was dropped. This favored Princess Yuyang, and Ruoli protested the Empress Dowager's bias. The Empress Dowager rose furiously. "How dare you defy me?" Prince Xuan tried to defend Ruoli. The Empress Dowager blamed him. "Your indulgence has made her arrogant. Princess Consort, you're disrespectful and insubordinate. You're confined for a month, copying scriptures, and forbidden to see Prince Xuan." The Empress Dowager then offered Princess Yuyang a new room. Princess Yuyang expressed her gratitude and made a request. The Empress Dowager, eager to please her useful pawn, agreed. Princess Yuyang blushed. "I came to marry Prince Xuan. I'd like to move into his residence." Ruoli was furious, realizing the princess' true motive. The prince was also shocked by the request. He immediately refused. It's inappropriate for the princess to reside in the prince's residence. He wouldn't risk his relationship with Ruoli. The Empress Dowager, however, approved, believing the heavily guarded residence would ensure the princess' safety. Princess Yuyang thanked the Empress Dowager. She was thrilled to be near Prince Xuan and plotted against Ruoli. The princess' belongings began arriving. With the princess consort confined, "You have an advantage," the maid remarked. Princess Yuyang nodded smugly. An announcement came. The prince had arrived. Princess Yuyang excitedly checked her appearance. She rushed out to greet him. The prince arrived, accompanied by soldiers. Confused, Princess Yuyang asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Prince Xuan's face was cold. "These soldiers are here for your protection, around the clock." He ordered them to surround her quarters, allowing no one in or out. Princess Yuyang realized she was under house arrest. Unfazed, the prince stated he was following the Empress Dowager's orders. He would give her no opportunity to pursue him. Princess Yuyang tried to leave, but was stopped by the guards. She angrily berated them. You dare restrain me? The guards remained impassive, following the prince's command. One guard pushed her to the ground. Having never been treated this way, Princess Yuyang demanded he be punished. The guard advised her to remain calm. Furious, Princess Yuyang blamed Ruoli. Meanwhile, Ruoli, bored with copying scriptures, was doodling. Xiaji suggested she focus on cultivating her character. Ruoli handed her the brush. You do it. Xiaji stuck out her tongue. No way. Ruoli gave up, tossing the brush aside. Little Xiao came to visit her mother. She found Ruoli asleep, not copying scriptures. Knowing her mother's lively nature, Little Xiao picked up the brush and started copying for her. Ruoli woke up to find it dark, unsure how long she had slept. She noticed the copied scriptures, surprised it wasn't her handwriting. Slightly confused, Xiaji thought the lower click helper had boosted him, unaware of Xiao Xiao's visit. He even calibrated the lower click, muttering, say no, but your body's quite honest, huh? The lower click league waved, wasn't me. A while later, night fell, and it was time for bed. Ruoli sat on the bed, restless. Xiaji wondered, what's wrong? Can't sleep. Of course, Ruoli couldn't. He had napped too long that afternoon and wasn't sleepy at all. Unable to sleep, he decided to get some fresh air. Headlong wanted to soak in the natural hot spring in the back hills of the palace. Xiaji suddenly reacted, are you crazy? It's only the first day of the competition. What if someone sees you? However, Ruoli was stubborn. He figured the guards, also exhausted, would be asleep. Besides, he'd dug a secret tunnel to sneak out undetected. Xiaji couldn't stop him. Ruoli found the hot spring. The night air was pleasant. Coincidentally, the third prince of Shihi had just taken off his clothes, also intending to enjoy the hot spring. He entered the water. Ruoli exclaimed, oh my god. Why is there a naked man bathing in the middle of the night? The awkwardness was palpable. Xiaji's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. Abs and muscles. Let me see. Ruoli refused. No way. Looking at the prince is enough. He's got a better body. Xiaji teased, you haven't even looked. How do you know the prince is better? Suddenly, a flying dagger interrupted Xiaji's ogling, leaving him stunned. Ruoli yanked the third prince out of the water. The man arrived faster than the dagger. Indignantly, he said, hey, be reasonable. I wasn't intentionally peeking. Was that overly aggressive greeting necessary? He then realized it was the third prince of Shihi. Oh no. Ruoli immediately hid, hoping not to be recognized. Just as he was about to escape, the third prince called out and approached, wanting to see who it was. Ruoli dodged, but his hair ornament was pulled off. Turning back, the third prince saw it was the princess consort. He pulled Ruoli closer by the waist. However, his eyes involuntarily drifted downwards. Ruoli pushed him away, clutching his clothes. Jerk! Where are you looking? The third prince chuckled. Nice figure. Ruoli pointed his dagger. Come any closer, and you'll regret it. The third prince grabbed his clothes and, for some reason, advised Ruoli that returning like this was inappropriate. He gave his clothes to Ruoli. Then he dressed, watching the indignant woman wear his clothes. Curious, he asked, aren't you supposed to be confined? Ruoli retorted, so what? Are you going to tell the empress dowager? The third prince chuckled. Don't get excited. I have no such intention. Ruoli pressed, what are you planning? Don't tell me you want to use this to blackmail me into dropping my investigation into that Shihi spy. The third prince, contemplating how to explain this encounter, saw an opportunity. Tonight's incident could be a trade. So, you knew about the spy. The poison hidden in his mouth was your doing. The third prince admitted, indeed. He failed his mission and exposed himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Ruoli glared at the cunning prince. Don't get cocky. You'll find evidence against you. Unfazed, the third prince replied, suit yourself. You should worry about explaining your own sneaking out. As long as you stay silent, I can manage. As Ruoli was leaving, the third prince stopped him. Ruoli turned warily. What do you want? The third prince sternly demanded the return of his dagger, a personal item. Ruoli, wanting to leave, returned the dagger. Then he left without looking back. But the third prince's heart was stirred. The next day, Ruoli woke up at him. Qiao Jiu came to help him dress. Ruoli asked, where's the prince? Is he out training again? Qiao Jiu informed him that the prince was receiving the third prince of Shihi and Princess Yuyang in the flower hall. Hearing this, Ruoli panicked. He rushed to the flower hall, fearing the third prince would expose his nighttime escapade. He ran so fast, Shiji could barely keep up. Slow down. I'm not going anywhere. Reaching the flower hall, he almost couldn't stop. The prince turned, surprised. Ruoli, what brings you here? Ruoli, now sweating, smiled. I heard you were receiving the Shihi envoy. I came to see if I could help. Princess Yuyang interjected, don't forget you're confined. What business do you have with the prince's meetings? I'm the princess consort. I manage the palace affairs. This concerns me, not an outsider like you. This deeply offended Yuyang. The empress dowager ordered your confinement. You're defying her. The word defiance infuriated Ruoli. The prince intervened, soothingly. Don't cause trouble, or the empress dowager will punish you. He knew Ruoli's dislike for Yuyang. As her husband, he had to protect her. He addressed Yuyang coldly. You misunderstand the empress dowager's instructions. Yuyang was confused. The prince played with words. The empress dowager ordered confinement, not house arrest. As long as Ruoli stays within the palace, it's not defiance. As for us meeting privately, it's absurd. You two are witnesses. Flawless logic. Yuyang was speechless. Surprisingly, the third prince supported Ruoli, stating she wasn't defiant and Yuyang shouldn't make trouble. Furious, Yuyang stormed out. Back in her room, she started smashing things to vent her anger. Even her maids, used to her outbursts, were frightened, trying to calm her down. Yuyang ordered a maid to fetch Qiao Jiyu, determined to find something against Ruoli. However, Qiao Jiyu brought Ruoli's only weakness, a man's garment. Qiao Jiyu confirmed it wasn't the prince's and that Ruoli had hidden it, suggesting she was hiding something. The maid, examining the embroidery, noted it wasn't Dongsheng style and the materials were luxurious. Yuyang was overjoyed, seeing this as proof of Ruoli colluding with foreign envoys. Qiao Jiyu asked about her plans. Yuyang, not fully trusting Qiao Jiyu, told him to wait. She sent her maid to investigate the garment further. Suddenly, the maid recognized the pattern. It was what the third prince wore at the meeting. The three went to the flower hall. Ruoli, nervous about the third prince, followed them. The prince poured tea. The aroma filled the air. The third prince praised the tea, noticing Ruoli's changed demeanor and probing her. Ruoli responded quickly, saying she wouldn't dare neglect a distinguished guest. She nervously offered him tea. The third prince smiled, sipping the tea. Ruoli felt uneasy. He was a ticking time bomb. The prince offered her some osmanthus cake. Your favorite. Why aren't you eating? Ruoli, preoccupied, replied, don't spoil me, I'll get fat. The prince lifted her chin. Eat? You're perfect. This public display of affection made the third prince feel a pang of envy. He then said with a smile, indeed, the princess consort's figure is just right. Ruoli dropped her cake. This made the prince uncomfortable and suspicious. The third prince continued casually, after all, the dancer at the banquet captivated many. This sent chills down Ruoli's spine. He was doing this on purpose. She wanted to strangle him. The prince wanted to quickly dismiss the third prince, so he got straight to the point and asked him the purpose of his visit. It turned out the third prince had come with a formal invitation to the autumn hunt at Mount Lamina in 5 days. Ruoli was quite interested in the hunt, as it was his forte. The prince accepted the invitation and promised to attend. The third prince, having achieved his goal, promptly took his leave. Ruoli kept staring at the departing third prince, pondering his intentions. Could he be planning something during the hunt? He didn't notice the prince's similar gaze. Suddenly, the prince pulled him closer to the lamp and gently held his chin. Do you find him more handsome than me? Ruoli playfully stuck out his tongue. Of course not. The prince, however, asked seriously, then why were you staring at him? Ruoli hastily explained that he was only worried the third prince might use the hunt as an opportunity to cause trouble. The prince chuckled, unconcerned by the third prince's schemes. Don't look at him again, Ruoli. And don't interact with him. Seeing the prince like this, Ruoli hesitated whether to tell him about the incident the previous night. The prince, impatient, asked, why aren't you saying anything? Is there something between you and him? This scene was witnessed by Princess Yuyang's maid from a distance. She assumed the prince was already suspicious of Ruoli. Things will be easier now, she thought. She quietly slipped into Ruoli's room, thinking she was unnoticed. However, Xiao had also come to see Ruoli, and, upon seeing the maid, hid to observe her actions. Meanwhile, Ruoli apologized to the prince. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you. I met the third prince last night. You know how boring the palace is, so I snuck out for a while late at night and ran into him. The prince immediately asked anxiously, did he do anything to you? Ruoli hesitated again. If he told the prince everything, he would surely be furious. Ultimately, Ruoli lacked the courage to reveal everything and lied to the prince. We just exchanged a few words. Nothing happened. The prince was already seething with anger. If Ruoli told the truth, a confrontation would be unavoidable. Ruoli quickly reassured him, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me. Besides, I'm your princess consort. He wouldn't dare touch me. He spoke confidently, but his heart was heavy with guilt for deceiving the prince. Meanwhile, Princess Yuyang's maid had left Ruoli's courtyard. She was planting the evidence, confident that no one had seen her. The clothes were back in their original place, waiting for her princess to expose Ruoli. Suddenly, a pebble hit her shoulder. Already guilty, she jumped and looked around nervously. Xiao Xiao asked, who are you? What are you doing in my mother's room? The maid's heart sank. She wasn't sure if Xiao Xiao had seen her. She immediately tried to appease Xiao Xiao, claiming she was just checking if anything was missing. Xiao Xiao slapped her hand away. Don't touch me. I don't believe you. He turned and went to find Ruoli. The maid cursed under her breath, you brat. Just wait. Xiao Xiao searched and finally found Ruoli, mother. He called urgently. Ruoli turned around. What happened, Xiao Xiao? Why are you so flustered? Xiao Xiao rushed over. Mother, I just saw a strange woman in your room. She must be trying to harm you. Ruoli's heart sank. He immediately thought of the clothes. He hurried back to his room to check. Ruoli had been careful. He had purposely left the third prince's clothes with a folded corner, but now, they were neatly folded. Clearly, someone had touched them. Xiao Xiao anxiously asked, what should we do? They'll definitely make a fuss if they find out. Ruoli knew they would try to link him to the owner of the clothes. He decided to use this to his advantage. He asked Xiao Xiao to find him some sulfur sand and gunpowder. He planned to set a trap in his room to punish those who dared to rummage through his belongings. Xiao Xiao was intrigued by the trap and wanted to learn. Ruoli brought him along. A while later, he had made a friction-based explosive device. When thrown on the ground, the friction would ignite the sulfur and gunpowder, causing an explosion. It was perfect for scaring off intruders. Xiao Xiao praised its ingenuity and wanted to make one himself. Ruoli cautioned him to be careful. Xiao Xiao, a quick learner, made several more. He then asked what to do with the remaining gunpowder. Looking at it, Ruoli was suddenly inspired to make a gun for the prince. 5 days later, the autumn hunt at Mount Lumina arrived. The third prince and others were already there, awaiting the prince's arrival. They explained the rules. A one-year-known competition, with the winner determined by the number of prey caught. The prince, whose riding skills were unparalleled, readily agreed and the hunt began. They mounted their horses. A young attendant, head bowed, led the prince's white horse over. Your Highness, please mount. The prince, seeing an unfamiliar face, eyed him warily. I don't believe I've met you before. This new attendant was actually Ruoli in disguise. He loved hunting. The moment he raised his head, the prince recognized him. To avoid punishing Ruoli again, the prince played along, accepting him as a new attendant. He allowed him to follow and assist in the hunt. Suddenly, the prince drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting a rabbit in the distance. Ruoli rushed over to retrieve it. He realized how skilled the prince was. He could accurately hit the prey from such a distance without fatally wounding it. The arrow had only grazed the rabbit's leg, immobilizing it. Ruoli happily carried the rabbit back to the prince, unaware of the danger approaching. A deer appeared ahead. The prince notched another arrow. At that moment, a poison dart was shot towards the prince from the nearby bushes. Ruoli instantly shielded the prince, yelling a warning. The prince had no time to react. He quickly pulled Ruoli aside, dodging the attack. The dart wasn't ordinary. It was coated with a potent poison. Ruoli, still thinking he was maintaining his disguise, asked, Are you all right, Your Highness? The prince set him down. I was wondering how long you could keep up the act. The situation had been dangerous. Ruoli had acted as a human shield. The poison wouldn't harm the prince, but he didn't want Ruoli to take such risks. He pulled Ruoli close. Are you trying to make me a widower? Only then did Ruoli realize he'd been discovered. He grumbled playfully, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble if I knew you'd find out. The prince chided him gently, You don't need to pretend around me. Just be careful not to be discovered by others. Ruoli retorted, I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. The prince pulled out the poison dart, intending to take it back for examination. Ruoli wondered if the third prince was responsible. The prince, ever astute, quickly deduced, it's probably not him. Ruoli agreed. After all, the third prince had organized the hunt. If anything happened to the prince, he wouldn't escape suspicion. As they walked, they realized they were walking in circles, lost. As night fell, they decided to camp. Ruoli was rather enjoying this unexpected turn of events. It was a chance for the pampered prince to experience camping. Having Ruoli by his side made the experience pleasant. It's strange, the prince mused. You're so resourceful. Did your parents teach you all this? The mention of his parents made Ruoli's expression darken. The prince immediately regretted his words. No, Ruoli replied, as a corporate spy, these are just basic skills. The prince, hearing another unfamiliar term, was puzzled. Ruoli didn't elaborate, simply saying it wasn't a glamorous role. I'm an orphan. I was raised as a corporate spy. No one cared whether I lived or died. Ruoli's melancholic tone tugged at the prince's heart. He gently pulled Ruoli into his embrace. No matter who you are, now that you're my princess consort, I will protect you. For the enigmatic Ruoli, the prince was a ray of sunshine, a warm harbor in his life. With no pollution in the ancient times, the night sky was filled with twinkling stars. Ruoli gazed in awe. He had never seen so many stars. Seeing Ruoli's fascination, the prince offered to pluck one down for him. Ruoli chuckled. Are you boasting? Can you fly to the sky? The prince mysteriously told Ruoli to close his eyes and not peek. I'll go get you a star. Ruoli obediently closed his eyes and waited. The prince returned shortly and told Ruoli to open his eyes. The soft glow of fireflies surprised Ruoli. Such a large number of fireflies was a rare sight. It was Ruoli's first time seeing real fireflies, and he was overjoyed. To his delight, a firefly landed on his hand. He was deeply moved. He never thought he would experience such a day, to be cherished and loved. He recalled his orphan childhood, how he'd had to steal to survive. While running away, he had seen a little girl through a window, the same age as him, holding a butterfly toy and cuddling with her mother. This scene made Ruoli pause. He envied the warmth that the prince and Ruoli shared, a warmth he yearned for but couldn't touch. He was dragged away by his master, but his gaze never left them. Tonight, Ruoli felt deeply moved. Tell the prince, I've decided. Decided what? She tasted Ruoli's first, and wanted to add tonight to her top 10 favorite nights list. Ruoli's unusual initiative amused the prince. Ruoli shyly nestled in the prince's arms. Embracing deeply, they breathed each other's scent. The prince and Ruoli spent a blissful night at Lumingshan. The next day, Ruoli awoke and playfully traced the prince's lips. This woke the prince. We were so passionate last night, why didn't you sleep more? Ruoli blushed. I'm not tired. Sleep a little longer. You're not tired. Was I not good enough? The prince started to get up. Ruoli pushed him back. That's not what I meant. Get up. What made two soldiers stare in dumbfounded silence? Ruoli and the prince decided to find some wild fruit before continuing their journey. The prince, still energized, offered to accompany Ruoli. Ruoli declined. I've always been able to handle these small matters myself. Feeling cheerful, Ruoli picked a wild fruit. Unbeknownst to him, a venomous silvering snake appeared behind him. It struck before Ruoli realized, injecting its potent venom. Recognizing the silvering snake, Ruoli quickly knocked it away. The snake fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Ruoli immediately bound the wound to slow the venom's spread. He knew he needed to expel the venom quickly or risk paralysis and death. Just then, the snake recovered and prepared to strike again. Weakened, Ruoli was trapped. At the critical moment, the prince, worried about Ruoli, arrived. He struck the snake's vital point. Rushing to Ruoli's side, he anxiously asked, "How are you?" Ruoli was already drowsy. The prince saw the spreading venom. He laid Ruoli down and ripped his sleeve. The fastest way was to suck out the poison. Without hesitation, the prince sucked the venom. He spat it aside. The image of the prince leaning over him was Ruoli's last before losing consciousness. He awoke some time later. His wound was bandaged. He was in the prince's tent, back at the military camp. The prince, seeing Ruoli awake, rushed over. Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? My head is a bit dizzy. The venom can cause drowsiness. It'll pass in a few days. He was relieved the venom only caused drowsiness, not something more embarrassing. Seeing Ruoli's expression, the prince asked, "What strange things are you thinking about?" Ruoli grinned. "Just glad I'm still alive." Remembering the prince had sucked out the venom, he asked if the prince was all right. "I'm fine," the prince assured him. A servant brought in soup. The prince shielded Ruoli from view. His identity couldn't be revealed, so he had Ruoli disguise himself again. Ruoli took the soup, the smell alone telling him it was bitter. He whined to the prince, not wanting to drink it. Usually, his pleas worked, but this time the prince was firm. Ruoli persisted. The prince took a sip. He kissed Ruoli, sharing the soup. The sweetness masked the bitterness. However, the two guards outside were stunned. In their eyes, Ruoli appeared male. They were shocked. No way, the prince likes. Their worldview was shattered. They felt sorry for the imprisoned Prince Wang Fei, not only losing his freedom, but also his man. How pitiful. The next day, Ruoli woke up in a daze. He met the prince's warm gaze. The prince had been awake for a while, watching him. The prince gently kissed him. "You look beautiful." Ruoli got up and disguised himself as the prince's attendant. Being seen together in bed would cause a misunderstanding. Shi Wei brought the prince's attire for the archery competition. Unable to contain his curiosity, he stared at Ruoli. Ruoli, oblivious to the stares, was interrupted by the prince. Playfully, the prince asked his attendant to help him dress. Ruoli happily helped, expressing his desire to participate in the competition. "I won't disappoint you," the prince agreed indulgently. He also wanted to see Ruoli's skills. Ruoli beamed. The prince's doting was oblivious to Shi Wei, who was speechless. A man acting coquettishly, and the prince indulging him. The prince's groan made Ruoli ask if he was all right. The prince chuckled. "Just a slight ache." Ruoli wondered if he had caused it, having used the prince's arm as a pillow all night. Shi Wei, unable to bear it any longer, quickly excused himself. Now, it was a silent rivalry between the third prince's attendant and the prince's attendant. Shi Higuo excels at archery. "We must showcase our national prowess." All 5 arrows hit the bullseye. Impressive skills. He looked smugly at Ruoli. Ruoli spurred his horse. "Don't get ahead of yourself. We'll see who wins." He drew his arrows. Like his opponent, he fired 5 arrows. The difference was, each arrow hit a different target, all bullseyes. The third prince's attendant lowered his head in defeat. Even he, a skilled archer, couldn't match that. The third prince was equally stunned, while the prince smiled knowingly. Ruoli returned, triumphant. "I win." The third prince's attendant conceded defeat. In a nearby tent, the third prince praised the prince's training. Such skill in a mere attendant. The prince preened inwardly. Ruoli's display was perfect. Worthy of being mine. He dared threaten the empress dowager. Is he mad? Back at the palace after the autumn hunt, Ruoli was already anticipating the next one. He pleaded with the prince to take him along next time. The empress dowager witnessed their affectionate display and was outraged. "You are the dignified prince regent, yet you behave so intimately with a lowly servant. Do you have no shame?" Princess Yuyang was equally shocked. Was it true? Furious, the empress dowager ordered the guards to drag the lowly servant away and flog him. Others saw a man, but the prince knew it was his Ruoli. He intervened. The empress dowager's fury intensified. "You defy me for a servant. You dare challenge me." The prince protectively shielded Ruoli. "This is my residence. You barge in uninvited and assault my people. You overstep your bounds." Never had the prince defied her so openly. The empress dowager had always enjoyed his respect. Now he challenged her for a servant. The prince scoffed. "Defy you? Do you really think you're my mother? I tolerate you for the late emperor's sake. If you wish to remain empress dowager, I suggest you behave accordingly." The prince, resolute and dominant, led Ruoli away. Ruoli gave the prince a thumbs up. "Wow, you're amazing. Defying the empress dowager like that. To be honest, I've never liked her." The prince chuckled. "Amazing. Is that a compliment?" Of course, the empress dowager, witnessing this scene, decided to move up her plan, realizing she couldn't control the prince. Princess Yuyang was also pondering, who is this man beside the prince? Why would Zun Yao defy the empress dowager to protect him? Suddenly, a possibility struck her. "Is he Wan Ruoli?" she blurted out. The empress dowager whipped around. "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, don't you think that servants' height and build resemble the princess consorts?" Princess Yuyang's words prompted the Empress Dowager to mentally compare them. Indeed, they were similar. She grew more convinced of her judgment. When not lovesick, Princess Yuyang was quite intelligent. She deduced that it must be Ruoli disguised as a servant, venturing out, and the prince was defending him against the Empress Dowager. She then recounted her discovery of the third prince's clothes to the Empress Dowager, insistent on punishing Ruoli. Every day, Xiao Xiao waited in Ruoli's courtyard, keeping watch for his return. Today, Ruoli finally returned. Xiao Xiao, tears welling up, cried, "Yang Qing, you're back." The prince then understood. No wonder you could slip out of the manor undetected. Xiao Xiao was helping you. Ruoli then asked Xiao Xiao, "Has anyone approached my room these past 2 days?" Xiao Xiao's days had been quite eventful. Following Ruoli's instructions, he had scattered itching powder around the room. The next day, Princess Yuyang's maid returned, only to step on the itching powder. She fled, crying and cursing. Ruoli praised him, "Good job. Worthy of being my son." He then opened the gift he brought back for Xiao Xiao. It was the little white rabbit the prince had shot. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed with the adorable rabbit, and rushed to hug it. "I have a companion now." Ruoli grew worried. Will there be repercussions from the prince offending the Empress Dowager? The prince's defiance stemmed from protecting Ruoli, and the suspicion that the poison dart used on him was connected to the Empress Dowager. He no longer intended to show her any leniency, though he wasn't entirely certain. His mother had been assassinated in the prayer procession, killed by a poisoned dart. Ruoli gasped. "You mean, the Empress Dowager could be your mother's murderer? Look at that old hag, hurting such a lovely child. That old witch dared to hurt our Xiao Xiao. She deserves to die." The prince, holding the poisoned dart, recounted how his mother had been poisoned. 15 years ago, a great drought struck the eastern Sheng kingdom, resulting in widespread crop failure. To save the kingdom, the prince's mother, consort Yu Fei, and the then concubine Rong went to Ling Yuan temple to pray, but they were attacked by masked bandits. The prince's mother was struck by a poisoned dart and died. Ruoli astutely asked, why did the Empress Dowager survive if they were together? The Empress Dowager's explanation was that she was at the rear of the procession and thus spared. The bandits claimed they were driven by desperation due to the famine and attacked impulsively. Ruoli disagreed. If it was impulsive, why poison the darts? It must have been premeditated murder, targeting the prince's mother. The Empress Dowager is highly suspicious. If only we could compare the poisons. The prince recalled how Ruoli had immediately identified Xu Fangyi's poison. Perhaps he could help find his mother's killer. He promised to take Ruoli to see his mother after the confinement period. Ruoli was confused. How could he see his mother from 15 years ago? The prince, never believing his mother's death was accidental, had her body preserved in an ice palace. He yearned for the day he could bring the culprit to justice. Ruoli resolved to help him uncover the truth. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao shouted from the doorway, "Father, Mother. The Empress Dowager is here with a lot of people." Knowing the Empress Dowager disapproved of their meeting, Ruoli urged the prince to escape through the secret passage. The prince refused to leave Ruoli alone. Knowing his mother might have been murdered by the Empress Dowager, the prince was ready for a confrontation. The Empress Dowager arrived with a show of force, bringing ministers and creating unrest. Upon entering, she saw the prince and Ruoli together, and her fury ignited. "You dare disobey my orders, Prince Zhong." The prince remained unyielding. "Ruoli is my princess consort. Must I report to you before seeing her?" Xiao Xiao tearfully intervened, asking the Empress Dowager not to blame them, claiming he had begged his father to visit his mother. Enraged, the Empress Dowager shoved Xiao Xiao aside, ignoring his plea. "Get out." Xiao Xiao accidentally stumbled and hit his head. Ruoli rushed to him. "Did you hurt your head?" Xiao Xiao softly reassured her, "I'm fine, mother." He had feigned the injury to make the Empress Dowager look bad. "That old witch dared to hurt our Xiao Xiao. She deserves to die." A voice cried out. It was Xie Ji. He took out a makeup brush and drew a fake wound on Xiao Xiao's forehead. Ruoli played along. "Oh no, Xiao Xiao, your head is bleeding." The ministers murmured. Why is the Empress Dowager so angry with a child? The Empress Dowager panicked. How could this happen? She hadn't pushed him hard. Princess Yuyang, who despised Xiao Xiao, was delighted by this turn of events. The prince, believing Xiao Xiao was truly injured, rushed to comfort him, accusing the Empress Dowager. "Are you trying to end my lineage?" Princess Yuyang scoffed. "Who doesn't know Xiao Xiao is adopted?" Defying the Empress Dowager for a bastard. Furious at her words, the prince and Ruoli shielded Xiao Xiao, then the prince slapped Princess Yuyang. Princess Yuyang was shocked. No one had ever dared to hit her. She retaliated, but the prince grabbed her hand and warned everyone, Xiao Xiao is my son. Any more slander, and I will show no mercy. Xiao Xiao was moved to tears by their actions. Enraged, Princess Yuyang shrieked, is he really worth it, Zun Yao? You don't know. He's having an affair with He Fu. Maybe this child is theirs. Xiao Xiao angrily ran to her. You bad woman. Don't insult my mother. He bit her leg and refused to let go. Princess Yuyang, furious, lifted Xiao Xiao by his ear. You brat. I'll kill you. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against her throat. Princess Yuyang released Xiao Xiao, tears streaming down her face. The Empress Dowager roared. Are you mad, Prince? Pointing a sword at Princess Yuyang. The ministers urged caution, fearing diplomatic repercussions. Princess Yuyang looked at the prince. Zun Yao, how could you do this to me? You insulted my princess consort. You should have expected this. Princess Yuyang remained defiant. Kill me then. Let's see how you explain this to my father. She continued to provoke him. The prince remained impassive. You think I dare not? Terrified, Princess Yuyang's maid shifted the blame. Your Highness, spare us. My princess only wanted to show you how the princess consort deceived you. Summon the servants, and you'll see. The prince sheathed his sword, curious about their scheme. He couldn't kill Princess Yuyang without sufficient cause. The maid rushed forward. Princess Yuyang snapped, bring them in. Servants who had witnessed Ruoli's nightly outings were brought in. Princess Yuyang urged them, tell him what you saw. The servants hesitantly replied, 4 days ago, we saw the princess consort, dressed in men's clothing, sneaking back into the manor. The prince, protective, questioned them sharply. Are you certain it was the princess consort? Bribed by Princess Yuyang, the servants insisted they were sure. For further proof, Princess Yuyang asked the third prince, where are the clothes you gifted Prince Xiong on his birthday? She smirked. Perhaps they are under the princess consort's bed. The ministers murmured, suspecting an affair. Confident, Princess Yuyang taunted Ruoli. Silent. Cat got your tongue. Ruoli burst out laughing at her foolishness. Princess Yuyang scowled. What's so funny? I'm laughing at your baseless accusations. You claim I wore men's clothes. See for yourself. Ruoli ripped open the wardrobe. It was empty. The ministers were puzzled. There's nothing there. Did Princess Yuyang misunderstand? The Empress Dowager, losing face, demanded an explanation from Princess Yuyang. Princess Yuyang was bewildered. She had seen the clothes and had her maid put them back. Where were they? Now is the time to counterattack Ruoli. Princess, why are you so surprised about Huashui's winter stream? Is it different from what you planned? Princess Yuyang hurriedly retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? What does it have to do with me? Ruoli sneered, I just thought it was strange. This is clearly my room, but the princess knows exactly where the clothes are. Could it be that you deliberately put something on my bed to frame me? Princess Yuyang denied it vehemently. Who would frame you? That dress is clearly yours. You must have moved it beforehand for fear of your affair being exposed. Ruoli was also furious. The two argued back and forth, their voices rising in a heated exchange. The third prince couldn't bear the two women's bickering any longer and shouted, silence. Since this concerns the prince and the secondary princess, I'll have someone fetch the clothes. Moments later, the third prince's attendant brought the clothes. In fact, Ruoli had long known that Princess Yuyang would use the clothes to cause trouble. So, early in the morning, she had secretly snuck to the third prince's tent and returned the clothes. The third prince recognized his own clothes. He then understood that the attendant was the secondary princess. His dislike for Princess Yuyang intensified. Thus, Princess Yuyang's scheme backfired spectacularly. She thought she was manipulating others, but she was the one being played. The crowd began to judge Princess Yuyang. What's the use of beauty when she's so vicious? They believed she intended to damage the relationship between Dongsheng and Shihe. The third prince looked at Ruoli with renewed admiration. Everything was under her control. The Empress Dowager's face was grim. She thought Princess Yuyang had a solid case against Ruoli, but the princess ended up wrongly accusing the secondary princess and the third prince, even jeopardizing relations between the two nations. I misjudged her. The Empress Dowager was furious. She ordered Princess Yuyang back to the palace. Princess Yuyang's maid urged her to leave quickly, as her neck had been injured by the prince. Ruoli couldn't resist adding, yes, go back quickly. Otherwise, it'll look unsightly. Do you need some ointment? Princess Yuyang glared at Ruoli. Stop pretending to be kind. She stormed back to her room. Xiao Xiao playfully stuck her tongue out at Princess Yuyang. Good riddance. Victorious, Ruoli was elated. The princess hadn't learned her lesson yet. She was pulled aside by the prince, who had questions. With his sharp intuition, he knew that Princess Yuyang's actions weren't entirely spontaneous. The prince then gave Xiao Xiao a look. Xiao Xiao shivered, realizing her parents were thinking about giving her a little sibling. She quickly excused herself, saying she had something to do. Then she quickly slipped away, not wanting to be around for the baby-making discussion. With Xiao Xiao gone, the prince asked Ruoli about the Hujihuan incident. It's not that simple, is it? Ruoli panicked. I'm sorry, Zun Yao. I did hide something, but I was afraid Yao'd be angry. Before she could finish, the prince leaned down and kissed her. Ruoli blushed. Is this a new form of punishment? The prince gently caressed her cheek. I'm not going to pursue it. Can't you tell? Silly, Ruoli was confused. Why? You've always been bothered by such things. The prince raised an eyebrow. Have I? Have you forgotten how long you were jealous of Qing Jun? Speaking of Qing Jun, the prince's expression darkened. Qing Jun had confessed his feelings for Ruoli right in front of him. Ruoli sighed. She shouldn't have mentioned Qing Jun. But after so many trials, the prince was certain of Ruoli's love, so he let it go. Ruoli teased, are you that confident? Her playful question made the prince serious. Don't you love me? Do you really have feelings for Qing Jun, or Hujihuan? Ruoli quickly interrupted his worries. I was just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? The prince immediately smiled, but he wanted Ruoli to say those 3 words, to say she loved him. Suddenly feeling shy, Ruoli decided to show him instead. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. Sometimes words are too pale, actions speak louder than words. The prince responded both with action and words. I love you, Ruoli. Princess Yuyang's maid was treating her wound, cursing the prince for being bewitched and for being so heavy-handed. She advised Princess Yuyang to give up and return to Beilu. Princess Yuyang refused. She had promised her father that she would win the prince's heart. Returning now would be too humiliating, but she had no more chances. Because of her constant scheming, the prince sent guards to escort her back to Beilu. Princess Yuyang was furious and protested, but the prince's orders were absolute. She was forcibly sent away. A month later, Ruoli's confinement was over. She arranged to go out with Xiao Xiao, but she waited for a while and Xiao Xiao didn't appear. Ruoli was about to go find Xiao Xiao. The prince appeared with a set of clothes, saying Xiao Xiao was studying and he would accompany Ruoli instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was in tears, confused as to why the prince suddenly wanted her to memorize texts. Ruoli was talking with the prince. Do you know any fun places? I have a feeling this isn't going to go well. The prince, hearing her doubts, confidently replied, of course I know where to have fun. The prince had been preparing for this day, having new clothes made specifically for Ruoli. Ruoli returned to her room and changed into the clothes. The color and texture were exquisite, and they looked stunning on her. The prince complimented her beauty and helped her with her makeup. To Ruoli's surprise, the prince was wearing matching clothes. They looked incredibly well suited together, a dazzling couple in matching outfits, ready to paint the town red. Xiao Qi was forced to witness their public display of affection. Their luxurious outfits, striking beauty, and radiant smiles brought warmth and joy wherever they went. A pearl stall caught Ruoli's attention. Beautiful pearl hair ornaments were displayed, crafted from lustrous pearls. Ruoli picked one up, admiring its beauty. The vendor praised her good taste, explaining the pearls were all natural. Customers could choose their own oyster to open, with no charge if no pearl was found. It sounded like fun, similar to a lucky draw. Ruoli was excited. Unsure if the prince was interested, she remained silent. The prince, noticing her enthusiasm, declared, open as many as you like. With such a generous husband, Ruoli beamed, and the vendor grinned. The question was, which oyster to choose. Seeing Ruoli's indecision, the prince pointed to one. Ruoli readily agreed. The vendor was about to open it when Ruoli stopped him. The vendor thought she wanted to change her mind, but Ruoli wanted to open it herself. She asked the vendor for a knife. The prince intervened. No, the oyster shell is sharp. You might hurt your hand. Ruoli pleaded, it's more fun to open it myself. Don't worry, I'm not that clumsy. Seeing her eagerness, the prince relented. Taking the knife, Ruoli felt a surge of excitement. Would she find a pearl? When the oyster opened, it revealed a rare pink pearl. Zun Yao, look. It's so beautiful. You have a good eye. Delighted by her joy, the prince paid the vendor handsomely, leaving him speechless. The vendor quickly crafted the pearl into a necklace. Miss, this pearl symbolizes perfect love. I believe you two will grow old together. Please wear it. The blessing warmed their hearts. The prince took the necklace, and gently fastened it around Ruoli's neck, his eyes filled with love. The vendor held up a mirror, praising how beautiful she looked. The prince agreed. This is my gift to you. You can't take it off without my permission. Understood. Ruoli nodded happily. They strolled until nightfall. They had shopped, received gifts, enjoyed delicious food, and now all that was missing was a movie. It would be the perfect date. Ruoli sighed. Where would they find a movie in ancient times? The prince asked curiously, what is a movie? Ruoli tried to explain. A movie is where a group of people sit and watch stories acted out on a large screen. But this technology doesn't exist here yet. A tinge of regret washed over her. Ruoli imagined how wonderful it would be if the prince were a modern man. They could enjoy popcorn and a movie together. The prince sensed her disappointment. He didn't want her to have any regrets. If you want to see a movie, I'll take you. Ruoli wondered where he was taking her. The prince had misinterpreted movie as play. Ruoli felt a little awkward. A movie and a play were quite different, but the prince had never seen a movie. He only knew that he couldn't let Ruoli have any regrets. It doesn't matter. Whatever story you want to see, I'll have the troupe perform it. Faced with his enthusiasm, Ruoli, though not wanting to see a play, decided to go along. Not wanting to dampen the prince's enthusiasm, she stopped fussing and followed him. They passed by a pleasure district. A courtesan caught the prince's eye and approached him, offering to ease his loneliness. The prince coldly brushed her off. The woman, experienced in reading men, recognized the prince's noble aura. Naturally, she was reluctant to let him go and tried to cling to him. Ruoli grabbed the woman's hand. Didn't you see we're wearing matching outfits? Go bother someone else. This is my man. Stay away from him. The woman slunk away, dejected, and sought another target. Ruoli was still annoyed. The prince, seeing her jealous defense, chuckled. Ruoli turned back. You think it's funny? Where did she touch you? The prince immediately embraced her. All right, don't be angry. I promise, no woman, but you will ever touch me again. Who needs your promises? You're the prince. Don't you have as many women as you want? The prince whispered in her ear, his breath warm against her hair, but I only want you. And I want you now, but I only want you. And I want you now. Ruoli turned and gazed at him passionately, then let's skip the theater. Let's get a room. Soon, a room in a capital city was occupied by the prince and Ruoli. They passionately expressed their love, culminating their date. Afterwards, as Ruoli began to doze, she blushed, realizing she'd been the one to suggest getting a room. After washing up, she looked at the prince sitting on the bed, her heart overflowing. My husband is so handsome. Seeing her standing there dreamily, the prince beckoned her over. He asked tentatively, are you disappointed we missed the theater? Not at all. I didn't want to go anyway. Seeing he was still concerned about the theater, she quickly changed the subject, directing his attention to the window. A mother and son selling rice cakes were closing their stall below. Look, we can sit here, bathed in moonlight, watching the city lights. It's like watching a story unfold. The prince, finally appeased, forgot about the theater. Ruoli asked about his mother, wanting to hear about her mother-in-law. The prince recounted his memories of his mother. She was a gentle and unassuming woman. She never sought power, always personally baking the prince his favorite treats. She sewed him new clothes. She personally attended to his every need. Yet, this kind and selfless woman incurred someone's deep resentment, and was ultimately assassinated. Ruoli was furious. Good people always suffer. She demanded the prince take her to his mother's grave to seek justice. The prince hesitated, fearing she would get entangled in the feud between him and the empress dowager. But Ruoli was already involved. As his wife, how could she stand idly by? Seeing her resolve, the prince agreed. But before visiting his mother, he needed Ruoli to do something. Ruoli was puzzled. What is it? The prince began removing his clothes. Ruoli blushed crimson. Why are you undressing? The prince explained that tradition dictated visitors to ancestral graves must be ritually cleansed. I can't visit my mother unpurified. It would be disrespectful. Ruoli realized she'd misunderstood and nodded. She picked up a brush and told him to lie down, preparing to scrub him clean for their visit. The next day, the prince took Ruoli to his mother's tomb. Ruoli, the daughter-in-law from 1,000 years later, offered incense with a respectful bow. "Mother, your son has brought Ruoli to see you." The prince turned a knob on the incense burner. It was a hidden mechanism. With a rumble, stones shifted, revealing a secret passage and a chilling gust of cold air. The guards stationed at the tomb approached. The prince draped a cloak over Ruoli. The tomb was an ice palace to preserve his mother's body, and he feared she would be cold. After dressing warmly, the prince took a torch and led Ruoli inside. Soon, they reached his mother's coffin. They knelt. "Son is unfilial for not visiting sooner, mother." Ruoli also knelt. "Daughter-in-law is unfilial for not visiting sooner. Please forgive me, mother." The prince helped her up. "Don't worry, mother wouldn't blame you. If she were here, she'd love you." Ruoli, who had been worried about her mother-in-law's approval, was relieved. She asked the prince to produce the poison dagger, to compare the poisons and confirm a suspicion. Ruoli called, "Shiaji, I need your help." Shiaji appeared instantly, ready to analyze the poison on the dagger. He then took a sample from the prince's mother's remains. The results came back quickly. The poisons, 15 years apart, were identical. Ruoli informed the prince, her heart filled with hatred. The prince's suspicions were confirmed. His mother's death was connected to the empress dowager, but they lacked concrete evidence. They needed a foolproof plan. The prince, consumed by hatred, wanted the empress dowager to confess before his mother's memorial service at the beginning of the next month. Ruoli had an idea. She asked if the empress dowager would attend the memorial. The prince confirmed she would. His mother had died while praying for the nation, and was posthumously honored. The memorial was a grand affair. Ruoli's expression brightened. "Then my plan will work." The prince, seeing her thoughtful expression, asked, "What are you plotting?" Ruoli winked. "I have a brilliant idea." Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the palace, a small child trembled before a ferocious dog, barking menacingly. The empress dowager orchestrated this scene. The child was Qiaoga's son, and she was punishing Qiao Jiyu for failing to inform her about Princess Yuyang's return to Beilu. Qiao Jiyu was innocent. The prince had handled the matter discreetly to avoid diplomatic issues. Few in the prince's manor knew. The empress dowager was furious. She had planted Qiao Jiyu in the manor to monitor them. But with Princess Yuyang gone, the prince was increasingly independent. And Ruoli repeatedly foiled her plans. Believing Qiao Jiyu incompetent, she unleashed the dogs. To force Qiaoga's hand, Qiao Jiyu kowtowed, begging for her son's life and another chance. The empress dowager relented, ordering Qiao Jiyu to eliminate Wan Ruoli, just as she had eliminated the prince's mother. She gave Qiao Jiyu a bottle of poison and threatened her. If Wan Ruoli lived, her son would die. Qiao Jiyu returned to her room in the prince's manor, her heart heavy. She took out the hairpin the emperor had given her as a token of forgiveness. Qiao Jiyu didn't want to hurt anyone. But the empress dowager held her son hostage. Qiao Jiyu had been the late emperor's personal attendant. They fell in love and had a child. The empress dowager, then a concubine, discovered this and, in a fit of rage, seized the child, threatening to kill him. To protect her son, Qiao Jiyu begged for mercy, agreeing to do anything. The empress dowager, revealing her cruelty, had waited for this plea. She wanted to be empress, but the prince's mother, with her son, outranked her. So, she forced Qiao Jiyu to poison the prince's mother in exchange for her son's life. Qiao Jiyu had no choice but to comply, becoming her assassin. In the manor kitchen, Qiao Jiyu prepared sweet soup for Ruoli, but this time, she added poison. Though reluctant, she had no choice. The empress dowager held her son's life in her hands. She tossed the empty poison bottle into the fire. Moments later, she entered Ruoli's room. "Your Highness, I've brought you sweet soup." Ruoli, feeling thirsty, smiled and thanked her. She put down her brush, and Qiao Jiyu offered her the soup. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao, clutching a rabbit, rushed in. "Mother, I'm here to play." Due to Qiaoga's care, Xiao Xiao was fond of her and called her Jiyu Jiyu. Qiao Jiyu loved Xiao Xiao because he reminded her of her own son. Caring for Xiao Xiao filled a void in her heart. Xiao Xiao's eyes fell on the sweet soup. He drooled. "Mother, I'm thirsty." Ruoli offered him the soup, telling him to leave her a sip. Qiao Jiyu broke into a cold sweat. She couldn't let Xiao Xiao drink the soup. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to drink the sweet soup, Qiao Jiyu pretended to be dizzy and bumped into Xiao Xiao, causing her to drop the bowl. Qiao Jiyu also fell to the ground. Ruoli worriedly asked Qiao Jiyu if she was all right, and Xiao Xiao also called out in concern. Looking at the spilled sweet soup, Qiao Jiyu sighed in relief. Thankfully, Xiao Xiao hadn't drunk it. Ruoli helped Qiao Jiu up and told her to rest, saying she would have a doctor examine her later. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's rabbit, smelling the sweet soup, lapped it up from the floor. Within seconds, the rabbit died. Ruoli's eyes widened. The sweet soup is poisoned. She rushed to Xiao Xiao's side, preventing her from touching the spill. Xiao Xiao cried out. What happened? Understanding dawned, and Xiao Xiao burst into tears over the loss of her pet. Ruoli now suspected Qiao Jiu, and asked her what was going on. Qiao Jiu feigned innocence. The prince, coming to find Ruoli, heard the commotion and rushed in, calling out their names. He saw the spilled soup and the dead rabbit. Crouching down, he examined the rabbit. It seems the rabbit was poisoned by the soup. Furious that Ruoli or Xiao Xiao could have drunk the soup, he ordered an immediate investigation to find the culprit. Ruoli, already harboring suspicions, asked the prince to take Xiao Xiao back to their room, while she questioned Qiao Jiu privately. The prince, perceptive as he was, looked at Qiao Jiu, already suspecting her involvement. Understanding Ruoli's concern about Qiao Gus's behavior, he agreed to take Xiao Xiao, adding, "Call me if anything happens." Ruoli smiled and nodded, assuring him she would be fine. The prince left the room with everyone else. Ruoli closed the door and confronted Qiao Jiu. "It's just you and me now. I'll ask you one thing. Why did you betray me and the prince? Why are you working for the empress dowager?" Qiao Jiu fell to her knees, crying out her innocence. Ruoli was furious. "I considered you a friend. You were the one who ripped my clothes when the prince was framed, weren't you? And you told Mu Duanming about the clothes, making him think I was having an affair with the Imperial physician. I still tried to give you the benefit of the doubt, but now, you've tried to poison me, and almost killed Xiao Xiao. Tell me everything, or don't expect any mercy." Confronted with the evidence, Qiao Jiu confessed. I did everything. I deserve to die. Please, your highness, kill me." Ruoli's heart ached. "Why did you betray me? I treated you like family." While seemingly agreeing, Ruoli knew Qiao Jiu was hiding something. She couldn't bring herself to kill her. Instead, she knocked Qiao Jiu unconscious, intending to uncover the truth. She then had Xiaji disguise her as Qiao Jiu. Xiaji worried, "Isn't this too risky, your highness? I need to know what the empress dowager is planning," Ruoli replied. Xiaji understood. Ruoli believed Qiao Jiu was forced into this and wanted to help her. She carefully applied the disguise. Ready, Ruoli bumped into the prince as she was leaving. Seeing two Qiao Gus, the prince instantly recognized the disguised Ruoli. "What are you doing?" he asked. Ruoli explained, "I suspect Qiao Jiu was forced by the empress dowager. I'm going to confront her." The prince refused to let her go alone. "Absolutely not. I know Qiao Gus mannerisms perfectly. I won't slip up." Seeing her determination, the prince relented. "I'll come with you, but I'll stay hidden." Ruoli refused. "You have a more important role to play. The empress dowager is paranoid. To convince her I've been poisoned, you need to stay here, find the culprit, and make a big scene." The prince understood. He needed to create a believable diversion. Still worried, he gave Ruoli the late emperor's immunity token. "Keep this with you. It will protect you if anything goes wrong." Soon, the empress dowager's servant arrived, panicked. "The princess consort, she's dead." Feigning surprise, the empress dowager asked, "What happened? How could she die so suddenly?" "She was poisoned." The prince is furious and demanding justice. The time had come. Ruoli, disguised as Qiao Jiu, appeared before the empress dowager, pleading for help. The empress dowager dismissed her servants. Ruoli, in character, cried, "The prince will kill me for poisoning his wife. Please, you must protect me." Suspicious, the empress dowager pressed, "Are you certain Wan Ruoli is dead?" Ruoli, mimicking Qiao Gus's voice, replied, "I saw her drink the sweet soup and collapse." Still unconvinced, the empress dowager asked what the death looked like. Ruoli recalled the rabbit's death. She convulsed a few times, then blood came from her mouth and eyes. The empress dowager finally believed her. The symptoms matched the poison shed provided. Pleased, she smiled. "You've done well. I'll protect you. Come with me." As Ruoli followed, her suspicions were confirmed. Qiao Jiu was being blackmailed. But by what? The empress dowager led her to a hidden dungeon beneath the palace. Who was imprisoned there? Inside, Ruoli saw a young child. The child looked just like a younger Xiao Xiao. Ruoli rushed to him and embraced him. The child cried, "Mother." Ruoli realized this was Qiao Gus's son. Her heart ached as she comforted him. Don't cry. Mother's here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Now she understood. Qiao Jiyu had protected Xiao Xiao because of her own son. A mother's love knew no bounds. The Empress Dowager snapped, enough with the crying. This child shouldn't even exist. If not for the late emperor, I wouldn't even look at him. The child stopped crying, bowing his head. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Ruoli held the child close, eager to escape this dreadful place. She had learned a great deal. Outside the dungeon, in the palace gardens, Ruoli examined the child closely. She realized he was Zun Yao's half-brother, the son of their adoptive mother. A warm feeling spread through her. The child looked up, confused. Mother, what are you thinking? Ruoli shook her head, flustered. Nothing. I should be his aunt, not his mother, she thought. This means I'm basically Zun Yao's sister-in-law now. Suddenly, she overheard guards talking. The Empress Dowager has ordered them killed. No survivors. Ruoli knew the Empress Dowager wouldn't let them leave alive. She intended to silence them. Holding the child, she tried to slip away, but stepped on a branch. The snap alerted the guards, who gave chase. Quickly surrounded, Ruoli prepared to fight. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got. As she fought, the prince's immunity token fell out. The guards recognized it instantly. They were the prince's men, planted within the Empress Dowager's ranks, waiting to assist Ruoli. The crisis was averted. Meanwhile, the prince paced anxiously. Why aren't they back? The carriage should have arrived by now. Finally, the carriage appeared. The prince rushed forward, checking Ruoli for injuries. He had been frantic with worry. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Ruoli called to the child inside, "Come out, we're safe now." The child, with innocent eyes, asked, "Mother, where are we?" The prince was confused. What's going on? Who is this? Why is he calling you mother? Ruoli laughed. I almost forgot, I'm still disguised as Qiao Jiyu. She quickly removed the disguise and her hairpiece. Kneeling down, she gently told the child, I'm not your mother, Qiao Jiyu. Curious, the prince assumed the child was Qiao Gu's son. Ruoli revealed the truth. Here's your father's son, and the Empress Dowager's. The prince was stunned into silence. The child, seeing the change, started crying for his mother. Ruoli glared at the prince. You scared him with your grim face. The prince muttered, wasn't it your sudden transformation that scared him? The child stopped crying and kept asking where his mother was and if something had happened. Ruoli hurriedly assured him, your mother is fine. I'll take you to see her right away. The real Qiao Jiyu had awakened. She suddenly heard someone still calling her name. She immediately rushed over, embraced the child, and tears streamed down her face. She thought she was dreaming. Honga, why are you here? The child smiled brightly and told her, Mother, you're not dreaming. A beautiful sister saved me. The beautiful sister, Ruoli, looked thoughtful. Just then, Ruoli walked in. I saved him. Ruoli also went over to tease the child, so your name is Tonga. What a sweet talker. Sister will buy you some delicious treats later. The child sweetly replied. Thank you, sister. Qiao Jiyu immediately told Tonga not to be impudent. This is the princess consort. Ruoli smiled in response. Technically, Tonga should call the prince brother, so calling me sister isn't wrong. Besides, sister-in-law doesn't sound very nice. Qiao Jiyu immediately lowered her head. So, your highness already knew. Ruoli seriously asked Qiao Jiyu, if I hadn't taken this opportunity to rescue Tonga, how much longer were you planning to keep this from the prince and me? Qiao Jiyu knelt down, filled with gratitude and guilt, and apologized. She also warned Ruoli to be careful of the Empress Dowager. Now that Qiao Gu's child had been rescued, she would no longer help the Empress Dowager do evil against her conscience. She confessed to Ruoli all the secrets of these past years. 15 years ago, the Empress Dowager had placed Qiao Jiyu by the prince's mother's side to murder her, but the prince's mother treated Qiao Jiyu kindly, so she couldn't bring herself to harm her and kept delaying, until the Empress Dowager, impatient, took matters into her own hands. She ensured the prince's mother met with an accident and died on her way out of the palace. Qiao Jiyu felt deeply remorseful and apologized to Ruoli, but Ruoli didn't blame Qiao Jiyu. Even without her, the Empress Dowager would have arranged for someone else to harm the prince's mother. Ruoli then asked Qiao Jiyu to come forward and expose the Empress Dowager's deeds. Meanwhile, in the palace, the eunuchs planted by the prince reported to the Empress Dowager that Qiao Jiyu, surrounded and with nowhere to escape, had jumped into a well with her child. The Empress Dowager, cautious, demanded to see the bodies before she would believe them. The eunuchs claimed they were retrieving the bodies, but the well was too deep, and it was taking time. Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager's face darkened. "How dare you deceive me?" she thundered. The eunuchs desperately pleaded their innocence and tried to explain, but they were exposed as the prince's men by General Ruan, the former empress father. The two eunuchs knew they were caught when they saw General Ruan return from the front lines. General Ruan had served under the prince in the war and knew his spies. He now hated both the prince and Ruoli because of what happened to his daughter, the former empress. The Empress Dowager's hatred for the prince deepened. "He dares to plant spies around me." She vowed to destroy both the prince and Ruoli. General Ruan immediately pledged his support. "If your majesty wishes to eliminate the prince and his wife, I will gladly assist." With General Ruan's support, the Empress Dowager's expression softened. She had been preparing a trap. She had acquired a batch of explosive firecrackers. Insanely, she decided to demonstrate their power to General Ruan, using the prince's two eunuchs as test subjects. Then, boom, a crater appeared where the eunuchs had stood, leaving nothing but dust and debris. The Empress Dowager let out a satisfied chuckle. "Excellent. I will see all of you dead." General Ruan's guards immediately knelt and proclaimed their loyalty. "Long live the Empress Dowager." As if sensing the impending doom, the heavens opened up, and a steady rain began to fall. Tomorrow was the anniversary of the prince's mother's death, and also the day of reckoning with the Empress Dowager. The prince told Ruoli not to worry and stay out of it. "Leave everything to me." But as the prince's wife, how could Ruoli stand idly by while her beloved faced a life-or-death battle? The prince, unable to dissuade her, finally compromised. "If you really want to help, why not give me a child?" With that, he embraced her, giving Ruoli no chance to respond. Ruoli eventually pushed him away, telling him she had prepared a gift for him for tomorrow's battle. Preoccupied with the idea of a child, the prince was initially uninterested, but Ruoli's persistence won out. He finally opened the box she offered. Inside was a specially made handgun, crafted by Ruoli for his protection. She explained its use, but for the prince, with his superior martial arts skills, could such a small weapon truly offer protection? Ruoli placed the gun in his hand. "When you use it, you'll understand its power." Touched by her gesture, the prince accepted the gift. Dawn broke, marking the anniversary of consort Yufei's death. The Empress Dowager and the prince, along with their respective entourages, arrived at the Ice Palace. The Empress Dowager's confidant helped her inside. Once inside, the prince mocked, "For a mere concubine, you actually came yourself." The Empress Dowager was irritated but played along. Her presence was a ruse to stall for time, while General Ruan carried out his plan. Apparently, they hadn't anticipated the freezing temperatures within the Ice Palace. The confidant, fearing for the Empress Dowager's health, offered to fetch her a winter coat. After the confidant left, he never returned. The Empress Dowager was alone in the Ice Palace, staring at Yufei's coffin. Feeling triumphant, she sneered, "You were the Emperor's favorite, but in the end, you still lost to me." As she gloated, the figure in the coffin laughed. Then, it sat up. Terrified, the Empress Dowager stammered, "Are you a human or a ghost?" The figure, its face now contorted and horrifying, replied in a chilling voice, "What do you think?" The Empress Dowager screamed and fled, yelling for help. But as she reached the door, it slammed shut, intensifying her fear. The figure, tall and menacing, grabbed her. In a mournful voice, it cried, "Chu Qingrong, why did you harm me?" Hearing her name spoken by Yufei, the Empress Dowager froze in terror. It was Ruoli, using a disguise and the Empress Dowager's guilt to force a confession. To further break her, Ruoli ripped off the Empress Dowager's elaborate hairpiece. The Empress Dowager completely broke down. "Sister Yufei, please spare me. I shouldn't have hired assassins to kill you just because I was jealous of your position as Empress. For the sake of our service to the Emperor, please forgive me." Ruoli laughed. So quick to confess. How disappointing. While the Empress Dowager was still in shock, Ruoli activated a mechanism in the Ice Palace. The doors opened, and the prince and his guards rushed in. You all heard it. Yufei was murdered by the Empress Dowager. Removing her disguise, Ruoli added, "Not only that, but she also tried to poison me. Such a vicious woman doesn't deserve to be the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager finally realized what had happened. "Wan Ruoli, it was you." She raged. Her dream of absolute power shattered, humiliated and outwitted. She had only one thought. Revenge. "You must die." At that critical moment, the prince used the handgun Ruoli had given him. He shot the Empress Dowager in the heart. Staring at the blood on her hand, she gasped. Unwilling to die alone, she laughed maniacally. Even in death, I'll take you with me. She triggered a mechanism, and the entire ice palace began to collapse. Run! She's triggered a trap. Ruoli yelled. The prince, most worried about Ruoli, who was closest to the explosion, was shielded by his guards as the palace crumbled around them. Ruoli, go! He urged, but the Empress Dowager, her dreams of power destroyed by Ruoli, clung to her leg with a death grip, determined to take her down with her. Just then, a familiar heatwave surged through the collapsing structure. The spreading fire created an opportunity. Kicking the Empress Dowager into the inferno, Ruoli turned to run towards the prince, but it was too late. A massive explosion ripped through the ice palace, throwing everyone back. It also stopped Ruoli in her tracks. The prince cried out. Ruoli knew she wouldn't make it out alive. With a heartbreaking cry, she confessed, Zunyi, I love you. Then, she activated the main gate's release mechanism. Knowing her fate, she chose to contain the explosion and fire within the ice palace, preventing further casualties. With one last look back, she whispered, live well, and vanished into the flames. The entire ice palace collapsed. The prince, regaining consciousness, tried to rush in after Ruoli, but his guards held him back. It's too late. Crying out Ruoli's name, the prince collapsed in grief. The ice palace was reduced to ruins. The prince stood motionless, until his tears ran dry. Xiaji frantically called out Ruoli's name. Ruoli immediately opened her eyes, filled with confusion. Xiaji, overjoyed to see Ruoli awake, announced its energy was depleting. Ruoli sat up abruptly, weren't we dead? Xiaji quickly replied, nonsense. I barely brought you back. Don't talk rubbish. Ruoli noticed she was wearing gloves and her tracker. Are we back in the modern world? What happened? Xiaji explained it used its energy to send Ruoli's soul back to the present. They were back in the lab where Ruoli initially stole Xiaji. The timeline hadn't changed. It was the moment right after she stole it. Ruoli anxiously asked, what about Zun Yao? Can I see him again? Xiaji could only apologize. Ruoli became heartbroken. Can't I go back? Xiaji couldn't give a definite answer. Its energy was depleted, but there was a backup power source, maybe enough for another trip. Ruoli spotted a glass container emitting a blue glow. Is that your energy? Xiaji nodded. Yes, that's it. Ruoli recalled triggering a self-destruct sequence. Will this energy have a trap too? Seeing Xiaji's weakened state, she worried, what if there's another trap? We're doomed. Xiaji retorted, don't underestimate me. Even with low energy, I can handle it. An alarm blared energy critical. Xiaji collapsed, weakly urging Ruoli, get the energy, quick. Ruoli was speechless. They came quickly. But she had no choice. She smashed the glass container with her phone, reaching for Xiaji's energy. Familiar alarms blared again. Back in her century home, Ruoli realized both trips were triggered by explosions. Excitedly, she suggested causing another explosion to return to Zun Yao, but Xiaji stopped her. Why not? Didn't explosions cause this? Xiaji explained those were coincidences. If past Ruoli hadn't fallen into the water, you couldn't have possessed her body. The second time worked because your original body was unharmed in the explosion. Ruoli understood. Her protective suit saved her, allowing her to return to her body. Now, she needed both the right conditions and a vessel to travel back. Her enthusiasm vanished, leaving her to find another way. Suddenly, intruders burst in, firing a gun. Xiaji was shocked. Ruoli instantly recognized it was people after Xiaji. Surprised by their speed, she fled. Running desperately, she was cornered on a bridge. Her only escape was to jump. Ruoli plunged into the water, but her exhausted body failed her. She struggled to hold her breath, then couldn't breathe at all. Gasping, she woke up. She saw the familiar Zunwang mansion. Overjoyed, I'm back. Xiaji chuckled, there's more. Look at yourself. Ruoli was stunned she was in her own body. Ecstatic, she praised Xiaji, you're amazing. You sent me back, body and soul. Xiaji basked in the praise. New energy, you know. Ruoli eagerly anticipated Zun Yao's reaction, and rushed to find him. But the mansion was draped in white silk, a coffin in the hall. Inside were her clothes, shoes, and accessories. A guard mistook her for a thief, yelling, someone. The empress' belongings have been disturbed. Confused, Ruoli wondered, empress. She was dragged to the palace jail, completely bewildered. Do you know impersonating the empress is a capital offense? The voice was unmistakably Zun Yao's, the man she yearned for. Back and immediately a death row inmate. Ruoli was dumbfounded. The guard scoffed, daring to impersonate the empress. The emperor's mercy spared your life for a night. Ruoli protested, "I'm not impersonating. I am her. Get the emperor. I can prove it." The guard ignored her, convinced she was delusional. Ruoli slammed her fist on the bars. What's going on? The timelines were different. She couldn't wait for execution. She had to escape and figure things out. Shiji panicked. How do we escape? Ruoli confidently asked for practical advice. Picking locks was second nature to her, thanks to her job. She effortlessly opened the cell door. While the drunken guards slept, she slipped away. Her attire was too conspicuous. She needed a safe place to change. Besides the mansion, her only refuge was Lu Qingqing's embroidery shop. Thanks to Ruoli's past help, the shop flourished. As she entered, pretending to be a customer, hands covered her mouth and nose. Don't be afraid. It's me, Wan Ruoli. Lu Qingqing led her to a room, incredulous. You're really Wan girl. Time travel. It's unbelievable. Ruoli explained. I wore a mask because of the empress dowager. The explosion killed my masked self. So, this is my true face. Still skeptical, Lu Qingqing asked for proof. Remember my revenge advice for that jerk. 1. Reappear better and stronger. 2. Make him regret losing you. 3. Add fuel to the fire, ruin him completely. Lu Qingqing was convinced. I knew it. Wan girl, so beautiful, surely blessed by deities. Ruoli chuckled, flattered by Shiji's divine reputation. She asked about the aftermath of the explosion. After changing, Lu Qingqing explained. 3 years had passed. The Empress Dowager's faction, led by Yi Ruanji, rebelled. Zun Yao quelled the rebellion and eliminated the traitors. Urged to rule, he ascended the throne, posthumously honoring Ruoli as empress. For 3 years, officials urged him to remarry, but he refused, decreeing a 3-year mourning period. His love for you is profound, Lu Qingqing sighed. Ruoli thanked her and asked for another favor. We've missed 3 years. I need to see him, tell him I'm back. Lu Qingqing promised to use her connections to get her into the palace. Bathing, Ruoli was touched. Zun Yao mourned me for 3 years. He must have been so lonely. Shiji voiced concern. He's devoted, but you look different. What if he doesn't recognize you? Ruoli was confident. Our connection remains. Hell no. Applying her true makeup, it'll make him accept the real me. Lu Qingqing rushed in. Bad news. You're wanted. Ruoli shrugged. Not the first time. Any other news? Lu Qingqing revealed officials were urging the emperor to choose a new consort. The threat of losing her husband was more alarming than being a fugitive. Ruoli sprang into action, fuming, damn him. I went through so much to get back. Shiji reasoned, this is ancient times. To secure his dynasty, he needs heirs. The word heirs pierced her heart. I immediately started imagining him searching for medicine and flirting with other women. You mean he's already intimate with another woman? Shiji quickly covered her mouth. Forget I said anything. Suddenly hearing a girl's cry, Ruoli quickly looked towards the sound. She saw a man comforting a crying girl. The girl seemed reluctant to enter the palace for the selection. Ruoli suddenly smiled. She had been looking for a way to enter the palace. This was perfect. The entrance of the Imperial Palace's Chushio Palace was exceptionally lively. A group of candidate concubines were gossiping about Wan Ying, who seemed to have a lover, and was unwilling to enter the palace. Some were gloating, happy to have one less competitor. Just then, the Wan Ying they were talking about arrived. It was actually Ruoli disguised as Wan Ying. Focused on seeing Zun Yao, she was thinking about how to explain her identity, completely oblivious to the surrounding malice. A candidate concubine came over to provoke her. Just you. A crude thing, you think you're worthy of serving the emperor. Ruoli, already annoyed, was publicly insulted. The candidate continued to provoke her. Unable to bear it, Ruoli slapped her. Another candidate quickly accused her of being uncultured. How dare you hit someone? Ruoli retorted, the selection hasn't even started, and you're already showing your true colors. Besides, she insulted me first. What's wrong with me defending myself? The slapped candidate's face burned with shame. She lunged at Ruoli, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Mama Momo, the palace's head servant, just received news that the emperor refused to see any of the candidates, and wanted them all sent back. She was worrying about the emperor's lack of interest in continuing the royal bloodline, when the commotion caught her attention. Mama Momo rushed over and shouted for them to stop. Everyone froze. The slapped candidate, hair disheveled, cried, Mama Momo, it's Wan Ying. She started the fight. Ruoli immediately retorted, "It was you who started it by spreading rumors about me. Now you're playing the victim." With Mama Momo present, the candidates insisted Ruoli was already betrothed and thus not a virgin, making her ineligible for the selection. Since the emperor's women must be pure, Mama Momo immediately ordered Ruoli to undergo a virginity test. Determined to see Zun Yao, Ruoli agreed. She followed Mama Momo into a room. Mama Momo instructed her to remove her pants and squat over a basin. Ruoli stared at the basin with disgust, hesitant. Shiji explained through telepathy, "It's a basin of incense ash used for virginity tests. Someone will poke you with a needle, and you'll sneeze. If the ash doesn't change, it proves your virginity." Ruoli cursed internally, doubtful of the method's accuracy. Shiji sighed, "It's ancient times. Just get through it." A while later, Ruoli emerged. The other candidates eagerly awaited the result. Mama Momo announced Du Wan Ying was a virgin. The candidates protested, "But she's betrothed. How can she still be a virgin?" Since questioning the emperor's decision was taboo, Mama Momo ordered the 4 protesting candidates to be taken away. They were disqualified and punished. They begged for another chance. Ruoli scoffed at their predicament. But the next moment, Mama Momo ordered her to leave the palace too. Ruoli was stunned. Mama Momo explained that despite being proven a virgin, her reputation was tarnished. Ruoli panicked. Eliminated. These selections are so strict. She didn't want to leave. She had to see Zun Yao. Shiji could only accompany her in this desperate attempt. That night, in the Yushan room, a tea-serving maid spiked the emperor's tea with an aphrodisiac. In the Yushan room at night, a tea-serving lady was placing aphrodisiacs on the emperor's tea. She hoped to seduce the emperor and become his concubine. When the maid turned her back, the aphrodisiac disappeared. She frantically searched for it. Ruoli, back in her own clothes, was hiding from the palace guards. Shiji urged, "You're being searched. There's a room over there. Let's hide." It was the Yushan room, where the scheming tea maid was. Ruoli's entrance caught the maid's attention. The next second, the maid fainted. Ruoli could only let her sleep. Shiji warned, "Hurry. The guards are coming." Ruoli quickly moved. She started taking the maid's clothes, hoping to disguise herself. A maid called from the door, "The emperor waits his tea." Ruoli knew the emperor was Zun Yao. This was her chance. Excited, she took the tea to Zun Yao. At the door, she received a series of instructions before being allowed in. Carrying the tea, Ruoli finally saw Zun Yao. Seeing him again made her heart flutter. He was as handsome as ever. She felt a pang of sadness, as he hadn't even looked at her. She reminded herself to be patient. She admired him, thinking he was truly emperor material, every gesture exuding authority. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the tea overflowing. Zun Yao put down his brush. "Are you planning to spill the entire pot?" Ruoli snapped back to reality, flustered, "I'll clean it up." After cleaning, she poured him a fresh cup. As emperor, Zun Yao's food and drinks had to be tasted first. Plus, Ruoli's behavior was suspicious. Ruoli, under his intense gaze, understood. She drank the tea in one gulp. "See, Your Majesty. No poison." Zun Yao resumed his work, instructing her to pour another cup, and use a different cup. Ruoli obeyed. As she poured the tea, she felt dizzy. Carrying the tea towards Zun Yao, the dizziness intensified. She spilled the tea all over Zun Yao, the cup shattering. Ruoli apologized, "I'm so sorry. I suddenly felt dizzy." The aphrodisiac was taking effect. Zun Yao, usually indifferent to women, didn't listen to her explanation. "Leave? I don't need you here." Ruoli moved closer. The tea had spilled on a burn scar he had from the explosion. Worried, she tried to check his injury. Zun Yao grabbed her hand, his eyes questioning. "What is your purpose in getting close to me?" His touch made Ruoli feel hot and uncomfortable. She couldn't speak. Zun Yao pressed, "Answer me." He wondered why his body ached. Ruoli placed his hand on her cheek, seeking its coolness. Zun Yao yanked his hand back, disgusted. "I don't allow any woman but Ruoli to touch me. Your behavior is repulsive." Ruoli suddenly understood. Her strange behavior was due to the aphrodisiac. Despicable. Such underhanded tactics. Zun Yao, hearing her mumbling, questioned, "Are you talking to yourself? Are you insane?" Ruoli grabbed a hairpin from her hair. She stabbed her arm, using the pain to fight the drug's effects. Zun Yao was shocked. "Are you crazy? First, you feign dizziness, now self-harm." Ruoli replied, "I'm not crazy. Pain helps me stay." For a moment, Zun Yao thought he saw Ruoli. He quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. Ruoli died 3 years ago, but doubt lingered. He grabbed Ruoli. Who are you? Don't you know you're being hunted? Why return? Ruoli retorted, hunted. You ungrateful pig. Zun Yao was stunned. What did you say? Someone drugged your tea. If I hadn't come along, you'd have been taken advantage of. Zun Yao glared at her. Are you suggesting I deframe you? As if an aphrodisiac won't affect me. Besides, IA Maid's panicked voice interrupted her. Your Majesty. It's terrible. That Yu's woman infiltrated the palace again. She's knocked out a maid. Head barely finished speaking when he realized, oh my god, it's him. Your Majesty, are you all right? Someone, protect the Emperor. The eunuch's lifelong duty was to yell, protect the Emperor. A large group of guards arrived. Seeing so many guards, coupled with his current state, Ruoli knew he couldn't break through. He thought he was doomed. Unexpectedly, Zun Yao suddenly said to let him go. Ruoli was surprised. The eunuch even advised Zun Yao to reconsider. That woman has approached you 3 or 4 times, Your Majesty. She definitely has ill intentions. Zun Yao raised his voice. I said, let him go. The eunuch immediately conceded, yes, Your Majesty. I spoke out of turn. What are you still standing around for? Take him away. The guards approached Ruoli. Before he could explain and reveal his identity, he was being thrown out again. Ruoli struggled unwillingly. Ultimately, due to the aphrodisiac, he was overpowered and dragged away. Zun Yao wasn't unwilling to give him a chance to explain. Over the past 3 years, too many women had claimed to be Ruoli, and every time it was a lie. His hope had turned to cynicism. The guards shoved Ruoli outside the palace gates. Ruoli, slumped on the ground, felt increasingly worse. His vision blurred. The pain from his self-inflicted wound was almost overwhelming the aphrodisiac's effects. He saw a figure in the distance. Just as he tried to see who it was, he collapsed. The figure was the returned Qingjun, the nameless one. Xie Ji immediately recognized him, but he didn't recognize Ruoli. He wondered if Qingjun would leave him to die. Looking at the unconscious Ruoli, Qingjun sneered. Another woman rejected after throwing herself at Zun Yao. Even if Ruoli died in shame, who was it for now? Qingjun, having heard that Ruoli died in the explosion, always blamed Zun Yao for not protecting him. He held a grudge. Xie Ji panicked. How could he just leave? Not even a heroic rescue attempt. Moments later, a scruffy doctor appeared, muttering, where's the fainted person? That masked fellow wasn't lying to me, was he? Walking forward, he saw the unconscious Ruoli. There really is someone. He immediately checked Ruoli's pulse. Realizing it was the long-lost aphrodisiac, Jinyao Huanqing San, he turned Ruoli over. He was instantly captivated by Ruoli's beautiful face. Picking Ruoli up, wicked thoughts arose. Since he's already drugged, why not let me enjoy him first? Xie Ji furiously bit the man. The man felt a strange nip. What was that? Never mind, no one saw. I'll take him back first. Xie Ji desperately yelled, Ruoli, wake up. It's dangerous. However, as Ruoli had said, Qingjun wasn't inherently bad. After calling the doctor, still worried, he saw the scene and intervened. The man carried Ruoli to his room. He placed a bowl of pungent liquid in the room. Xie Ji frantically slapped Ruoli's head. Wake up. The cabbage is about to be eaten by a pig. The man lecherously approached. He, young lady, let me help you change your clothes. Xie Ji cried out, Ruoli, wake up. Just as the man was about to act, the pungent smell woke Ruoli. The man excitedly tore at Ruoli's clothes. He touched Ruoli's wounded arm. The pain jolted Ruoli awake. The man, lustful and eager, was about to have his way, when Ruoli delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Pulling the man closer, Ruoli demanded, did you really think you could take advantage of me? Seeing the man held down, Xie Ji was overjoyed. Serves you right. Relieved, Ruoli slumped to the floor. Xie Ji anxiously asked, what's wrong? Ruoli struggled to speak, unable to move. The aphrodisiac, Jinyao Huanqing San, unlike normal ones, also caused paralysis after using internal energy. The man recovered and slowly approached Ruoli. Since you can't move, just obediently submit. Just then, Qingjun threw a hidden weapon. The lecherous man instantly met his maker. Ruoli looked outside and recognized the familiar figure, despite the mask. He blurted out, Qingjun was startled. Who are you? How do you know my real name? Ruoli hesitated. Should he reveal his identity? What if Qingjun, like Zun Yao, didn't believe him? Forget it. I'll just get out of here, he declared seriously. Believe it or not, I am Wan Ruoli, I'm not dead. I'm back. Meanwhile, in the palace, Zun Yao was stroking the pink pearl Ruoli had given him. The woman claiming to be Ruoli had shaken him. The eunuch reported that the aphrodisiac was indeed planted by the unconscious man. Zun Yao felt a sense of relief. So he wasn't lying. He immediately ordered the eunuch to find the woman within 2 days, no matter the cost. Qingjun, after hearing Ruoli's claim, excitedly grabbed his hand. You said you're Wan Ruoli. Do you know what happens to liars? He then added, I knew it would be like this. When will you stop being so handsome? Shiji warned, Ruoli, think carefully before you answer. Here's the ruthless nameless one. With no way out, Ruoli looked at Qingjun. You wear a mask because of the scar on your face, right? This didn't convince Qingjun. Of course someone wearing a mask has a damaged face. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Ruoli retorted, I'm not guessing. I've seen your scar. I even promised to heal it. Remember, Qingjun became more cautious. Who are you? How do you know so much about me and Ruoli? Ruoli patted his chest and declared again, because I am Wan Ruoli. Qingjun was silent for a moment. Impossible. Wan Ruoli died in the explosion 3 years ago. You weren't in Dong province 3 years ago, so you wouldn't know the truth about the explosion. The truth is, Ruoli revealed his true identity, including being a transmigrator. Qingjun was dumbfounded by the information overload. After a long silence, he burst into laughter. Spies. Transmigration. Nonsense. Ruoli was speechless. How could he make them believe him? Seeing him fall silent, Qingjun taunted, lost your tongue. Ruoli angrily turned around. Fine, don't believe me. I don't need your help. Goodbye. Seeing his outburst, so similar to the Ruoli he knew, Qingjun started to believe. Could it really be him? He grabbed Ruoli's hand. What now? Ruoli turned around angrily. Qingjun said seriously, until I confirm your identity, I can't let you impersonate Ruoli. Stay with me. I'll find a way to treat your poison. Ruoli's anger immediately dissipated. He asked with a smile, really? Shiji was happy. Great, Ruoli, he's starting to believe you. Qingjun warned, don't get too excited. If I find out you're lying, you'll die a horrible death. Ruoli was confident. Don't worry, I'm the real deal. Qingjun then led Ruoli to a secluded place. Ruoli wondered where he was being taken. People around them stared. Suddenly, Qingjun returned and draped a cloak over Ruoli. Ruoli looked at him, puzzled. Qingjun quickly explained, don't misunderstand. You're attracting too much attention like this. He then took Ruoli to get new clothes. They bumped into Zun Yao, who was searching for him. Seeing Zun Yao, Ruoli exclaimed happily, Zun Yao. You're still looking for me. This convinced Qingjun that this was indeed Ruoli. Zun Yao wondered why they were together. Ruoli rushed towards him. Zun Yao, I have something to tell you, but the guard stopped him. Audacious. You dare address the emperor so casually. Qingjun's protective instincts kicked in. How dare you point your swords at him? He used his powers to disarm the guards, knocking them to the ground. Zun Yao immediately questioned Qingjun. What are you doing? Although Qingjun harbored resentment, he had never directly confronted Zun Yao before. Qingjun shielded Ruoli. So your so-called deep affection for Ruoli involves drawing swords at him. Who is he? You should know. Zun Yao was anxious. I don't have time for this. Hand him over, no matter who he is. Qingjun grabbed Ruoli's hand and retorted, since you don't acknowledge his identity, you have no right to take him. He pulled Ruoli away, ignoring Ruoli's pleas to wait. And Wei, once a eunuch, now the chief guard, was about to pursue them. Zun Yao stopped him. No need to chase. He'll be back. He has something of Qingjun's. Qingjun led Ruoli to a secluded mountain and released his hand. Ruoli asked anxiously, why didn't you let me finish? I finally had a chance to explain to him. Qingjun reassured him, don't worry, there will be other opportunities. What do you mean by Ruoli alliance? The things Ruoli left me are still in the Tang mansion. I'll get them back sooner or later. Ruoli discovered a new continent. You can sneak into the palace. Qingjun had a look of disbelief. Of course, with those useless guards around him, it's not difficult for me. Ruoli immediately stepped forward. Great. Then take me with you. Qingjun directly refused. To prevent the two from fighting again, Ruoli thought back to what Qingjun had just said about the things she left him. Could it be that concealer she developed back then? At that time, Ruoli immediately wrote a letter to Qingjun, but he never replied. Ruoli planned to start from here. The thing you mentioned, is it the concealer used to cover eye bags and blemishes? Qingjun immediately turned around. You know, Ruoli immediately snapped her fingers. It's the color of cherishing. Then she said, I wrote to you at the time, but you never replied, so I carried it with me. The next second, Dongli Man took out the concealer. Ruoli then asked Qingjun to try the effect now. Qingjun thought about it and agreed. He took off his mask. Ruoli told him not to move and started to apply it seriously. At this point, Qingjun no longer had any doubts and completely believed that she was that Ruoli. Soon, Ruoli finished applying it. She proudly let Qingjun see the effect. Qingjun looked at his reflection in the river, lost in thought. This is my original appearance. Ruoli was also happy for him. How is it? The effect is not bad, right? Qingjun suddenly embraced Ruoli. This familiar feeling made his heart ache. It's great. You're really not dead. Ruoli was a little flustered. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Let me go. I have to go back and find Zunyang. Qingjun suddenly pleaded seriously, asking Ruoli not to mention that person's name again. Ruoli, you can tell, right? I like you. Ruoli was momentarily at a loss. Qingjun, why are you suddenly saying this? In fact, as early as that broken mask incident, when Ruoli didn't dislike his scarred face, Qingjun had already fallen for her. You were the first person to treat me sincerely. I wanted to do many things to you before, but you were the Zhong Wangfei. We were destined to be impossible. But now it's different. We can be together openly. Come with me, okay? Faced with this sudden confession, Ruoli was still in shock when Qingjun made his next move. She was suddenly forcefully kissed by Ruoli. What are you trying to do? Don't mess with me, I'm kidding. Qingjun looked at Ruoli seriously. Do you think I was joking with you just now? Ruoli really thought so. Otherwise, why would you confess to me out of the blue? It can't be some kind of surprise reunion gift, right? Qingjun was speechless. He wondered if she was avoiding him or if she was really that dense. Ruoli started to boast about herself. I know I'm beautiful now, although not exactly a 10, definitely a 9, right? It's not your fault. It's normal for anyone to be unable to resist the temptation of a beautiful woman beside them. Unfortunately, this lady is already spoken for. Qingjun pulled Ruoli closer. Stop pretending to be innocent. Just how dense are you, woman? He kissed her again. This time, you should understand. We weren't joking, right? Ruoli was completely dumbfounded. What's going on now? She immediately turned her head and wiped her lips. You must be crazy. Qingjun seriously told Ruoli again, I'm not crazy, because I really like you. Ruoli flatly refused, I can't accept you. Qingjun didn't understand why. In terms of appearance and strength, I'm not bad, am I? Actually, it was because Ruoli already had Zunyang in her heart, and had always treated Qingjun as a friend. Now, Qingjun's sudden confession made her very embarrassed. Qingjun didn't understand what was so difficult. You are neither the Zhong Wangfei nor the empress now. Besides, you'll be much safer with me. Ruoli used her old trick, listing a bunch of her flaws and shortcomings to reject his confession. Qingjun smiled, interested in hearing Ruoli's shortcomings. Ruoli seriously counted on her fingers, listing things like snoring while sleeping, smacking her lips while eating, and being petty. Qingjun suddenly pinned Ruoli against a tree. You're saying all this just to make me give up on liking you, right? Don't waste your breath. I won't let you go easily this time. Even self-deprecation didn't work. Ruoli directly expressed her feelings. Besides Zunyang, I don't want anyone else. Now that I know your feelings, I can't pretend that nothing happened. But if you force me, we won't even be friends anymore. Qingjun smiled wryly. Can't you let him go? But what about him? You're right in front of him, but he doesn't recognize you. He even repeatedly allows those people to hurt you. Ruoli immediately explained, that's because he has his own difficulties. Qingjun suppressed his anger. Enough, you don't need to make excuses for him. I only know that he didn't protect you 3 years ago, and he failed you again 3 years later. Qingjun suddenly let go of Ruoli. I won't force you to make a choice now. But if he dares to hurt you again, I will take you away from Dongshang, even without your consent. At night, Zunyang finally mustered the courage to arrive at the mausoleum gate. He planned to open the door and enter the mausoleum to see his wife, Ruoli. After the eunuch opened the door, Zunyang said, I want to be alone with the empress for a while. You don't need to follow me in. The eunuch was puzzled. His Majesty hasn't visited the empress mausoleum for 3 years. Why is he suddenly interested today? What do you know? Our emperor has never been willing to believe that. The empress is really dead. Now that he's willing to visit her, perhaps he has finally let go. Looking at the cold tombstone, Zunyang's heart ached. Ruoli, I've come to see you. In a blink of an eye, you've been gone for 3 years. It took me a lot of effort to convince myself to accept the fact that you're no longer here. But suddenly a woman, who looks a lot like you appeared. I see a lot of you in her, but the dead cannot come back to life. She is not you after all. No one in this world can replace you. Suddenly, a firefly appeared on Ruoli's tombstone, giving Zunyang an illusion. Ruoli, is that you? The firefly led Zunyang all the way to Ruoli's coffin. The coffin was no longer holding a person, but had become a nest for fireflies. Zunyang knelt before the coffin for the first time in 3 years. He was shocked by what he saw. He frantically brushed the fireflies away from the coffin. Looking at the empty coffin, Ruoli was gone. Ruoli's disappearance and that woman's sudden appearance, could it really be a coincidence? The scene changed to a public announcement. In response to the people's requests, a Huokue selection contest will be held. Our emperor hasn't chosen a concubine for 3 years. No matter how good the late empress was. The emperor still needs to move on. Ruoli saw so many people gathered there, and was curious to take a look. But Qingjun just wanted to spend some alone time with Ruoli, and didn't want to go to crowded places. But Ruoli's curiosity was piqued. She couldn't be stopped by Qingjun, and directly dragged him into the crowd. Ruoli squeezed through the crowd, finally able to see the announcement's content. But she didn't understand what the Huokue selection was. Qingjun explained it to her. It's a competition where commoners recommend beautiful and talented women to be presented to the emperor as potential concubines. After hearing this, Ruoli was speechless. It's not enough to choose concubines from noble families, now they're targeting commoners too. Qingjun advised her not to worry. It's useless to be anxious. This is the people's wish. Your Zunyang probably can't refuse. With so many beauties presented to him, do you think he'll be able to resist? Qingjun smiled mischievously. Ruoli instantly exploded. No. I won't allow it. The surrounding people turned to look at them. My goodness, this girl is so beautiful. If she participates in the Huokue selection, they'll definitely vote for her. The people's words reminded Ruoli. That's right. I can also participate in the Huokue selection. But Qingjun thought this was too much of a charade. Wouldn't it be better to reunite with him openly? Ruoli disagreed with the term charade. Do you think the women who participate in the Huokue selection are cheap and lowly? Qingjun tried to explain that he didn't mean it that way. Ruoli sighed helplessly. I already tried to reveal my identity to him. The first time, they said I was an imposter and locked me up. The second time, not only was I interrupted by that noisy gong gong, I was also injured and poisoned. As for the third time, you know what happened. Qingjun chuckled, lightening the mood. Anyway, from my perspective, I don't want you two to reunite. Ruoli quickly waved her small fist. If you dare to manipulate things behind the scenes, I'll never forgive you. Qingjun wouldn't do such underhanded things. Ruoli was relieved. Thinking about it, she and Zunyang had only met 3 times, and each time their reunion failed. So, third time's the charm. This time, she must plan carefully. Success is the only option. Knowing he couldn't dissuade her, Qingjun asked, what do you plan to do? Ruoli confidently stated, with my current looks, winning the Huokue selection is a piece of cake. Once I'm in the palace, he'll have plenty of opportunities to reunite with him slowly. Her narcissistic demeanor made Qingjun laugh. Ruoli, feeling mocked, wondered what he was laughing at. Qingjun teased, I'm laughing at how naive you are. Do you think anyone can become the Huokue? Ruoli was confused. Isn't being beautiful enough to be a Huokue? Qingjun pointed at the announcement and told her to read it carefully. Besides beauty and virtuous character, A huakue also needs to master 8 essential skills. Calligraphy, painting, poetry, music, dance, etiquette, needlework, and tea ceremony. Ruoli read the requirements. Oh my god. Being beautiful isn't enough, I also need 8 skills. I'm doomed. Looks like I'll be eliminated in the first round. Qing-jun laughed heartily. Now you know, right? Though disheartened, Ruoli wouldn't give up. She asked Qing-jun to help her think of a solution. Qing-jun was speechless. What can I do? I'm not the one participating, but seeing Ruoli's pitiful and pleading expression, he still offered her some advice. Usually, the performances are all very similar and simple. If you can express your sincerity, you might have a chance. If Lee is patrolling, how can we come up with a new method? Qing-jun saw Ruoli's troubled expression, and was about to advise her to give up, when he heard Ruoli excitedly exclaim, I have a solution. Qing-jun inwardly sighed. The day of the Flower Queen competition arrived quickly. After much preparation, Ruoli heard Shiji's impatient voice, hey. How much longer? Everyone else is almost finished performing. Ruoli finally opened the door. Her flawless face, exquisite makeup, and stunning costume made her breathtakingly beautiful. However, such beauty couldn't be revealed. She had to wear a veil to perform. Ruoli felt bewildered. Shiji also complained, what a waste of my meticulously designed debut look. Every young man present was too shy to look directly at Ruoli. Qing-jun turned his head and explained, because the Flower Queen will be sent to the palace, even chosen as a queen. She will be assigned to a specific residence, and can no longer appear in public like before. Ruoli nodded, somewhat understanding, and began to wait for her turn. Watching the captivating dance of the glamorous woman on stage, Ruoli felt deceived. This is what you call simple. Qing-jun remained calm. At least in my opinion, it's quite ordinary. Ruoli was exasperated. Clearly, your standards are too high. What? Are you backing down now? Qing-jun had originally hoped she would give up on her own, but Ruoli was never one to back down. I've already decided. Though I have no intention of winning, I definitely won't give up. As the moon rose, Ruoli smiled and tossed a thin veil into the air. A series of sharp sword lights suddenly pierced the veil. The veil shattered into tiny fragments, falling like snow. A unique dance began. A smirk played on Qing-jun's lips. It seems I underestimated her. Ruoli's steps perfectly mirrored the movements she used when traversing other people's infrared security beams. Her unique footwork and seamless swordplay amazed the crowd. The audience cheered, and Qing-jun was once again captivated. Ruoli proudly went off stage and asked Qing-jun, how was it? Were you impressed by my performance? Qing-jun's face flushed. It was so-so. Ruoli raised her fist. Explain yourself. As the two playfully bickered, a woman scoffed, such self-satisfaction over a clumsy dance. Ruoli turned around. Who are you? The woman who had spoken was the renowned embroiderer, Bei Xiang, known as Xiao Jian. Ruoli was curious about the nickname Little Weaving Girl. Qing-jun explained that Bei Xiang was famous for her dyeing and color-matching skills, which resulted in exquisite embroidery pieces that were highly sought after. Her most famous work was the flawless purity scattered red embroidery piece using a unique dye washing technique. Ruoli wasn't intimidated. I'm also skilled with dyes. However, she continued, she presents colors on embroidery, while I present them on makeup. Confident that no one could surpass her color-matching abilities, Xiao Jian challenged Ruoli to a competition to see whose skills were superior. Ruoli readily accepted. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Jian, pointing at a lotus pond, proposed the theme of lotus flower. Ruoli agreed without hesitation. Shiji hurriedly cautioned Ruoli, sensing a trap. Are you sure about this? She seems prepared. Ruoli was confident because she had Shiji, the makeup master. A lotus-themed look would be no problem for her. Shiji, flattered by the praise, went to find inspiration, promising to create a look that would astound everyone. Having a skilled teammate was reassuring. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian was already surrounded by colorful threads. She picked up her needle and began working diligently. Suddenly, Ruoli leaned in and asked, why is your embroidery cloth black? Startled, Xiao Jian exclaimed, what are you doing so close? Are you trying to steal my ideas? Ruoli earnestly assured her, I swear, I have absolutely no such intention. I'm just curious why everyone calls you Little Weaving Girl. Xiao Jian replied haughtily, my skills are genuine, unlike those who resort to petty tricks. Ruoli, once again indirectly insulted, didn't argue. Instead, she asked if she could admire Xiao Zhi's work. Acknowledging her own exceptional skills, Xiao Zhi allowed Ruoli to observe. Ruoli watched as Xiao Zhi meticulously embroidered with light-colored threads on the black cloth. Gradually, a hidden lotus flower emerged, seemingly bathed in sunlight. Ruoli exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder you use black cloth. It's to maximize the brilliance of these light-colored threads." Amazing. Xiao Zhi paused. "You're strange. Why are you flattering your opponent?" Ruoli retorted, "It's not flattery, it's sincere praise. Used to being admired," Xiao Zhi scoffed, "then just surrender. You'll save yourself the embarrassment." Ruoli immediately refused. "Absolutely not. Admitting defeat isn't my style. Besides, I enjoy a good challenge." By then, Xiao Zhi had returned with inspiration, excitedly showing Ruoli a color scheme. It's based on the elegant tones of the lotus, combined with gold, red, and orange for a striking visual impact. The colors are beautiful, but unfortunately, they clash with Xiao Zhi's. "We can't use them." Xiao Zhi's smile faltered. Moreover, makeup is three-dimensional, unlike flat embroidery, where light and shadow can be controlled with color gradients. If Ruoli's makeup is too complex, it will look messy and cluttered. Xiao Zhi panicked. What should we do? However, Ruoli already had an idea. Focusing on the lotus purity and the unique qualities of the blue lotus, she decided against the common pink. She planned to combine the form of the lotus with the color of the blue lotus for a unique visual impact. Xiao Zhi understood and began preparing the makeup. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi had finished her lotus embroidery. When she displayed it, the crowd gasped, believing it was a real lotus flower. They praised her skill, declaring her the undisputed winner and congratulating her in advance. Noticing Ruoli's absence, Qingjun was about to search for her. When people shouted, "Look over there," a colorful boat adorned with lotus flowers slowly emerged from the river. A graceful figure stood at the bow, singing melodiously. As the boat approached, the colorful veil covering her face parted. While Xiao Zhi's embroidered lotus was lifelike, the pink was too ordinary. It paled in comparison to Ruoli's lotus-themed makeup and attire, which gave her an ethereal, fairy-like appearance. The crowd was mesmerized, wondering who she was. As everyone watched in awe, Qingjun stepped forward and helped Ruoli disembark. Xiao Zhi was ecstatic. "Ruoli, look. They are speechless. But the best is yet to come." Ruoli lowered the veil, revealing her delicate features. She gracefully extended her hand, and a butterfly landed on her fingertip. This enchanting scene made everyone believe they were witnessing the legendary Lotus Fairy. They immediately switched their support to her. So beautiful, even Qingjun was captivated. Even Xiao Zhi couldn't compete. Ruoli was truly deserving of the Flower Queen title. Defeated, Xiao Zhi finally acknowledged Ruoli's victory with a wave. "I admit, I'm outmatched." She then rolled up her embroidered lotus, and offered it to Ruoli as an apology for her earlier rudeness. Having admired the embroidery earlier, Ruoli happily accepted it. Qingjun, watching Xiao Zhi leave, was surprised that the usually arrogant Bei Xiang had admitted defeat. Ruoli expressed her desire to befriend her, but Qingjun reminded her, "You might not have the time. Tomorrow's Flower Queen Parade is the main event. Only the one who gains the most public support can become the Flower Queen." Ruoli understood. So it's like a fan vote. She cheerfully went to prepare some small gifts. Qingjun was still pondering the meaning of fan. After changing clothes, Ruoli arrived at Lu Qingqing's paper shop, only to find a crowd gathered outside. They were watching young Master Shu harass Lu Qingqing, trying to force her to dine with him. When Lu Qingqing refused, young Master Shu became aggressive. "You bitch! You dare refuse me!" As he tried to grab her, Qingjun intervened. "Leave her alone," scoffing at the seemingly weak Qingjun. Qingjun effortlessly sent him flying. He then gently helped Lu Qingqing up. Startled, she stumbled into his arms. He also lost his balance. He quickly steadied himself and stepped back, apologizing. "I'm so sorry." Lu Qingqing, flustered, thanked him. "Thank you for saving me." Young Master Shu, sprawled on the ground, yelled, "You idiots! Help me!" But his men had already been dealt with by Ruoli. Ruoli asked Lu Qingqing with concern, "Are you all right?" Seeing Ruoli, Lu Qingqing rushed over. "I'm fine, thanks to this young master." Qingjun then proceeded to teach young Master Shu a lesson. He muttered angrily, "That kind of person needs to be taught a lesson." After this incident, Ruoli felt Lu Qingqing was too vulnerable alone. Why don't you come to the palace with me? Lu Qingqing declined Ruoli's offer, not wanting to be a burden. Besides, the paper shop was her mother's legacy, and she wanted to protect it. Respecting Lu Qingqing's decision, Ruoli decided to get her a dog for protection. Lu Qingqing then gave Ruoli a basket of small cosmetics as gifts for her fans. Xie was thrilled with the high-quality cosmetics. Ruoli happily gave Lu Qingqing a hug. Having a cosmetic shop owner as a friend is definitely a perk. Qingjun had just returned after helping someone. Jing Qingli blushed as she greeted Qingju and went to pour him some hot tea. Ruoli, as someone experienced, had already noticed Lu Qingqing's subtle change. It seems Qingqing has taken an interest in Qingjun. Indeed, even a beauty cannot resist a heroic man. Looking at Qingjun and Lu Qingqing, Ruoli felt they were quite a match. She then teased Xie, "Didn't that Qingjun like you?" However, Xie felt that Qingjun only felt gratitude, not love, towards her. She believed Qingjun had been hurt too many times because of his appearance, which was why he remembered occasional kindness so clearly. He probably can't distinguish between gratitude and love. Human emotions are so complicated. Xie shook her head. Ruoli flicked Xie's forehead. "Stop overthinking. Let me help you." "Help me? How?" Xie asked. "Create an opportunity for them to get to know each other, of course." At that moment, Lu Qingqing finished preparing a cup of hot tea and brought it to Qingjun. Just as Qingjun reached out to take the tea, Xie used her power to bump Qingjun. The teacup shattered. The tea splashed all over Qingjun. Lu Qingqing quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't do it on purpose." Qingjun replied, "It's not your fault. I wasn't paying attention." He felt confused. "It felt like something pushed me just now." Ruoli then stepped in for the next phase of her plan, saying that Qingjun's clothes were dirty. Lu Qingqing immediately offered to make new clothes for Qingjun. Ruoli seized the opportunity to praise her to Qingjun. "My friend's sewing skills are exceptional. It's just the right opportunity to improve your image. You always dress so darkly, like a villain." Ruoli pulled Lu Qingqing over and asked her if she was willing. Lu Qingqing shyly replied, "Of course." With the two women like this, Qingjun resignedly said, "Do as you please." Lu Qingqing then took Qingjun's measurements. She told Qingjun that the clothes would be ready in about 5 days and asked him to come pick them up. Qingjun nodded politely. Xie was pleased with the successful matchmaking, and Ruoli was also satisfied. Afterwards, Ruoli and Qingjun left the embroidery shop, bidding farewell to Lu Qingqing. Ruoli whispered to Qingjun, "My friend is pretty good, right? Beautiful, gentle, and kind." Qingjun said displeasedly, "Enough. I know what you're up to. Aren't you trying to set us up? Are you so eager to get rid of me that you're willing to push another woman onto me?" Ruoli quickly explained, "This was my idea. It has nothing to do with Qingqing. Don't be angry with her. Besides, you'll be returning to Zunyao soon. You don't have to be single because of me." Qingjun seriously reiterated, "I don't mind. I only know that if she ever hurts you, I will not hesitate to take you away." Reassured by her lover's affirmation, Ruoli patted her chest and told Qingjun, "Zunyao is perceptive. He will definitely realize my identity. We won't be separated again." Qingjun didn't argue with her because becoming the Flower Queen wasn't easy. According to the latest news, a contestant named Xiao Wa was gaining popularity and was Ruoli's biggest rival. Today was the Flower Queen parade. The most popular contestants, Ruoli and Xiao Wa, each had their own palanquins. Ruoli was dressed as the river flower fairy again. A child in the crowd exclaimed, "Mommy, look. It's yesterday's river flower fairy." The child's sweet words charmed Ruoli, who smiled and gave him some candy. This scene won the hearts of the people. Miss Wan is truly beautiful and kind. I think the Flower Queen title belongs to her. However, Xiao Wa's fans argued, he is the most suitable to be the Flower Queen. Just then, Xiao Wa walked up from Ruoli's palanquin. Although not exceptionally handsome, he was charismatic and good at putting on a show. He greeted Ruoli politely. Then, he smiled and waved to the crowd, causing a commotion. Some even started fighting over who he had smiled at. Xie observed that Ruoli had encountered a formidable opponent. Xiao Wa's fan base was like that of a celebrity. Even Ruoli had to admit he was skillful. The parade lasted all day, leaving Ruoli exhausted. Just as she was about to sleep, Xie stopped her. "Don't sleep yet. We still need to plan tomorrow's makeup." Ruoli thought tomorrow was just a formality to count the votes and didn't need to be so complicated. Xie immediately brought her back to reality. You're wrong. You've seen Xiao Wa's popularity. To beat him, you need to leverage your own popularity. Xie took out the photo she had taken of Ruoli and planned to use it as inspiration for tomorrow's makeup. It's just temporary. As long as you win, it's fine, right? Ruoli immediately refused. Firstly, it was unfair. Secondly, she wanted Zun Yao to accept the real her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Wa had come to visit. Ruoli wondered why he had come at such a time. She had just put the photo away when Xiao Wa entered without waiting for permission. Xie was instantly captivated by his beauty. However, Xiao Wa noticed Ruoli's earlier action and was curious about what she had hidden. He pretended to have knocked, saying, "I thought your silence meant you agreed." Ruoli, annoyed by his rudeness, asked directly, "What brings you here so late?" Xiao Wa claimed to have heard of Ruoli's exceptional makeup skills and wanted to learn from her. Xie thought he was trying to steal their ideas, so Ruoli responded, "You flatter me. I only know a little." Xiao Wa smiled and approached Ruoli. "There's no need to be so guarded. I mean no harm. I just want to see what makeup secrets you're hiding." Without permission, he quickly opened Ruoli's cabinet and took out the photo, exclaiming in surprise, "Why do you have a portrait of the empress?" Ruoli was curious as to why he recognized her. Xiao Wa, holding the portrait, excitedly revealed that the empress was his idol. To obtain the portrait, Xiao Wa fabricated a touching story. He claimed that the empress was incredibly beautiful, and to avoid suitors, disguised herself with scars. After marrying the emperor, she quickly won his heart with her true beauty. However, the emperor fell ill shortly after their child's birth, and the empress cured him with her heart's blood, making a magical garment. Ruoli was bewildered by Xiao Wa's version. Heart's blood and magical garment. That's absurd. Xiao Wa grabbed her hand, further embellishing the story, claiming the empress was a goddess, and that she must have used her heart's blood to cure the emperor's illness. Ruoli was speechless, thinking, "Silly girl, he was faking his illness." Xiao Wa gazed at the portrait adoringly and spun Ruoli around. Ruoli finally couldn't help but wonder where he had heard such stories. "It's too much," she thought, seeing his adoration. Xiao Wa pleaded with Ruoli to lend him the portrait for a night, promising not to tell anyone. Ruoli, believing him, agreed. She couldn't refuse such a devoted fan. "Just don't spread it around," she warned. Xiao Wa was overjoyed, took the portrait, and left. Back in his room, he immediately started copying Ruoli's appearance from the portrait. "Don't worry, I will take your place beside the emperor and become his new empress," he muttered. Soon, the makeup was finished. Xiao Wa grinned, confident of victory. The next morning, the final flower queen competition began. Both contestants were ready. The crowd held flowers, eagerly waiting to give them to their chosen flower queen. Qingjun looked at the flower in his hand, feeling reluctant. Who came up with this voting system, sending the one you love to someone else? He was about to throw it away, when he remembered Ruoli's fierce warning. He quickly retrieved the flower. "Forget it, if I anger her, it'll be the one who suffers." The flower queen voting officially began. Xiao Wa confidently stepped out and gave a speech to canvass votes. His captivating words moved the crowd. Ruoli was impressed. "He's good with words." Then it was Ruoli's turn. She simply said, "Zun Yao loves me, and I love him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today." The crowd was shocked. How dare she mention the emperor's name? So arrogant and shameless. The embarrassed organizers quickly intervened and moved on to the flower-giving segment. The crowd went up on stage one by one to give their flowers to their chosen candidate. The one who received the most flowers would be Dongxing's flower queen. The people rushed to give their flowers to Xiao Wa, who could barely hold them all. Ruoli, on the other hand, had none. Xiao Wa graciously thanked his fans. Xie was anxious. He has so many flowers already. Ruoli's honesty backfired. She doesn't understand how to act like an idol. Just then, a child excitedly shouted, "I want to give my flower to the river flower fairy." Ruoli approached Xiaoweina, finally initiating an interaction. "This child is so cute, just like a little." Ruoli's maternal instincts kicked in again. However, halfway through the competition, Ruoli only had one vote, with Xiaoweina temporarily in the lead. In the second half, Lu Qingqing and Qingjun also brought their flowers to support Ruoli. Upon seeing her best friend, Ruoli gave her a big hug, full of affection. Qingjun acted arrogantly, saying, "I don't want to be here." But threatened by Lu Qingqing, she gave the flower to Ruoli. Ruoli glared at her. What did you just say? Say it again. Qingjun immediately backed down. Nothing. Lu Qingqing laughed along. Their relationship was truly something. Time was running out, and the organizers were about to tally the votes and announce the flower queen. Someone asked, "Where's the ballot box for the flower queen?" Ruoli was pleasantly surprised. It was Xiang, the girl who wanted to be friends with her. Xiaozhen Enyu brought the Yusaifang sisters to vote for Ruoli. Suddenly, flowers surrounded Ruoli, overwhelming her with joy. The number of votes completely surpassed Xiao Weino's, making Qingjun feel a pang of sympathy for her. The organizers hadn't expected the votes to turn around at the last minute. Just as they were about to announce Ruoli as the flower queen of Dongsheng Kingdom, Xiao Weino accidentally dropped her face veil, revealing her makeup. The crowd erupted in shock, astounded by her resemblance to the late empress. Why bother with a flower queen selection? The emperor will be overjoyed when he sees her. What are we waiting for? Let's send her to the palace. This twist made Ruoli understand. No wonder she asked for my portrait last night. It was all for this. I thought she genuinely admired me. Shiji cursed, that scheming BTCH. Not only did she disguise herself as a fan to get close to you, but she also stole your face. It's outrageous. But what do we do now? We can't just let her get away with this. Of course not. If she wants to win with such underhanded tricks, she must pay the price. As Ruoli prepared to confront her, Qingjun stopped her. Don't be impulsive. She's now a celebrity. Not everyone will be on your side. Ruoli didn't care who was on her side. She was determined to expose Xiao Weino's fake face in public. As if by divine intervention, rain began to fall. Ruoli exclaimed, "Heaven helps me." She walked towards Xiao Weino. "Miss Xiao, don't you feel guilty about gaining the lead by stealing someone else's face?" However, Ruoli underestimated this woman. Things were not as simple as she imagined. Xiao Weino feigned innocence. "Miss Wan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't pretend." Ruoli pulled Xiao Weino outside, hoping the rain would wash away her makeup and reveal her true face. Xiao Weino shielded herself from the rain, aware of Ruoli's intentions. Ruoli pressed on, "Why are you covering your face? Are you afraid the rain will wash away your makeup and reveal that you're disguised as the late empress? Everyone, look closely. What does she really look like?" These words made the crowd suspicious. Could it be true that the second miss is relying on makeup? But how could makeup be so realistic? I think she's clearly jealous of the second miss. Ruoli felt frustrated. Who said I'm jealous? She's clearly wearing makeup. However, Xiao Weino was a master of disguise and manipulation. She pushed Ruoli, claiming that Ruoli was jealous of her. She firmly insisted that this was her natural appearance, and that she didn't understand what Ruoli meant by makeup. At this point, Ruoli noticed something was amiss. Despite the rain and her tears, Xiao Weino's makeup hadn't smudged at all. There was a deeper plot at play. Her face wasn't simply makeup, it was a mask. Rain and tears wouldn't reveal her true form. Her next move was to provoke Ruoli. "Thanks to your portrait, I was able to recreate such a perfect likeness. Don't think you're the only one who knows disguise techniques." Ruoli realized things were more complicated than she thought and wanted to ask for clarification. But Xiao Weino didn't give her a chance, intentionally falling to the ground. Then she pretended to be pitiful and falsely accused Ruoli. "Miss Wan, why did you push me?" Ruoli was once again framed, knowing the fall was fake. Immediately, the crowd began to criticize her, further solidifying Xiao Weino's celebrity image. Qingjun and Lu Qingqing quickly came to Ruoli's defense and took her away to regroup. The organizers stopped Ruoli. The situation was delicate. Although Ruoli had more votes, Xiao Weino's resemblance to the late empress had created a complication. Ruoli questioned them, "Are you asking me to give up the flower queen title to her?" The organizers waved their hands. "Of course not. But the purpose of selecting the flower queen is for the emperor. So both of you will enter the palace, and the emperor will personally decide who the true flower queen is." Soon, both were escorted to the palace. Emperor Zun Yao didn't want to see them, only wanting to quietly admire Ruoli's portrait. The eunuch hesitantly reported, "One of the flower queens bears a striking resemblance to the late empress." This piqued Zun Yao's interest. "Let her in." Xiao Weino entered alone to greet the emperor, pleased with the effectiveness of her disguise. Zun Yao remained indifferent, instructing her to lift her veil. Seeing Xiao Weina's face, Zun Yao was slightly moved. Can there really be two people who look so alike? Xiao Weina, believing her disguise had charmed the emperor, couldn't wait to act coquettishly. Unaware of the situation, she completely shattered Zun Yao's illusion of Ruoli. Confident, she approached Zun Yao, suggesting he touch her face. Zun Yao stared at her, deliberately touching her face with a look of disgust. This face is truly useful. It seems it can achieve many things. She pressed herself against him. Your Majesty, you're making me shy. It'll be yours from now on. You can look at me whenever you want. Zun Yao angrily pushed her away. You're just a commoner chosen as a flower queen. How dare you touch me? Xiao Weina, misunderstanding his rejection, claimed she was overwhelmed by emotion. Zun Yao's anger intensified. We've only just met. What overwhelming emotions could you possibly have? Xiao Weina lifted her head, trying to utilize her disguised face to its fullest extent, but before she could speak, Zun Yao interrupted her. Enough. You do resemble the late empress, but you are not her. Don't do this again. Xiao Weina couldn't understand why the living couldn't compete with the dead. For the glory of becoming a concubine, she didn't mind being a substitute. Enough. I don't want to see you wearing Ruoli's face and saying such shameless things. Ruoli is unique. You think looking like her can replace her. You're just a cheap imitation. After Zun Yao left, Xiao Weina still didn't understand. Even so, she refused to give up. Knowing the emperor wouldn't expel a flower queen chosen by the people, she sighed in relief. He'll find a way to become his concubine. Meanwhile, Ruoli, who hadn't been summoned by the emperor, was leisurely swinging in the Imperial garden. Xie was anxious. How can you be so carefree? Xiao Weina met the emperor. Aren't you afraid he'll be taken in by her? Ruoli was confident. Don't worry, Zun Yao isn't foolish. He won't fall for it. Xie was puzzled. How can you be so sure? She has your face. Precisely because of that, Ruoli believed Zun Yao would be more discerning. She also knew Xiao Weina wasn't simple, and couldn't act rashly before uncovering her secrets. After Qing Jun's analysis, Ruoli learned that Xiao Weina was using a disguise technique called Paimion. To understand it, she couldn't act impulsively. Not makeup, but a mask. How strange. Ruoli recalled a story about a demon that could transform into a beautiful woman using human skin masks. Perhaps Xiao Weina's technique was similar. Suddenly, a man appeared behind Ruoli. Hearing her mention skin mask, he stopped. The stranger made Ruoli uneasy. Firstly, she didn't recall seeing him in the palace before. Secondly, he resembled Zun Yao. The man realized his oversight. Forgive me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zun Ji. However, this wasn't the real Zun Ji, but someone disguised as him with a mask, here to cause trouble. Hearing his name, Ruoli was excited. What's your relationship with Zun Yao? Addressing the emperor by name was disrespectful. Zun Ji subtly reminded Ruoli. Addressing his majesty by name is disrespectful. Ruoli chuckled. My apologies, I'm used to it. Ruoli's casual tone made him more curious about her identity. He became even more intrigued upon hearing her mention Paimion Yirong Shu. Ruoli was deeply concerned about this technique. Seeing someone knowledgeable, she jumped down and asked, how can we break the Paimion Yirong Shu? This disguise technique is incredibly realistic and resistant to wind, rain, and sun, making it very difficult to break. Ruoli thought, no wonder the rain didn't affect it. Suddenly, Zun Ji revealed a weakness. The Paimion does have a flaw. If it's scratched, the entire mask will be ruined. Ruoli smirked. So, I have to slash her face with a knife. Zun Ji imagined the scene of someone slashing another's face, and panicked. Miss, you can't. You'll be arrested. Ruoli laughed. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Zun Ji couldn't help but tease. I think people will avoid you in the future. Ruodi smiled. No way. I didn't say anything. Suddenly, she saw Zun Yao and Xiao Weina walking over from the other side. Zun Ji immediately stepped in front of the hollohocks that Huang Bioxing had given to Ruodi. Truly a beauty, he thought. Ruoli, however, was furious. All her previous confidence crumbled upon seeing this scene. Just as she was about to rush forward and reprimand them, she accidentally stepped on her skirt. Zun Ji quickly caught the falling Ruoli. Miss, are you all right? Ruoli immediately stood up and turned around. Don't call me miss. By seniority, I. She stopped herself. Zun Ji looked at her with a puzzled expression. It wasn't Zun Yao strolling in the garden with Xiao Weina. Xiao Weina had actively approached him. Knowing she shouldn't compare herself to the late empress, she wanted to ask Zun Yao for another chance. Zun Yao immediately told her to let go, still disgusted by the touch of another woman. Ruoli angrily came over to question them. What are you two doing? Zun Yao, how could you do this to me? Although Zun Yao hadn't fully confirmed it yet, he had a strange feeling of anticipation. Cousin Huang, seeing Zun Yao's silence, thought he was about to get angry, and quickly knelt down, telling Ruoli not to be disrespectful. Zun Yao, somewhat bewildered, asked, why are you two together? Zun Ji was scared witless, but Ruoli didn't care. You haven't answered my question, yet you're questioning me. Zun Ji nervously replied, reporting to cousin Huang. I was helping the crown prince who had fallen, and happened to run into. Before he could finish, he saw Ruoli's murderous glare, and quickly changed miss to cousin Huang's wife. Zun Yao's expression was no less shocked than Zun Ji's had been earlier. Hearing someone call out crown prince, Ruoli became excited. Could it be Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao, walking towards them, stopped. Who are you? How do you know my nickname? Seeing it was truly Xiao Xiao, Ruoli was overjoyed. I haven't seen you in 3 years. Ignoring everyone else, she rushed towards Xiao Xiao, calling his name. The guards immediately became alert, taking Ruoli for an assassin. Ruoli, whose emotions were currently exploding, quickly defeated the guards. She then stroked Xiao Xiao's head. I can't believe you've grown so tall. Xiao Xiao had a keen sense, and the warmth and familiarity of Ruoli's touch confirmed that she was his mother. Zun Yao came over, surprised, and asked Xiao Xiao what was going on. Xiao Xiao excitedly started to tell his father that this was his mother, but Ruoli stopped him. Whispering in his ear, she told Xiao Xiao not to tell his father and to talk to her alone. Xiao Xiao understood. He told his father that he had something important to ask her, and would explain everything later. Zun Yao agreed, knowing Xiao Xiao never got close to strangers, with the exception of Ruodi. He wanted to see what they were up to. Thank you, father. After getting permission, Xiao Xiao happily pulled Ruoli to another spot. Ruoli felt content. My Xiao Xiao has grown up, but is still as adorable as ever. Xiao Xiao was also happy. I knew mother would come back. Of course, for you and your father, I'm not afraid of anything. Xiao Xiao then asked, Mother, haven't you reconciled with father yet? Ruoli sighed in frustration. Don't mention it. You recognized me instantly, but your idiot father doesn't believe me at all. Xiao Xiao immediately comforted her. Mother, don't blame father. He's missed you every day for the past 3 years, but so many women have impersonated you or disguised themselves as you. They used father's love and longing for you to get close to him, raising his hopes only to crush them again and again. That's why he's so cautious now. Ruoli felt heartbroken for Zun Yao. No wonder he was so cold to me when we first met. Xiao Xiao suggested, how about I tell father that you're mother? He'll definitely believe me, but Ruoli declined his help. Despite all the misunderstandings and missed opportunities, they still cared deeply for each other. She believed they could overcome this test. She planned to find Zun Yao tonight, and clear up all the misunderstandings. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. He longed for the day they could be a family again. That night, Ruoli climbed onto the roof of Zun Yao's bedroom, figuring he would be bathing. She moved a tile aside. Great, he's really there. Xia Ji teased her, you look like a pervert, sneaking onto the roof to peek at someone bathing. Ruoli retorted, I'm not. The security is too tight. I couldn't get in through the main gate. Xia Ji understood and suddenly zipped away, intending to help her. Ruoli wondered why he flew behind her. Then the tiles beneath her feet shattered, and she fell through the roof. Xia Ji's matchmaking skills were getting better and better. Ruoli landed with a splash into Zun Yao's pool. Gasping for air, she surfaced, meeting Zun Yao's gaze and his icy remark, that's a rather unique way to deliver yourself. Embarrassed, she stammered, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to peek. I didn't mean to jump in. Realizing how that sounded, she added, that makes me sound like a total pervert. Zun Yao chuckled, you're quite straightforward. His expression turned cold again. Is there a reason you're here so late? After admiring Zun Yao's physique, Ruoli had a momentary lapse and forgot why she was there. Zun Yao calmly dressed, commenting, is this your tactic? I have to admit, among all the women, you are indeed somewhat special. Zun Yao's words snapped Ruoli back to reality. He was comparing her to those women who intentionally approached him. Enraged, she stopped the departing Zun Yao, Pulling him close, she pinned him against the wall. Let me show you what my tactic really is. Zun Yao was stunned. Though countless women had tried to get close to him in the past 3 years, none had been so bold. Before he could speak, Ruoli covered his mouth. You're not going to call someone to arrest me, are you? Zun Yao removed her hand. You're bold enough to pin me against a wall. Are you really afraid of being arrested? Yet, he felt a strange familiarity with this kiss. Ruoli was frustrated. Why are you still showing no reaction? In being so proactive, Zun Yao, I know you've been deceived by many women these past 3 years. It's normal for you to be wary of me, but I don't believe you feel nothing for me after all this time. Exasperated, she shouted his nickname, you big oaf. Don't tell me you don't recognize me just because I've changed my face. Besides, my real face is also beautiful. She touched his chest. Your heart is racing. Why won't you admit it? Zun Yao suddenly pulled Ruoli into his arms. He finally recognized her, finally believed that the woman before him was the Ruoli he had been waiting for. Ruoli burst into tears. If he still didn't believe her this time, she really wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Zun Yao, filled with remorse, repeatedly apologized. Ruoli, holding back her tears, reassured him. Don't say anymore. I'll forgive you this time. But if it happens again, I'll really leave and never come back. These words struck a chord in Zun Yao, filling him with anxiety. He held her tightly. I won't let you leave me again. 3 years of longing and regret dissipated in this embrace, replaced by passionate kisses. Hand in hand, never to be separated, this night was destined for passion and tears. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's Jade Garden, Xiaoweina was begging the powerful figure behind her for another chance, claiming she had a plan to get into the emperor's bed. The figure, however, was losing patience. I'll give you 3 days. Otherwise, I'll take back the favor. You decide. Early the next morning, Xiaoweina went to Zun Yao's residence. She lied, claiming it was urgent. To preserve her beautiful face, she had to see Zun Yao and improvise, but the reply was that the emperor didn't want to see her. Xiaoweina argued, I'm a holahok chosen by the people to enter the palace. Is the emperor rejecting the people's wishes? The guard became stern. Even if you represent the people, this is the Imperial Palace. You can't be so presumptuous. Realizing her mistake, Xiaoweina apologized and resorted to playing the victim, claiming she couldn't bear it if the emperor wouldn't see her. Just as the guard was in a dilemma, Zun Yao agreed to let her in. Xiaoweina was delighted, thinking Zun Yao was still infatuated with her. In reality, Zun Yao had been at the door, afraid the commotion would wake Ruoli. Zun Yao coldly asked, what's so urgent that you demanded an audience? Xiaoweina, touching her face, reminded Zun Yao of her beauty. It's nothing important. I sent it almost time for the morning court. Allow me to grind ink and prepare the writing materials for your majesty. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the room. Zun Yao, what should I wear today? Can you help me choose an outfit? Xiaoweina was stunned. How could there be a woman's voice? She quickly turned around. She saw the radiant Ruoli emerging from the room. This hit her hard, her suspicions confirmed. How could it be her? While the emperor, usually aloof in his eyes, gently and tenderly told the woman to go back and sleep a little longer, Ruoli also wanted to sleep more, but also wanted to see Xiao Xiao early. Zun Yao, wanting to reverse their roles, told him to sleep as much as he wanted, as Xiao Xiao would be tested when he arrived. How can that be? Xiao Xiao is the crown prince now. His studies cannot be delayed because of me. Xiaoweina, feeling suffocated by the lovey-dovey atmosphere, couldn't stand their affection any longer, and called out to the emperor, addressing him as brother. Who's speaking? Ruoli immediately looked over. Xiaoweina immediately put on a fake smile. Miss Wan is also here to help His Majesty get familiar with dressing. It seems Weina is a step late. Ruoli raised an eyebrow. Why is he here? As expected, he's here to cause trouble. He then waved his hand. No, no. If you want to help, go ahead. I'll just go. Xiaoweina was stunned. Why was he so casual? What stunned her even more was that the emperor in her eyes was actually hugging that woman and saying he would accompany her to sleep more and skip the morning court. Ruoli warned, hey, just sleep. No touching. The two completely ignored him, flirting right in front of him. Xiaoweina gritted her teeth in hatred, unable to understand why the emperor would allow such a thing. Clearly, my appearance is the same as the late empress. Unwilling to give up, she called out to Zun Yao. Your Majesty, look at Weiner. Weiner can do anything for you too. This time, Zun Yao turned his head, and Xiao Weiner's face lit up, thinking she had finally moved him. Unexpectedly, Zun Yao called for eunuch Shu. Since Xiao Weiner is so willing, take him down, and after Ai Fei wakes up, have him serve and assist with dressing. Even the eunuch couldn't help but snicker. This outcome shocked Xiao Weiner. He actually wants me to serve that woman and calls him Ai Fei. In the room, Ruoli couldn't help but ask Zun Yao, looking at Xiao Weiner's face, are you truly not moved at all? Actually, when I first saw Xiao Weiner, I really thought Ruoli had returned because they look so much alike. But I quickly realized that he was different from my Ruoli. Ruoli is much better. I wonder what the difference is, but Zun Yao couldn't say. I only know that in this world, no other woman can replace you. I finally don't have to toss and turn anymore. The next day, Ruoli woke up refreshed after a good sleep. Zun Yao seriously told him, since you're back, we should hold the wedding as soon as possible. How about you become the empress? The supreme position all women dreamed of shocked Ruoli. Zun Yao was puzzled. Don't you want to be? Ruoli only wanted to be with Zun Yao, and didn't care about status. He had a concern. Being the empress will definitely be bound by various rules and regulations. I'm afraid it will be troublesome for you, Zun Yao declared powerfully, with me here, who dares to say anything about you? Don't give me excuses, Ruoli. Since Zun Yao was so insistent, even if he didn't want to, he had to. Zun Yao looked at him tenderly. I know you don't like being restricted, but the empress position must be yours. Don't refuse anymore. But I can promise you, even as the empress, you can still do what you want. Ruoli excitedly asked, really? Zun Yao replied affectionately, an emperor's word is his bond. Ruoli immediately hugged Zun Yao playfully. Then if I cause any trouble, don't blame me. Zun Yao's lips curled up. Don't worry, I won't give you the chance. Ruoli was a bit confused. What do you mean? Zun Yao smiled. You'll know. If you can't get out of bed, naturally you can't cause trouble. Your Majesty, I'll teach you a lesson today. Enough, I'll let you rest for a bit. Well, continue tonight. I'm going to be devoured by this guy again. Suddenly, Xiao Weiner's voice came from the doorway. Zun Yao had heard that Xiao Weiner had offended Ruoli before, so he specifically punished him to be Ruoli's personal servant. Ruoli quickly refused. No, seeing him with my old face makes me uncomfortable. That's easy. Just have him wear a mask so you don't feel weird. When Xiao Weiner came in again with washing supplies, he thought this face, which he had painstakingly acquired, would be hidden under a mask forever, and he was filled with resentment. Then wasn't my skin mask wasted? What are you standing there for? Zun Yao suddenly addressed him, and Xiao Weiner snapped back to attention. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Weiner will now serve Miss Wan. He was very curious about how Ruoli managed to win the emperor's heart overnight. Ruoli was also pondering. Although Xiao Weiner had transformed into his likeness with a skin mask, he didn't show much emotion in front of Zun Yao. It seemed like he was just a pawn deliberately sent to test Zun Yao's reaction. But who would do such a thing, and what was their purpose? Meanwhile, in a remote and imposing attic, the grand villain, looking at the skin masks collected over the years through various means, was also pondering how far his plan had progressed. At this moment, a subordinate came to report, Minister Xu Jingsong's wife has arrived. He then carefully put the skin mask back. A seemingly ordinary lampstand was actually a hidden switch. Let her in. His grand scheme needed the support of influential officials in the court, so he targeted the minister's wives, exploiting their maternal instincts. So a few days ago, he had spread rumors that any wife whose minister failed to submit a memorial should come to him if they wanted their dead sons back to life. As a mother, she couldn't accept the death of her child. When someone told her that they could bring her child back to life, she foolishly believed them and brought her deceased child. The grand villain promised a complete resurrection, as good as new. He had people carry her son onto the altar. Then, with some mysterious hand movements and seemingly spiritual tools, he injected something into the dead body. After a moment, the grand villain slowly said, "Done." Young Master Shu immediately opened his eyes. This scene made Madame Shu overjoyed. My son is really alive. Overwhelmed with emotion, she kowtowed to him and promised that the entire Shu family would be eternally grateful. But there is no such thing as resurrection in this world. The son beside her was no longer the one she had carried for 10 months. After Madame Shu and her son left, someone came to report, young Master Zu's body has been buried. He turned around and reminded, leave no trace. In fact, the grand villain's plan was to steal people's faces and use mechanisms to have his people wear the skin masks and impersonate young Master Shu to infiltrate. Back in the palace, Xiaoweina reluctantly served Ruoli, who was dressed in magnificent clothes. While combing Ruoli's hair, Xiaoweina hesitated. Should he strike? This was a good opportunity. As long as he could get rid of him, with his face, the emperor would eventually be his. With that thought, he didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up the scissors nearby and aimed them at Ruoli, assuming the woman in front of him, like Tai, was defenseless. He thought he had the advantage with the scissors, but he didn't expect to face a martial arts expert, and was quickly subdued by Ruoli. Ruoli effortlessly threw him aside. Ruoli sternly questioned him. Who did the teacher send you here as? Seeing that the assassination had failed, Xiaoweina resorted to his usual act of playing dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ruoli angrily threw the scissors on the ground. Since you're so stubborn, it'll ruin your face. Xiaoweina panicked. Oh no. At that moment, Zun Yao returned and seeing this scene, asked, what happened? Xiaoweina immediately ran towards Zun Yao, crying and acting pitiful, thinking he was his savior. Your Majesty, he's jealous and wants my face back. You must uphold justice for me, he said, because my appearance resembles the late empress. He's afraid you'll be stolen by me, so he's always been targeting me. He insists on pretending to be Ruoli. Yes, I'm jealous that you resemble the late empress. Xiaoweina immediately chimed in, Your Majesty, you see. He admitted it. Actually, Weina's injuries are minor, but his malice and viciousness are also a great disrespect to the late empress. Zun Yao coldly said, so you're now claiming to be the late empress. Xiaoweina immediately denied it, remembering the warning he had received before. It seems you're no longer satisfied with imitating Xiaoweina. You even have the audacity to replace her. Zun Yao ordered his men to take Xiaoweina away and destroy that face, once again proving that no trouble comes from staying still. Ruoli could see that Zun Yao was being deliberate. Xiaoweina's mistake wasn't serious enough to warrant being disfigured. Zun Yao smiled. My empress is indeed clever. I've actually found it strange for a while. This Xiaoweina has nothing to offer except for that face. Such a foolish woman was able to pass the flower selection and be recommended to the palace by the people. There must be someone manipulating things behind the scenes. Ruoli also felt that Xiaoweina was just a pawn. Maybe we can follow this pawn and find the person behind it all. Just then, the eunuch hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, it's happened again. Zun Yao immediately ordered the ministers to wait in the Imperial study, saying he would be there shortly. Ruoli worriedly asked, what's wrong? What happened? It turned out that in the past month, there had been multiple cases of faceless corpses appearing among the common people, but there were no leads yet. Ruoli became interested and wanted Zun Yao to take him along, thinking he might be able to offer some ideas. Seeing Zun Yao's hesitation, he immediately pleaded, I promise to be good and not cause any trouble. Okay, as expected, no man can resist a woman's plea, and Zun Yao immediately agreed. Ruoli obediently ground ink for Zun Yao, quietly watching Zun Yao review memorials, and waited to excuse himself when they reached the main gate. At this time, the ministers had already arrived at the gate and were curious. Isn't that the newly entered Hua Kuei? How did the emperor allow him to serve so quickly? It seems he's deeply favored by the emperor. That's good. At least our Dongsheng's lineage has hope. I wonder when there will be a prince. I'm so excited. The minister's gossip reached Ruoli's ears, and he was speechless. Are all ancient officials so gossipy? Zun Yaozi replied, they are right. When do you plan to give Shensheng a little prince or princess? A princess would be nice, since we already have Xiao Xiao as a prince. If Ruoli wasn't mistaken, Zhuanglong was acting strangely. Zun Yao Sheng lifted Ruoli's chin, his eyes gleaming. A little princess must look as cute as her mother. Ruoli pouted, you lustful emperor, are we having this meeting or not? If not, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Zun Yao Sheng's expression softened. I've endured 3 years of loneliness. Now that you're finally back, why not indulge in a little marital bliss? So sweet. Ruoli and Zun Yao Sheng were shamelessly flirting, even though it was a bit inappropriate given the circumstances. However, Zun Yao Sheng, ever the responsible emperor, stopped after a while to address the matters at hand. He didn't forget to tease Ruoli, my empress, don't be impatient. We have plenty of time. You scoundrel. Are you saying I seduced you? Zun Yao Sheng playfully replied, weren't you? Ruo Li retorted, was I? All right, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Let's get down to business. Ruo Li, you stay behind Ping Feng. Zun Yao Sheng then addressed the two ministers. Minister Wang reported, Your Majesty, another faceless corpse has appeared in Muyun County. It was discovered by Lu's wife. 3 days ago, her husband fell to his death while chopping wood in the mountains. Lu's wife was mourning him. She poured his favorite wine onto his grave. Unexpectedly, the soil washed away, revealing something under the hat. Lu's wife looked closer, and found a faceless corpse buried beneath her husband's grave. Minister Wang concluded his report. And that's not all, Your Majesty. Disturbing rumors are spreading among the people. They say that the dead are returning to life, but their personalities have drastically changed. Minister Shu, pale and trembling, was unable to speak. Among those rumored to have returned from the dead is Minister Zu's son. Minister Shu quickly confessed, My son, Shu Bing, was gravely ill. My wife, desperate to save him, found a folk remedy. Miraculously, Bing recovered. However, I feel that his personality has changed drastically. He feels like a stranger to me. Ruo Li couldn't help but interject, Minister Shu, perhaps your son is no longer your son. I mean no offense, but how could someone so close to death suddenly recover completely? Zun Yao Sheng shared the same thought. He gave Ruo Li an affirmative look. The only explanation is that he died and was resurrected, and this coincides with the rumors of the dead returning to life. Don't you find it too coincidental? Minister Wang immediately understood. Your Majesty means that those who returned from the dead are not who they appear to be. Ruo Li clarified, that's just a theory. If the dead could truly be resurrected, this world would be in chaos. Zun Yao Sheng decided to investigate Muyun County himself. Since Minister Zu's son was suspected, Zun Yao Sheng dispatched secret guards to monitor him. Minister Shu, a cooperative official, agreed without hesitation. Since we're on the same page, shall we depart for Muyun County immediately? Ruo Li also wanted to go, but the journey was unpredictable. Zun Yao Sheng wanted him and Xiao Xiao to stay in the palace. Ruo Li immediately protested, No, I want to go with you. I might be able to help. Besides, we promised never to be apart again. Have you forgotten? Zun Yao Sheng hadn't forgotten, but Ruo Li seemed to have forgotten the ministers were present. He playfully covered his blushing face. Oh, this is so embarrassing. It's all your fault. Zun Yao Sheng looked at him indulgently. Fine, I'll let you come. Happy now, the two ministers chuckled. It seemed the Imperial couple, after 3 years of estrangement, were finally reconciled. Meanwhile, Xiao was pathetically begging Gong Wei to spare him. I finally have this beautiful face. I can't lose it. We're just following orders, Xiao. The Emperor has commanded us to seize you. A hot iron struck, followed by a scream. A mask fell away, revealing Xiao's true face. Half covered in pockmarks and scars, the guards were shocked. What happened to your face? Xiao was a pitiful soul. Born ugly, he was bullied and called names throughout his childhood. Filled with resentment, he cried out, Why does everyone treat me like this? He focused all his hatred on Ruo Li. I'll peel his face off. I'll wear his skin as a mask. Gong Wei was taken aback. Is this woman crazy? He didn't notice the approaching danger. When he finally turned around, it was too late. The main villain swiftly eliminated both of them. He opened the cell door. I knew you would disappoint me. I shouldn't have lent you that mask. Before being chosen as Huanghua Kuei, Xiao had begged the villain for a mask. Tired of being ridiculed, he was willing to do anything for beauty. It coincided with the villain's plan to infiltrate the palace through the Huanghua Kuei selection. The villain took Xiao as his pawn. Now, seeing the villain, Xiao was ecstatic. Xiang Jun, are you here to save me? The villain was appalled by his stupidity. You almost exposed the mask's secret. Why would I save you? Xiao desperately pleaded, I have vital information. Please spare my life, Xiang Jun. This piqued the villain's interest. What information? Huanghua Kuei seems to know the Emperor. I also sense a connection between him and the late Empress. If you spare me, I'll investigate for you. This information was valuable. The villain decided to give Xiao another chance. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Muyun County, Ruo Li and Zun Yao Sheng arrived on horseback, disguised as commoners. Ruo Li was impressed. Your horse is fast. Almost as fast as my Chuanqi. Zun Yao Sheng asked, what's a Chuanqi? Ruo Li thought about his stylish motorcycle. It's a type of fast horse. Muyan County, bathed in the setting sun, looked beautiful. Zun Yao Sheng recalled their past conversations. Ruoli, you've always yearned for freedom. Why don't we pass the throne to the crown prince? And travel the world together. Ruoli was delighted. I'd love to. But that would be unfair to Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was hoping his parents' investigation would go smoothly, and that they would enjoy some time together. He was already anticipating a younger sibling. He opened a fortune cookie. A sister. Xiao Xiao beamed. A little sister. You'll be a good older brother. Under the setting sun, the couple rode on horseback, carefree and content. Suddenly, a falcon landed on Zun Yao Sheng's arm, carrying a message from Gong Li. You were right. Someone has taken Xiao. Ruo Li wasn't surprised by the speed. It seems this person is familiar with the palace, but they probably didn't expect me to leave a trace on Xiao. Anyone who touches him will be marked. Zun Yao Sheng praised her. My empress is truly intelligent. They arrived at the crime scene where Lu's wife was still mourning her husband. Minister Shu introduced them. These two gentlemen are sent by the emperor to investigate the faceless corpse case. Ruo Li spoke gently. Please tell us everything. Don't hold anything back. Lu's wife recalled her husband's kind nature. She wondered who they had offended to deserve such a fate, and wept bitterly. Ruo Li comforted her. Don't worry. We'll find the truth and bring you justice. Ruo Li noticed the fresh soil around the grave. Zun Yao Sheng also examined it closely. No wonder they chose this spot to hide the body. Ruo Li asked Lu's wife when her husband was buried. Because of the custom of keeping vigil for one night, the burial was 3 days ago. And the faceless corpse? Do you remember when you found it? Lu's wife became even more distressed. The morning after my husband's burial, when I came to offer incense. Ruo Li realized the culprit had targeted the fresh grave. The loose soil was easy to dig, and any disturbances wouldn't be noticeable. Zun Yao Sheng added, they chose this grave to conceal the body, hoping it would remain hidden. Minister Shu wondered, why didn't they bury the body deeper? Ruo Li speculated, they must have been in a hurry and didn't have time to dig a deeper grave. But they forgot about the wild animals in the surrounding forest. Drawn by the scent of death, the animals likely unearthed the partially buried corpse. Therefore, we can conclude the faceless corpse was buried the night after Lu's husband, 3 days ago. Minister Shu thought about it. 3 days ago. That's the night my son recovered. Could the faceless corpse be my son? White cloth fluttering, cold wind blowing. It was a scene fit for a horror movie. Thinking Ruo Li was scared, Zun Yao Sheng covered his eyes. Don't look. But Ruo Li protested, I'm not afraid. I love horror movies. Zun Yao Sheng understood. Alright, but don't come crying to me if you have nightmares. Ruo Li retorted, never. The two were constantly flirting. A guard then unveiled the corpse. A horrifying sight that could rival any horror film startled Ruo Li. Minister Shu, filled with apprehension, approached the corpse. He wasn't afraid, only worried. When he saw the familiar birthmark on the corpse's chest, tears streamed down his face. It's my binger. Overcome with grief, he fainted. Ruo Li and the others stayed at an inn in Muyan County. The Imperial physician treated Minister Shu, prescribing calming medicine. It seemed there would be no peace for him tonight. Ruo Li noticed Zun Yao's exhaustion. You must be tired from the past couple of days, especially with all the running around. The rumor of the resurrected dead was the most troublesome. Not only did it cause a stir among the commoners, but it also involved the imperial court. Zun Yao couldn't afford to be careless. Ruo Li reminded Zun Yao to take care of himself, as everyone was counting on him. Zun Teng playfully pulled Ruo Li closer. Come, let me massage your shoulders. Relax a bit. Zun Yao was pleasantly surprised by the empress' tenderness. Ruo Li chuckled. It depends on who it is. I'm nice to nice people. As for the bad ones, I'll give them what they deserve. Zun Yao gently held her hand. Your Majesty shouldn't have to deal with them personally. I'll take care of it. They began to analyze the faceless corpse cases, as several incidents had already occurred. Ruo Li suspected an organization might be using the skins of the deceased to create these resurrected individuals, but she couldn't figure out their motive. Zun Yao had considered the same. Minister Shu was a court official. Perhaps someone was trying to infiltrate the court by using his son's identity. However, investigations revealed that, apart from Shu Bing, the other resurrected individuals had no significant backgrounds and seemed unconnected. It was as if someone was randomly choosing people to resurrect. Ruoli believed their only lead was to investigate the resurrected individuals themselves. Zun Yao assured her that his shadow guards had infiltrated the Shu residence. Capturing the fake Shu Bing wouldn't be difficult. Ruoli advised against acting rashly. Though the deceased were unconnected before death, they might be connected now after being resurrected. If they belonged to an organization, they would surely meet in secret. 5 days later at the Shu residence, the fake Shu Bing sought an opportunity to meet with the organization. Minister Shu, doting on his son, worried about his recent recovery and urged him to rest. The fake Shu Bing, feigning obedience, spoke sweetly, and his mother allowed him to go out for a stroll. The group of resurrected individuals gathered in a private room at the Ju Lao restaurant. They envied Shu Bing for becoming an official's son. Shu Bing, however, found the rules and regulations stifling. The others thought he was being ungrateful, reminding him of his previous hardships. Zun Yao and Ruoli followed Shu Bing to the restaurant, confirming their suspicions. Zun Yao wanted to apprehend them all, but Ruoli suggested they eavesdrop first. An hour passed with no useful information. Ruoli's patience wore thin. Suddenly, footsteps approached. As they prepared to investigate, the newcomer, the mastermind behind everything, entered and noticed them. The three stared at each other until Ruoli spoke. Her voice made the mastermind's eyes widen in recognition. He turned and fled. Zun Yao immediately ordered the ambush to pursue. The mastermind, upon jumping from the restaurant, realized he was trapped. Unfazed, he pulled out a homemade weapon. He threw the thunder bomb onto the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and forcing the ambush to retreat, coughing and rubbing their eyes. By the time Ruoli arrived, the mastermind had vanished. Damn it! He got away. Ruoli noticed shimmering powder on the ground. Ji powder. It smells nice. Xia Ji suddenly alerted Ruoli to something within the powder. It was Yang Jin. Before Xiao Wan was taken, Ruoli had Xia Ji sprinkle her with a special powder. It was a highly adhesive, glitter-filled powder that was impossible to remove without a special solution. This was meant to leave a trail on anyone who rescued her. Ruoli was now certain this was the person who had rescued Xiao Wan. Inside the restaurant, the group sensed something was wrong. Their leader was always punctual. The fake Shu Bing panicked. We've been exposed. We need to leave. As they tried to escape, the door burst open. Who are you? Ignoring the question, Ruoli ordered their arrest. The fake Shu Bing pleaded for mercy, offering to confess. Another member shouted, "Traitor! Coward!" Ruoli had him released, expecting a confession, but he used a hypnotic technique. As he tried to hypnotize them, Ruoli subtly flicked a hidden blade coated with a weakness-inducing poison at him. Ruoli reacted quickly, but her arm was grazed. The fake Shu Bing, now desperate, lunged. You got lucky that time, but not again. Die! Enraged, Ruoli swiftly subdued him. You underestimate me. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Zun Yao's face darkened. He feared Ruoli getting hurt, especially after her recent return. Hurt her, and you'll pay 1,000 times over. Ruoli intervened. Zun Yao, stop. We need him alive. Zun Yao relented and ordered their arrest. He immediately took Ruoli back to the palace. Distressed by her wound, Zun Yao insisted on tending to it. Ruoli downplayed it. It's just a scratch. I can do it myself. Zun Yao gently refused. Don't move. I'm sorry. I should have protected you. Ruoli reassured him. It happened so fast. Don't blame yourself. Zun Yao pulled her closer and kissed her gently. Actions speak louder than words. Xiao Xiao, hearing about her mother's injury, rushed to visit. Entering the room, she witnessed the tender scene and apologized for interrupting. A Chen quickly excused himself. Ruoli called Xiao Xiao back. Xiao Xiao, ever so dutiful, gently blew on the wound. There, all better. As they spent time together, Ruoli noticed a unique sachet on Xiao Xiao's waist. Xiao Xiao explained it was a gift from her uncle, meant to promote sleep. But the scent made Ruoli suspicious. Zun Yao noticed Ruoli's change in demeanor. What's wrong? This sachet smells like the powder the masked man left behind. You think Zun Ji is involved? Ruoli was uncertain, but pointed out that whoever rescued Xiao Wan was familiar with the palace layout, making Zun Ji a suspect. To confirm, they needed to analyze the sachet's ingredients. Zun Yao suggested consulting Lu Qingqing, the perfume expert. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing reached for a high shelf and lost her balance. Qingjun rushed to catch her in his arms. Since Ruoli's return, Qingjun had been assisting Lu Qingqing at her shop. Ruoli arrived just as Qingjun caught Lu Qingqing. Looks like I came at just the right time. Time to be a third wheel. She teased. Lu Qingqing blushed. It's not what it looks like. Ruoli winked. Don't worry, I understand. Qingjun, unfazed, asked, are you alone? What? Not happy to see me, Qingjun smirked. I wouldn't dare say that in front of Her Majesty. Ruoli playfully hit him. Why are you so sarcastic? Lu Qingqing intervened, urging him not to misunderstand. Qing Gongzi only wants the best for you and His Majesty. Qingjun, despite having moved on, retorted, as if, Qingjun, get back here and explain yourself. Lu Qingqing called after him. Ruoli sighed dramatically. Only someone as kind as Qingqing could tolerate his temper. Lu Qingqing's thoughts drifted to Qingjun. He's actually quite nice. Ruoli teased, you like him, don't you? Lu Qingqing blushed furiously and denied it. Changing the subject, she asked why Ruoli had sought her out. Ruoli, satisfied, presented 2 items for Lu Qingqing to examine. Lu Qingqing readily agreed. Ruoli hugged her. Thank you, Qingqing. You're the best. Lu Qingqing retreated to her workshop to analyze the samples. While Ruoli waited, Qingjun approached and removed a leaf from her hair. Ruoli turned, surprised. What are you doing? Qingjun held up the leaf. Has Her Majesty fallen so far that she needs a leaf for a hair ornament? Ruoli retorted, you wouldn't understand. It's natural beauty, a gift from nature. Qingjun sighed. Only you could come up with such strange excuses. Lu Qingqing observed their banter, mistaking it for lingering feelings. It's okay, I can. Back in his room, Yang Mo pondered for a while and finally identified a peculiar incense. He decided to inform Ruoli and Qingjun immediately. Meanwhile, 11 figures approached the house, released a soporific incense, and subdued Lu Qingqing. Outside, Ruoli sensed something amiss. Why was there no activity from Qingqing's room? The two immediately pushed the door open to check. But as the door opened, Lu Qingqing was gone, and the entire room was filled with a strange odor. The intruders were already carrying Lu Qingqing, preparing to escape through the window. This was spotted by Qingjun. Who's there? He shouted, leaping through the window in pursuit. Stop, but the intruders' martial arts skills were considerable, and they escaped. Ruoli, discovering some powder, urged Qingjun to examine it. Because Lu Qingqing had been studying these powders, there was a peculiar characteristic. Others might not know, but Qingjun did. This was dreamland flower, commonly used by the nameless organization. Its pollen could induce hallucinations and amnesia. Ruoli exclaimed, ISNT that the amnesia-inducing agent. Exactly. The nameless assassins not only eliminate targets, but also extract information. Dreamland flower pollen is indispensable. Ruoli guessed this might be what Qingqing extracted from the sachet and powder. But what information did that Xuanji want from Qingqing? Upon seeing the dreamland flower pollen, Qingjun knew Lu Qingqing had been abducted by the nameless. Ruoli, figuring the abductor couldn't have gone far with the unconscious Lu Qingqing, reassured Xie Qingjun, and went back to get reinforcements. Qingjun, seeing Ruoli's distress, decided this was his personal matter with the organization. He didn't want to involve Ruoli, so he planned to rescue Lu Qingqing alone. Meanwhile, the bound and gagged Lu Qingqing had already regained consciousness. At that moment, Qingjun arrived, sword drawn, shouting, hand her over. The nameless members, upon seeing the returning Qingjun, erupted in curses. You traitor! You dare show your face here! Lu Qingqing heard Qingjun's voice, filling her with both relief and worry. Qingjun wasted no words. Release her! The nameless scoffed. You think this is your place to give orders, traitor? Qingjun's eyes turned cold. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. A nameless member charged at Qingjun, confident in eliminating the traitor. With a scoff, Qingjun dispatched him in 2 moves. You think you can stop me? After dealing with the underlings, Qingjun quickly reached Lu Qingqing's prison. He swiftly untied her gag. Qingqing, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Qingqing stared at him in disbelief. Young Master Qing, I didn't expect you to come and save me. Don't be silly. I'll get you out of here. As Qingjun spoke, a nameless member launched a sneak attack from behind. Not wanting Qingjun to be hurt, Lu Qingqing instinctively pushed him aside. The nameless member's blade plunged directly into Lu Qingqing's chest. Qingqing! Qingjun cried out in horror, grabbing the blade with his other hand. He snapped it in 2. His former comrades continued their accusations. 3 years ago, you betrayed the organization for a woman. Now, for another woman, you've killed so many brothers. We'll settle this score eventually. Qingjun no longer cared about the organization. You foolish woman. Why did you take that blow for me? Young Master Qing, please don't scold me. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Lu Qingqing knew her time was running out. Mustering her courage, she caressed Qingjun's face. Actually, I've liked you for a long time, but I know the one you truly love is Wan Ruoli. Even though she's with the Emperor, you still haven't let her go, but it's okay. If you're willing to continue watching over Wan Ruoli, then I'm willing to continue watching over you. Lu Qingqing confessed her feelings in her final moments, unaware that Qingjun had already moved on from Ruoli, and was now frantically calling her name in anguish. Holding Lu Qingqing tightly, Qingjun realized his feelings for her had subtly changed long ago. From the meals she meticulously prepared for him, to the clothes she sewed for him, pretending she'd bought extra fabric, to the joy she shared with him while releasing sky lanterns. She had never asked for anything, always silently protecting him. Why are you so foolish? Qingjun's heart was completely shattered. I swear, anyone who dares to harm you will pay dearly. Qingjun then set fire to the nameless organization's lair. On his way back, carrying Lu Qingqing, he encountered Ruoli, who had been searching for him. He immediately took her back and arranged for the best medical care. A month later, Lu Qingqing finally opened her eyes, overwhelming Qingjun with joy. The awakened Lu Qingqing was confused. Wasn't I dead? Qingjun said sternly, Lu Qingqing, you are not allowed to die without my permission. Qingjun's reaction and tone puzzled Lu Qingqing. Then he continued, from now on, you don't have to silently watch over me anymore. Lu Qingqing understood instantly, but lowered her head. I'm sorry. I was presumptuous. Unexpectedly, Qingjun reached out. From now on, let me protect you. Their eyes lit up. In the palace, Ruoli received a letter from Qingjun, learning that Lu Qingqing had awakened. She was overjoyed. Xuanyao was also relieved. If she hadn't woken up, I'm afraid you would have followed her. Ruoli laughed. Are you jealous of Qingqing? Ruoli had been so worried about Lu Qingqing that she'd been restless, and Xuanyao was worried about her health. Just then, Ruoli felt nauseous. Xunyao's eyes lit up with a realization. He immediately summoned the Imperial physician. Soon, the physician knelt and announced, Your Majesty, Wan Ruoli is 1 month pregnant. The author privately lamented, the ultimate villain is actually her. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Wan Ruoli is pregnant. Taken aback by the news, Ruoli looked at Xuanyao, unsure how to react. In the next moment, Xuanyao excitedly lifted Ruoli. Wonderful, Ruoli. We're going to have a little princess. I'll make you my empress immediately. He summoned officials to inquire about an auspicious date for the coronation. Meanwhile, Xiaowei planned to find the villain and regain a new skin mask by any means necessary. The villain was currently in Wuxi's room, softly calling Xiangjuan without waking him. She found it odd that Xiangjuan wore a mask even while sleeping. Curious about his true face, she reached out to remove the mask. The villain suddenly awoke. What are you doing? Xiaowei stammered, startled. Xiangjuan, why has your voice changed? Due to the sudden situation, the villain had used her real voice, a woman's voice. The villain immediately realized her mistake. Having been heard, Xiaowei couldn't be spared. She reverted to her usual male voice. You're here for a new skin mask, right? Xiaowei nodded repeatedly, inwardly bewildered by the voice change. The villain produced a skin mask, claiming it was a reward for Xiaowei's suffering in the palace. Xiaowei offered to serve her, but she was actually receiving a death sentence. Eager to restore her beauty, Xiaowei immediately put on the mask. But as soon as she did, her face started burning. Xiangjuan, what's happening? My face hurts. The villain smiled wickedly. I coated the mask with corrosive poison. It will seep into your burn wounds and rot your skin until you bleed to death. Xiaowei was already showing symptoms of bleeding and screamed, Why? You shouldn't have heard my real voice. Xiaowei, panicked and disfigured, asked, Who are you? Since Xiaowei was dying anyway, the villain ripped off her own mask, revealing her true face. Xiaowei gasped in disbelief. You're the late empress. But you're dead. The villain was indeed the original Wan Ruoli from the past. In the palace, Ruoli was complaining. I'm pregnant, not ill. Why can't I leave my room? Do you want me to suffocate? Xuanyao, having heard from the physician that the first 3 months of pregnancy were the most precarious, had been treating Ruoli with extreme care. However, seeing her distress, he relented. He allowed her to leave her room, but told her not to stay out too long. Ruoli kissed him happily. I knew you were the best. Xuanyao accompanied Ruoli to the Imperial garden for some fresh air. Watching the falling petals, Ruoli was delighted. Behind a rockery, The villain Wan Ruoli gnashed her teeth. Why did you come back? Everything should belong to me. Xuanya, can you forget me? When the original Wan Ruoli had fallen into the well, at the last moment, the current Ruoli had transmigrated and taken over her body. The original Ruoli's soul had been suppressed ever since. If Ruoli could see all the memories of the ancient Wan Ruoli after he transmigrated, he could also see everything Ruoli did after occupying his body. He did what he dared not do, and got the love he dared not hope for. He thought he would always be trapped in this body, until the Empress Dowager's explosion. Ruoli's soul was blasted out and took a look at his body. After an unknown amount of time, the ancient Wan Ruoli woke up from the light. He touched his face and seemed relieved, knowing that the soul occupying him was gone. His body finally returned to him, but he blindly believed that everything the transmigrated Ruoli possessed should be his. So he made some arrangements behind the scenes. 2 days later, it was the day Ruoli would be crowned empress, and also the day of his wedding with Zun Yao. Xie applied luxurious empress makeup for Ruoli. Every detail was incredibly beautiful. Ruoli couldn't believe it. Is this really me? He poked his face. Xie grabbed his hand. Don't touch, you'll ruin it. You're about to become empress. The makeup naturally needs to be more extravagant. At this time, the court ladies brought the empress phoenix crown for Ruoli to wear. When Ruoli wore the phoenix crown, he mesmerized the court ladies, who exclaimed, "Oh my God, your majesty, you are so beautiful." Xie's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, you look just like an empress. On the way to the coronation ceremony, everyone else walked step by step, but Zun Yao, considering Ruoli's physical condition, specially carried him up the steps. Ruoli sat on the phoenix throne arranged by Zun Yao. Zun Yao gave him the honor and exclusivity he deserved. At the other side of the hall, Zun Yao, also in red, waited for his empress arrival. The grand ceremony began. Ruoli listened to the ceremonial announcements, as he walked step by step to Zun Yao's side. He remembered that on the day of their wedding, he was knocked unconscious, and sent directly to the bridal chamber. They hadn't even performed the wedding ceremony. He felt a little nervous now. Zun Yao told Ruoli, "For me, this is not just a coronation ceremony, it's also the wedding I'm making up for you. Let us swear before heaven and earth, in front of 500 officials, to be husband and wife, holding hands from now on, never to part." Zun Yao's sincerity filled the regret of their wedding. Ruoli nodded happily. "By the will of our ancestors, I hereby decree Wan Ruoli as empress." "So be it." As Zun Yao's voice fell, the villain Wan Ruoli walked forward. "He is not qualified to be the empress of Dongsheng." The officials were shocked. Who is he? Why is he wearing red wedding attire? But why does his voice sound familiar? Zun Yao immediately shouted, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the coronation ceremony? Someone, seize him." The villain Wan Ruoli lifted his veil. "Zun Yao, don't you even recognize me?" The officials were stunned. It's the former empress. The former empress is still alive. Even Zun Yao was surprised. What was going on? The villain Wan Ruoli had been waiting for this moment. Using Ruoli's reputation, which he had accumulated using his body, he intended to regain his power. The officials murmured, feeling the coronation ceremony was invalid. After all, no country has two empresses. They suggested changing it to a consort ceremony. Zun Yao roared, "Silence! Anyone who speaks again will be executed." Looking at the villain, Zun Yao felt that his demeanor and temperament were indeed similar to Ruoli's, but he was certain that the one beside him was the Ruoli he loved. "Who are you?" Impersonating the former empress is a capital offense. The villain Wan Ruoli patted his chest. "I am the real Wan Ruoli. How can this be impersonation? If you don't believe me, you should recognize this birthmark." Zun Yao remembered that he had once told Ruoli that no matter where he went, he would find him by the birthmark on his chest. This was a sweet memory between him and Ruoli. Now he was a little confused. Although the villain Wan Ruoli's body had been occupied by Ruoli, he was aware of everything Ruoli did. Now, using the birthmark to confuse Zun Yao, he claimed to be the Wan Ruoli he loved. He was about to walk towards Zun Yao when Ruoli stepped in front. "Enough. I can't listen to this anymore. I thought you would have a more clever trick, but it's nothing more than this." The villain Wan Ruoli looked puzzled, not understanding what Ruoli meant. The so-called birthmark is merely a skin manifestation caused by increased melanocytes in the epidermis. There's no need to make a fuss about it. The villain Wan Ruoli sneered. "Since you're so confident, do you dare tell him the truth?" Zun Yao was confused. It seemed there were no secrets between him and Ruoli. Ruoli understood that the villain Wan Ruoli was betting he wouldn't tell Zun Yao that he wasn't from this era. He immediately asked Zun Yao seriously, "Do you remember I once said that I'm not from this era, but from the future? Perhaps it's unbelievable to you, but my soul did transmigrate into his body." Zun Yao's eyes widened. "You mean, until that explosion, you were using his body?" Ruoli answered seriously, "Yes." Zun Yao was still a little confused. Ruoli tried to explain the transmigration, but Zun Yao suddenly sealed his lips with a kiss. "You don't need to explain. Whether in the past or now, my feelings for you remain the same." The villain Wan Ruoli was dumbfounded. He thought that Zun Yao wouldn't accept Ruoli after knowing the truth, believing that Zun Yao loved his face. Unable to accept it, he grabbed Zun Yao and questioned, "Why?" "He occupied my body." "You should love me." Zun Yao replied firmly, "I will never love you, because love is about the connection of souls, not the similarity of appearances. Although I don't know what happened between you, for me, even if Ruoli was just a wandering soul in your body, I would choose to follow him forever." The villain Wan Ruoli was furious. "Forever follow him? I won't let you have your way." He then tried to incite the officials to pressure Zun Yao not to make Ruoli the empress. "Everyone, when the emperor was still the crown prince, I was the Wan family daughter he personally chose. To expose the empress dowager's conspiracy, I faked my death for 3 years. However, this woman of unknown origin has bewitched the emperor's heart, and even taken the position of empress. Are you really going to watch her disrupt Dongsheng?" These words stirred the uninformed officials. They recalled the former empress achievements, and how he disappeared with the empress dowager in the explosion. But the empress dowager was gone, and his body was unharmed. Wasn't this a miracle? Other officials argued that ever since this Wan Ruoli entered the palace, the emperor had become infatuated, even taking him on his private outings. He was a troublemaker. The villain Wan Ruoli sneered at Ruoli, "Did you hear that? For these ignorant people, as long as I'm alive, you'll never be empress." As everyone denounced and ostracized Ruoli, Zun Yao took off his crown. "I don't want to be emperor anymore." The villain Wan Ruoli was stunned. Zun Yao looked at Ruoli tenderly, "You never wanted to be empress anyway. There's no need to endure their slander and malice. And I'm willing to give up everything for you. From now on, wherever you go, I'll be with you."